Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry was caught between the shadows of two fathers. Here is short summary. Torn between James's return and Sirius's loyalty, Harry must navigate fractured bonds, hidden truths, and a dark force that came back with his father. Some shadows protect, others threaten to consume. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry laughed a little. Hermione and Ron, always there. I suppose I can go now. I can change my mind on the way, I guess. What was this he was feeling? Guilt. He didn't want to see his own father. He was afraid of seeing his own father. What sort of son was he? Already Harry felt he was doing a terrible job. No, he wouldn't have that. I won't have that. I'm going to see him now. Going to see who? They all jumped and looked up, discovering Fred and George leaning against the back of Harry's armchair in a very bored, cat-like fashion. Harry jumped up and stood while Ron and Hermione both got to their feet. Fred yawned loudly, then asked, "Well, what are you all looking at us like that for? Who are you gonna see?" Harry felt suddenly crestfallen as he realized something. How was he supposed to visit his dad when there were people in the common room watching him? And even with his invisibility cloak they would still notice the portrait hole opening. Nothing, nobody. Go back to your own business, Ron said crossly, scowling, and we'll go back to ours. George grinned. Are you plotting our dear Whittle Ronnikins? His eyes darted to both Harry and Hermione, who were both fidgeting nervously. Indeed, Fred muttered thoughtfully. Indeed they do seem to be plotting, don't they, George? Oh Fred, I knew our work wouldn't go unfinished. He walked around the empty armchair and dramatically flopped sideways into it, an arm to his forehead. We shall live on through the generations. Even when we're long and gone, Fred continued, shoving George out of the way. He crashed to the floor with a loud thud and a yelp. We'll have someone to pass the torch onto. George heaved himself up and sat cross-legged, rattling his fingers against his chin, seemingly unfazed by his rough landing. Now, if only we could corrupt Ginny as well. Let's leave Mum at least one sane child. What about Percy? As I said, let's leave Mum at least one sane child. Got you there. But wait, she's too sane to be insane. Come again. She's much too sane to possibly be sane. But sane by comparison to us. Oh, we're sane. Grins. Very sane. Hee. So, George leaned forward, raising an eyebrow. Where are you going? He'd watched this circus act long enough, and Harry found it exhausting. He sighed loudly, rubbing his eyes. I'm going to bed, now, anyway. Just my luck. Harry quickly walked around the twins, all the while silently cursing the two boys. He felt like cursing someone. Now he would feel even worse. Some people were whispering while glancing over at him now, some pointing and asking things like, "What's wrong with Harry?" And, "My, he looks down. What happened?" But Harry didn't care. They could talk and gossip and speculate all they wanted. From behind him he heard Ron say, "Yeah, I think I'll just do that myself. It's been a long day, hasn't it? I'll see ya tomorrow, my own." He grunted a good night to Fred and George. Harry heard Ron following him as Harry began to ascend the staircase. "Hi, Ron," Harry muttered weakly once they were out of earshot of the common room. He continued to walk without turning to look back at his friend, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to bother with the effort. But Ron was nearly tailing him now, just 2 steps behind. "You don't need to follow me." "Yeah, well, I don't want to listen to Fred and George babbling like that." They continued walking until they finally reached their room. When they entered they could see that the curtains around Neville's and Dean's beds were closed. The sound of faint snoring could be heard from behind Dean curtains. "Are you really just going to bed?" Ron asked skeptically, lowering his voice to a whisper. "That isn't like you. I mean usually you're a bit more brave." Harry quickly dropped his robes to the floor and began taking off his other clothes to change for the night. "No, well, yes." Ron followed Harry's lead and started to change as well, but not as hastily. I was thinking more like, enthusiastic, or some odd thing. But it's still not like you. Well, I don't feel like myself, either. Oh, silence. Once Harry was finished, now in a set of white and red pajamas, like the ones Ron was changing into. He didn't look back at his friend as he placed his glasses on his table and almost immediately climbed in under the blankets, pulling the curtains half shut. "Good-night, Ron. Ari, are you going to be all right tonight?" Harry could hear him climbing into his own bed. Yes, that was a total and utter lie. "Hey, are you excited at all?" Harry looked over toward Ron then, and though he couldn't see clearly without his glasses he could still make out Ron's face, which was peering at him through his half-closed curtains. "Excited? Yeah, do you?" Harry hadn't thought of that. Yeah, he was scared, but underneath it all, he did have this giddy feeling. And if it weren't for everything else he might as well be jumping for the joy, screaming his head off without a care of what anyone said or thought. But everything wasn't as wonderful as it seemed, and there was always a price to pay for happiness. His father's sanity may in fact be that price, but, yeah, I'm excited, he muttered quietly, rolling over to face away from Ron. "More excited than I've ever been. I am. Ron didn't say anything right away, but after a moment he said, "Well, rest easy, okay? Just try to sleep." "Sure, Ron." They were silent from then on, but Harry never actually could fall asleep. He needed someone to talk to, but now Harry felt bad about that, but he just wasn't the right person. His mind wandered upon a thought he had the summer before last. What he really wanted, and it felt almost shameful to admit it to himself, was someone like a parent, an adult wizard whose advice he could ask without feeling stupid, someone who cared about him. And then the solution had come to him. It had been so simple, and so obvious, of course. Sirius. But Sirius wasn't here right now. Harry desperately wished he had someone like that to talk to at that moment. He needed it more now than he'd ever needed it in his whole life. "I have never known a Malfoy to be so pitiful weak as you are now, Lucius." Lucius internally reeled at the insults. Malfoy didn't take well to such degrading comments. "Forgive me, my lord. These men, they were one step ahead of us. And someone from the ministry assisted them, I am sure if it. Probably that damn Arthur Weasley." Lord Voldemort sat back in his armchair, an ugly, foul expression etched over his gray features. "Very interesting." So, Bertwick and Stevens saw nothing. Nor who they were. His eye looked upon two cowering figures near the door. Both Adam Bertwick and Matthew Stevens shivered with fear, both kneeling in total silence. Both were too afraid to speak or raise their head. So Lucius had to speak for them, though he would be more than happy to let them rot. They would be punished nevertheless. He would be punished as well, eventually, for letting himself get attacked from the side and allowing a memory charm to be placed on him. It was quite embarrassing. They must have slipped by us unnoticed. Yes, Lucius desperately wanted to know what was happening inside the Dark Lord's head. Certainly he had been eager to see James Potter dead, but now he was so willing to discard the matter, but he wouldn't voice his question, keeping his head bowed low. "Now my only question would be," Voldemort said slowly, "who retrieved him, if Potter was taken to Hogwarts?" "I have heard rumors," Lucius said, "that Dumbledore is seeking the assistance of other wizards and witches. Arabella Figg, Remus Lupin, Mundungus Fletch, Sirius Black." Voldemort snorted distastefully. "I see. How predicable of him to gather allies. Criminals and monsters among them. Fudge may take care of him before I do. Dumbledore knows many who would be willing to help him, my lord. And one of the Order." "I will hear none of that," Voldemort hissed, sitting forward. Lucius tried remaining still, but he couldn't help but shrink back slightly. Panic flashed through his mind, as well as images of his son and wife, and Voldemort was more angry with him now than he'd ever been. "Forgive me, my lord. I do not mean to disrespect." "Of course you don't," he hissed again, slowly sitting back once more. A continuous hissing sound rose from his throat. Wormtail, who had been standing by his master's armchair, fidgeting, finally opened his mouth and said what was on his mind. "Yes, master, but the Order of Phoenix." "The Order of Phoenix shall cause me great trouble," Voldemort said dangerously, "just as the Order of Merlin has for so long. But I doubt this has anything to do with them." But they are very powerful." Wormtail stopped, choking on his own words as Voldemort turned his red, smoldering eyes on him. I mean nothing by it, Master. Please. I have already said I do not want to speak of this at the moment, Voldemort said silkily, almost indifferently. So I suggest you hold your tongue, Wormtail, or I shall cut it off. Oh, that wasn't an empty threat at all. Wormtail shrunk back, cowering back and becoming deadly silent in fear of being punished. And what of Severus, Lucius? Lucius frowned, shaking his head. I is uncertain of that. It is understandable that he can't come when I call. Have you seen your son lately, Lucius? Lucius looked up a little now, his eyes showing confused. No, my lord, he is attending Hogwarts. I suggest you pay him a fatherly visit. He chuckled darkly. I wish for you to check on Severus. I want to know what he's been doing. Lucius didn't like the tone he used, but he wouldn't show it. Not unless he wanted to experience true pain. You have your doubts about him, my lord. He is a cunning man, as those true Slytherins should be. But I can tell he hides many secrets, from me. There was a pause. My lord, may I ask a question? He held his breath, waiting for a response. Lucius showed fear to the Dark Lord. It would be wrong and possibly even a fatal mistake not to. Lucius always had to swallow his Malfoy pride, or pay the price. Voldemort stared at his bowed head until he growled, You may ask your one question. Lucius nodded, gulping. Why do you hold such an interest in James Potter? What makes him so important to our case? Lucius, you have such a simple mind. My lord. In the past, James Potter served as an Auror, causing more trouble than most, hiding his son from me. Harry Potter is already known throughout the wizarding world as my destroyer. He is the only person known to have ever escaped my wrath. If James Potter is revealed to have also escaped my power, he closed his eyes, seething with suppressed rage. Father and son, a sickening image, yet it will bring hope to the weak. He sneered. Revolting, is it not? He grimaced. It is. Voldemort finally turned his eyes away from Lucius, looking back toward the fire like he usually did. You may leave, Lucius, and don't forget about Severus. Lucius tried to hide his relief as he stood. Yes, my lord. He turned to leave. And Lucius. He stood, waiting for his lord to speak, fear becoming thick in his heart. Was he to be punished for his failure? It wouldn't be the first time, and at last his master spoke, his voice so cold it could freeze the fires of hell. I want you to know I am very displeased with you. Oh Merlin, no, Avada Kedavra. The room grew cold. There was blinding, green light. The sound of a heavy body hiding the carpet. A horrified gasp, a strangled cry. Silence. I will not tolerate another failure from you even again, is that clear, Lucius? Lucius nodded, his shoulders shivering slightly. Yes, my lord. Completely. His voice was still strong, despite it all. As a Malfoy should be. He would live up to the family name, not matter what. He quickly got to his feet, almost stumbling, and turned toward the door. He had to overstep the body of Stevens, who lay face down, his eyes wide up, his mouth half open. Bertwick remained where he was, having not been dismissed yet, trembling in terror. He would be punished. The only reason Lucius hadn't been punished was because he needed to go to Hogwarts. He couldn't come injured, showing signs of the Cruciatus curse. It would arise suspicion. Questions he couldn't possibly answer. He walked faster, eager to leave, to return home to his mansion, his wife, to forget this day. Lucius almost cringed as the sound of Bertwick's screams filled the building. Almost cringed. Normally such a thing didn't affect him, but this time the sound pierced his very heart. His soul. Bertwick's screams were too much like the screams of the muggles he'd tortured. Killed. He'd actually enjoyed hearing the screams then. It had been like music to his ears, but now it hurt. It almost seemed as if no matter how far he ran he couldn't escape. And it became louder, and more painful each second. He could just see Stevens' face. His victims. All of them. But they could scream all they want. He was Lucius Malfoy, and he had a heart of ice. They could scream all they wanted. And they did. They were screaming. 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 And Harry awoke suddenly in a cold sweat, barely able to keep himself from screaming as he sat up, his eyes wide with horror, breath ragged. His ears were ringing, as though they had been tortured with a loud, gut-wrenching sound. Visions of green light and screams filled his mind, though the memories of his dream faded before he could grasp onto them again. He had to see his father. And he would see him. Now. With that, he threw his blankets away and went hastily to retrieve his inherited invisibility cloak from his trunk. It was almost midnight, and the castle was silent. Peeves the poltergeist roamed the halls, feeling very wary of the Bloody Baron. Particularly now more than ever, since a small incident in the dungeons a few days ago. Peeves had dared to defile a very fine suit of armor with toilet paper, paint, and rooster feathers. The Baron was not amused though. Now that most of the armor was destroyed, there wasn't much to be angry about with Peeves, anyway. But Peeves would rather not take his chances. A headmaster, a werewolf, and an Azkaban escapee were now conversing over recent events. The pensive used on James Potter would remain untouched until the morning, after they've all gotten some rest. The future still held many questions to be answered, and no doubt some complications once the Ministry gets involved. Dumbledore would inform them the next day, much to Sirius' displeasure. Dumbledore was troubled, wondering what demons could possibly be hiding in James's mind to have caused such a catastrophe as the one in the underground. The one that nearly did some major damage to Hogwarts as well, yet that had been stopped just in the nick of time. Dumbledore still worried for Severus, as the potion's master would take a while to heal. Sirius feared for his friend's mind, but he was unwilling to lose James's friendship nor his trust, no matter what might occur and horror might befall them all in future. He had a terrible feeling that James might try to kill himself though, the James Potter who Sirius knew would never commit such an act of sheer cowardice upon himself. Lupin could only pray and wish for the best. However, what he had seen in James's eyes had terrified him, and he had also saw the sadness and warmth in those same eyes as Lupin was told James about his son when Sirius had refused to leave his side when he had laughed. There was hope, as long as they didn't leave each other again. Never again. Sometime during their conversation Lupin had slipped off to sleep in his armchair, facing Dumbledore's desk. The werewolf was still exhausted and rather ill, though he had refused to admit to such. Dumbledore allowed them to stay, for Sirius didn't want to wake his friend. The headmaster conjured up a few blankets, and Sirius covered Lupin before settling himself in his own armchair. Dumbledore left them alone in his office, which said volumes on how much he truly trusts them both. Before Sirius let sleep carry him off, he wondered briefly if everything would be all right for James as well as his godson. Time could only tell, and it then hit the stroke of midnight. All is now quiet in Hogwarts, and even Peeves was silent for once, still hiding from the Baron. No one could see, of course, an invisible figure rushing through the halls in great haste, down and up several stairways, and finally halting before its destination. The infirmary entrance. A single fifth-year Gryffindor, dressed in his night clothes, wrapped in an inherited invisibility cloak, quickly tried to open the door before him. But, alas, the door was firmly locked tight. Of course, Madame Pomfrey wasn't a stupid woman by any means. Harry had expected this and came prepared. He reached into his pocket, taking out his penknife. He clumsily stuck the blade into the lock. It was dark, and the keyhole was very small. Finding an opening, Harry jiggling the penknife around a few times, and he could hear an audible clink. Harry would thank Sirius later every day for as long as he lived. He pushed the door open, slipped inside, and shut it behind him. Harry slipped his cloak from his head and shoulders, looking around. The first thing he saw was Snape, sleeping quietly, with his exposed chest wrapped with clean white bandages. He didn't look too good, but that isn't who he was looking for. Harry walked forward a bit more. The room was so dark, and then he saw it. 2 beds to the left from Snape, with blanks and pillows piled up, a head of unruly jet black hair that showing up against the clean white pillow linen like an big ink stain. Harry could feel the blood drain from his face. James Potter, his father, lay asleep right before his eyes. This was his chance. He'd thought about this moment so much, but all his ideas of what to do when the moment came slipped from his mind. So instead, he just opened his now very dry mouth and asked weakly, "Dad?" Silence. Harry managed to swallow the lump in his throat, moving a step closer to the bed, forcing his feet not to draw sluggishly against the floor. But he could do nothing about the way his head was spinning, the feeling of weightlessness as if he'd just fallen from a broomstick, nor the nervousness that was racking through his body like electricity. Could Harry do this? He wasn't too sure about that at the moment. Harry took a few deep breaths. He was so nervous, so scared, that he had to fight the urge to run away. Or cry. He closed his eyes just in time, feeling hot tears form under his eyelids. I will not cry, I will not cry. Looking up at the ceiling, Harry carefully blinked the tears away, silently vowing not to cry in front of his father. He didn't want to seem so weak. He would be a true son. Harry would be everything his father could hope for. He had to be. He slipped off his invisibility cloak all the way, allowing it to pool onto the floor. Then, tentatively, Harry reached out and gently grasped James's shoulders, shaking them just a little. The man looked so weak and sick, and he wasn't responding to being shaken. Dad. James didn't wake. Dad, Dad, please wake up. Nothing. Harry didn't want to go as far as to yell in order to wake the man, and he had an odd feeling that it wouldn't help anyway. It was plainly obvious what the problem was. They must have given him a sleeping potion. A very strong one. Damn them. Disappointment hit him like a ton of bricks. Harry had built up for this moment in his mind every waking second up until now, and there it was. Laying right in front of him, dressed in red Gryffindor pajamas. A pair of round framed glasses set on his nose. Unruly black hair, just like his own, framing his tired, haunted, blood-drained face. My dad, my dad, my dad. Dad, that word felt so good to say. It really did. Harry watched the sleeping form of his father for quite some time before thinking to remove James's glasses. He knew from experience how uncomfortable it could to sleep with them on. After gently slipping them off, Harry took a moment to inspect them, marveling at how alike they were to his own. The likeness was uncanny. It was one thing to hear others say how much he looked like James, and to see pictures of him, but it was a totally different thing to see it in the flesh. Placing the spectacles on the small bedside table, Harry then pulled up a chair that was already next to James' bed, being very careful as to not scrape it along the stone floor, and took a seat. Harry smiled to himself, leaning forward to prop his elbows up on the edge of the mattress and to hold his head in his hands. Now he could just watch his father, knowing that this man was his, in a sense. His father, and no one else's. No one would take him away ever again. And Harry figured then that it would have been a terrible idea to wake James. He looked so peaceful, and maybe that was the slightest trace of a smile on his lips. Harry's smile widened, a feeling of absolute joy swelling through him. Dad. Harry sighed contentedly, reaching out and taking the sleeping man's hand in his own and squeezing gently. He'd never left so happy. Someone hummed a familiar tune, sang familiar words. Say good night, haunting. I'll be the light, comforting. And pray your soul to keep. Lily. Lily stopped humming and looked over James. Those eyes, those glorious green eyes, made his heart melt. What is it, James? This was a dream. This was just like it was before. James was really at Hogwarts. Years have passed. Harry was 15, Lily was dead. But it seemed so real, and now Lily was scooting over to where he lay on his back, staring at the white ceiling of their bedroom. She ran a hand through his messy hair affectionately, making him to shiver. What is it, dear? What's bothering you? I don't want to see you. It hurts too much to know you aren't real. Her worried look quickly vanished, and now she looked like she wanted to laugh. You aren't still thinking about Harry and the telly, are you? Telly. Lily sighed, playing absently with a lock his hair. I didn't think it would be so shocking. It's a talking box, Lily, he muttered, feeling as though he'd gone through this conversation before in another life. There's nothing normal about it. For a wizard at least. Lily giggled, unable to help herself. Oh. Now he remembered. This was a conversation he'd had with Lily a few days after Harry's first birthday. They were thinking about buying a television so Harry could watch what Lily called educational child growth programs, whatever they were. But James had been iffy about Harry being educated by something so utterly and totally muggle. It's really amazing, she continued, no longer playing with his hair but stroking it lightly. When I first found out about magic, I'd never been more amazed. It was fantastic, really. But still, with all that magic has to offer, wizards are still mystified by common muggle technology. She giggled. Or are you worried that it'll rot Harry's brain? James stared forward without really looking at anything, thinking hard. Are you real? Or just another dream? He heard the sadness in his own voice. I have far too many dreams lately. Just let me stay in reality and let me suffer there, and there alone. Lily gave him an odd look. What are you talking about, James? James. You left me. You can't be real. Now, that's just silly. I never left you. There seemed to be more to her words. James didn't know how or why he knew this, but he did. He wanted to know what she meant. What? He stopped as she moved even closer. Oh, Lily. Don't you understand, James? I can never leave you. She grasped his left hand in her own, their wedding bands clicking together lightly. It was a pleasant sound. And I will never leave Harry, either. I love you both so much. I will always be in your hearts. She smirked. Or I could just haunt you. An image of a ghost Lily floating around and pulling stunts like Peeves the poltergeist flashed in his head. Though ghosts can't move things. James smiled a bit. He could almost feel the warmth of Lily's hand on his. Do you promise, Lily? Do you promise me? Lily nodded, smiling. Of course I promise, even if this is a dream. He blinked, startled. You are. Honey, wake up now, or that dark things might come back. Oddly, that sounded almost like a threat, but that sweet smile of hers never faltered. It was creepy and frightening, and James could feel his heart beating a little faster, his stomach becoming a bit queasy. Even I can't keep them away forever, dear. Yes, he could hear it. The sound of faint screaming in the distance, the hysterical high-pitched laughter. James couldn't take that again, not again. Oh no, he begged in a whisper, please no, Lily. No, this wasn't Lily, but then, what was it? This wasn't a normal dream, he knew it couldn't be. Why are you doing this? He tried to ignore it, but James could tell that the screaming was going to be upon him soon. He needed to run, but he also needed to know what was happening right now. Why? The person, Lily, came closer, holding his face in her hands, leaning closer until their foreheads almost touched. The screaming was practically coming upon him like a tangible force, whose goal was to engulf him, but he had to know. Who are you? What? If you can't figure that out by now, then I'll leave it up to you, silly. Lily, or whatever. This was that looked like her, giggled at his surprised expression, finding his situation highly amusing. Tell me who you are. James pushed her away only to grab onto her shoulders forcefully, shaking her until her perfect red hair became disheveled about her face, screaming, what are you? You're making me go crazy. Why are you doing this to me? Tell me. Wake up now, sweetie. The darkness was there, loomed just behind him, an icy hand reaching out too. Lily, still smiling, gave him a push off the bed and his eyes opened, and at first James didn't know where he was, or why his heart was beating like a steel drum. He was in a bed in an infirmary, Hogwarts. Yes, it wouldn't do him any good if he kept forgetting things whenever he woke. But he was safe. James sighed unhappily, staring straight up at the ceiling as he waited for his heart rate to go back to normal. Maybe the dream, or whatever it was, hadn't been real. But it felt real, so warm. And that warmth was gone, replaced by a feeling of cold. Like whatever was trying to get to him in his dream had only barely missed him. He could feel that Sirius was no longer at the end of his bed, and that made him feel rather uneasy and alone. All was deadly silent. Reality wasn't a nice thing to go back to, but he would have to face it someday, and it's a lot better than being asleep. These days Sirius would be there for him and Remus. They would all be there. This made him smile. His smile faded the moment James realized he wasn't alone, literally speaking. There was someone else there with him. He could hear it as well as feel it, someone breathing gently, evening right next to him. Who? Sirius. But he'd been sleeping at the end of his bed before, why would he? James turned his head to the right, suddenly finding his face buried in what seemed like a thick, black mass of hair. The scent of shampoo filled his nostrils and he realized there was a head resting next to and nearly on his shoulder. Startled, James jerked a little, but found that his body was very stiff and achy. The pain was still there, but coming to him just now, like overworked muscles that don't hurt into the following day. His sharp movements hadn't woken up this person, which definitely wasn't a dog, and therefore not serious, but they did shift a bit and mumble something. Whoever it was must have been sitting in a chair or something, resting their folded arms and head on James's mattress. James felt acquired and uncoordinated as he slowly brought himself into a sitting position. He felt weighed down in every part of his body, and to James's dismay, he discovered the light had been put dimmed and it was much too dark now. He couldn't see properly without his glasses, especially with the bad lighting, but James couldn't remember taking them off, but they would surely be on the nightstand. James reached out clumsily to the table next to his bed, searching all. There they were. He quickly picked them up and brought him up to his face, securely pushing them onto the bridge of his nose. Ready to see who this was, demand why he was there. James looked down at the sleeping form, his eyes now properly focused. And he nearly fainted when he saw. Oh my! At first James thought he was hallucinating. The person sleeping, his head resting on his folded arms, was H himself. Exactly the same James was seeing himself, laying there with his face half turned, sleeping soundly. His mind screamed that it couldn't be possible, but James was looking at it now. Though he seemed younger just a little, and but wait. Could it? Serious, can you tell me something? Honestly. Of course, James. What is it? James sighed, a sad smile crossing his lips. How has Harry grown? What does he look like? Sirius grinned at the eagerness in James's voice, scratching the bridge of his nose in a thoughtful manner. Well, he looks. Sirius was looking James over now, so much like you now, James. A mirror image. Harry. Was this his son? Harry shifted slightly to where James's had been laying a moment ago. He was mumbling something in his sleep, his brows furrowed in a troubled manner, as though he were having some sort of nightmare. Please let this be real, not a dream, please. James could see tears in the boy's eyes. He didn't want Harry to cry, never. He wanted to see that face smile for the first time. But James also wondered if Harry would simply disappear, fade away if he tried to touch him. With a moment's hesitation, James reached out and gently brushed the salty tracks away. And as he touched the boy's skin, Harry didn't fade away. His skin and tears were warm and real. He was real. Merlin, this is my son. My son. James didn't notice Harry stir when he touched him. Feeling almost frightened, James snapped his hand back. His son was waking. It was like he'd forced himself to try a really complicated Quidditch maneuver, taking a very low dive to the ground. But suddenly he found that he'd taken it a little too quickly. His broom goes out of control and will certainly crash, and now wished he could just go back and take it slower. James regretted it. He wasn't prepared for this. Harry's eyes opened slowly, looking a bit dazed, his glasses set crookedly on his nose. His arms unfolded and a hand searched around for something. James. Along the mattress, but found nothing. A look of panic crossed the boy's face, his brows furrowing, and his eyes snapped all the way open. Harry sat up a bit, his hand still searching wildly, then he looked up and... green eyes. Lily's eyes. Harry always had his mother's eyes. Harry. It startled James thoroughly when Harry made an odd noise that seemed to come from the back of his throat and then suddenly flung himself from the bed, away from James, knocking over his chair in the process. Harry gasped, looking around quickly as if there might be people around, watching. There were none. James had been hurt when Harry jumped away like that, but it didn't look like the boy had intended to, and now Harry seemed horribly embarrassed, but he didn't make any move to pick up the fallen chair. Instead he stood there as stiff as a board. But James had hardly noticed, fascinated by. Well, he'd never expected. Harry he'd grown his son, his little baby boy no longer. A day ago James could have held Harry in his arms, and now he was a young man that looked to be as tall as him. An odd and powerful feeling of pride was swelling in his chest, and James would have grinned like an idiot if he could just remember how to control his face muscles. James realized he had been staring at his son this whole time, and Harry didn't seem too comfortable with that, shifting nervously under his gaze, an uncomfortable silence settling down on them. It was such an odd moment, and James didn't know what to do. But then Harry seemed to make the effort to speak, his face having darkened to crimson by now. I'm sorry, he spoke incredibly fast. James could hardly make out what Harry was saying, and he didn't care. Harry's first words, his first words. The thought made him want to laugh. It is rather funny when you think of it. He was happy enough to laugh. Harry didn't see this thought. He had his eyes downcast to the floor. Was he that nervous? Why was James feeling so nervous? Oh my God, he's here. I mean I didn't mean to bother you. I swear. I mean I just wanted to see you. You were asleep. I can go. I'm so sorry. Harry. The boy stiffened. Harry stopped moving, his hands balling up into tight fists at his sides. His eyes still cast to the floor. James wasn't sure of what to make of this reaction, but he spoke again anyway, hopefully. You're Harry, aren't you? Why, you're my son. He had to be, he must be, but he needed a confirmation for the boy himself. Harry didn't move for a moment, then nodded slightly, his lips now pressed together in a thin line. He really is. It was then when James saw that Harry was becoming frantic. He appeared to be eyeing the door and shuffling his feet. This indicated that the boy was debating whether to stay or run. He wanted to leave. No, he couldn't leave, not now. And he was moving now, half turned. No, don't go. Harry stiffened and drew in a sharp breath, but he had stopped. Please, Harry, you're my son. I'm your father. Oh, what else was he supposed to say? Say something else. I've been asking about you. Oh Merlin, this was happening so fast. What was he to do? What to do? Now he was going to become frantic. I'm sorry. James gasped in shock when he realized Harry was crying. Harry looked down a little more, attempting to hide his tears behind his dark bangs. He'd taken James's gasp the wrong way somehow, appearing thoroughly humiliated, his face now pale instead of crimson. I'm so sorry, he whispered brokenly. I promised I wouldn't cry. I'm so sorry, Dad, I'm sorry. He took a step back, a hand reaching behind him as though he were looking for some sort of support, like the chair which now lay on its side. Finding nothing, he instead sank to his knees, bending over until his head barely touched the cold stone floor. I'm sorry, he repeated this over and over, unable to stop himself. James watched in horror. No, he didn't want his son to suffer. James had to do something, to help. But James didn't know how to comfort a 15-year-old. Learning to comfort a small child had been difficult enough for him. James would hold Harry in his arms, rock him gently to sleep, whisper quietly to him, then he would calm down and fall asleep. And if that was the only thing James knew how to do, then... James threw his covers aside and fell to his knees next to Harry, wrapping his arms firmly around his son's shoulders and held him tightly, resting his chin upon the boy's head. No really knowing what he was doing anymore, James started humming the tune Lily had always used to calm Harry down before bed. And, shocking, it actually seemed to work. James could feel Harry's shoulders trembling, but he was no longer crying. He had grown silent as James continued to hum, only knowing that he was making Harry feel better. His son was alive, his son was here. And Lily would hate to know that her son was sad. What are you doing? James stopped humming, feeling more than slightly embarrassed. Harry was now looking at him in awe, his eyes wide. Well, at least he didn't look disgusted. I'm your father, James replied uncertainly, not knowing if that was the right thing to use for an explanation. Sirius had said that Harry was scared. This is what I'm supposed to do, right? Is it? I don't know what to do. Oh, Lily, I don't think I can do this without you. Harry looked as uncertain as James felt, his eyebrows knitting in thought. I really don't know. Neither do I. He bit his lip, ready to move away as he loosened his grip. I shouldn't. Wait. James stopped moving, waiting eagerly for Harry to continue, praying that he wanted him to stay. I mean, I really need this just once and then I promise I won't cry ever again, okay? He smiled, a tired sad smile. By God, what had this boy been through? I'm being stupid, aren't I? You're only being human. Harry smiled. He really smiled, and James couldn't help but smiled back. I swear, I'll never leave you again. Harry didn't know how to take that. He wanted to express how good it made him feel, but there were other things to take care of first. Like the horrible burning feeling in his eyes, and the lump in his throat. And after all, his dad said it was okay. As long as it was okay with him. So Harry buried his face in James's shoulder, letting out all his sadness, his fears, his doubts. Knowing that his dad was here with his, and impossible fantasy made real. The horrible realization that his mother was still gone, knowing that he could never know what it was like to have her hold him, like Mrs. Weasley had the year before. Knowing that he would no longer have to live with the Dursleys, the people who hated him, who showed Harry nothing but contempt and loathing his whole life. He could stay with his father, he could have a family, like he'd always wished, and hoped, and dreamed, and prayed for. And he was so scared that this might be a dream, a wonderful, blissful, happy dream, and he would suddenly wake up, and his heart would break knowing that it could never be. But for once, that wasn't going to happen, because he was already awake. "I can't believe you're real," Harry sobbed, feeling his father's embrace tightening until it was almost crushing him, as if James were afraid to let go. But he didn't mind it at all. "I was so afraid you would die, and I'd never have a chance to," he trailed up, his throat tightening so painfully that he could get the words out. James hushed him gently, and it was amazing how calming that sound could be. "SSSSH, it's okay, Harry," his father keyed at the top of his head, rubbing his back gently. From there on, they said nothing. It was easier that way. Talking could wait, though Harry looked forward to it. Harry had never expected this. He never expected he could ever feel so loved. "You don't know how long I've wanted this," Harry thought, the joy within his spilling out as well as the sadness, urging him to clutch into his father tighter. He's smiling. "I'm home finally." Father and son held each other long into the night and on into the morning, until Harry had finally cried himself to sleep. And James never left him, he refused to. Dumbledore sat back in his armchair, folding his long fingers delicately as he stared forward into the fire, the bobbing head of the Minister of Magic staring right back and not looking half as patent. They had been talking for about an hour now, though nothing of great variety. Information would be repeated, uncertainties voiced over and over again. James Potter, Death Eaters, Dementors, Voldemort. And now Fudge was becoming very frustrated over Dumbledore's latest request. The werewolf. Here it comes, how predictable. What is he doing at Hogwarts? Dumbledore didn't like Fudge's suspicious and even insulting tone, but he couldn't let himself become angry. No, that would only make Fudge even more unwilling to agree to anything. He came because we were in need of immediate assistance for our little Scroot problem in the dungeons. You do remember that, don't you, Cornelius? Well, of course I do. The night of the full moon has passed, and it will be a while until that time comes once again. There is no need to fear. And Professor Snape can still conjure Wolfsbane potion, if need be, though I highly doubt it. Professor Dory, our defense against the dark arts teacher quite yesterday. Once again, a Dada doesn't last more than a year, not even a few months in this case. It was a dreadful situation for him yesterday, and his heart just couldn't take the strain. You understand. Fudge cleared his throat, looking somewhere to the side. I'm sorry to hear that. Of course Fudge had been the one to recommend Robbie Dory in the first place. He doesn't sound very sorry at all. More embarrassed than anything, certainly. And now with potions unavailable, it will be very difficult for classes to continue on schedule. I'm sure Mr. Weasley can also be of some assistance with that as well. If of course you would give him permission to do so. Fudge growled, looking beaten and considerably peevish. As much as the man couldn't make any decisions for himself in the first place, Fudge didn't like being pushed around. He may stay, but only temporarily. And you will find a replacement immediately. I don't want to be responsible for any angry parents, Dumbledore. They don't like their children being taught by such creatures. Werewolves, honestly. And here I thought you fought for werewolves' rights, Cornelius. Then may I also offer Mr. Potter sanctuary and freedom at Hogwarts once, and if he is proven to be who he says he is. It was like playing a game of gambling, with Fudge's reputation on the line. Well, I would assume, of course. Thank you, and I should be going now. Lunch will be starting in about an hour or so, and I will need to announce Lupin's stay to the students and faculty. Severus won't like this at all. I must make sure they all attend." He gave a pleasant, yet secretly false smile. He was a man of many false smiles. "It was a pleasure talking to you, Cornelius. You are a very patient man." Fudge's head bobbed as though he were nodding, and quickly said, "My people will be at Hogwarts around noon tomorrow." Before Dumbledore could even respond, Fudge's old and very annoyed-looking face disappeared. Dumbledore looked after him, shaking his head and sighing, patient indeed. And now he had lunch to attend to, but first. Such a lovely dream. His dad was there, smiling. Oh, he looked so happy, and Harry felt glad for that. Potter. He looked so cheerful and alive, like nothing had ever gone wrong, and he'd always been there. "Mr. Potter, do wake up immediately." The voice was hushed, though it sounded very angry. How disappointing. Harry groaned, rolling over and away from the hand that relentlessly shook his shoulder, burying his face in his pillows. "Not yet, Ron," he yawned, forgetting that fact that Ron never called him Mr. Potter. "Good dream, just a little." Enervate. Harry's eyes shot open, the sleep instantly ripped from him, and he sat up only to come face to face with the blurred image of none other than Madame Pomfrey. And, oh my, even without his glasses Harry could tell she looked deadly cross. He was still in the infirmary. What time was it? What's going on? The next thing he knew, his glasses were placed clumsily onto his face, and Harry had to quickly take hold of them himself to prevent the things from poking his face or falling. Madame Pomfrey, SSSH. This quickly silenced him with her index finger to her lips, then whispered, "Don't wake him, child." Harry blinked, then looked to where Pomfrey's eyes lay, and Dad, his father was laying right there next to him. It hadn't all been a dream. Yes, 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 yes. And unlike Harry, who was covered by blankets, James lay on top of them. He must have put Harry in the bed after he'd fallen asleep, and without covers the man appeared to shiver from cold. Oh no, the things I said. I'm such an idiot. And he's freezing. I did. This were so complicated, yet he also felt a little giddy for some reason. "Here now," Pomfrey whispered through her teeth, "out of that bed. Gently now, don't wake him. Honestly, he needs a proper, good rest. You shouldn't be here. You left your dormitory after hours, didn't you?" Harry practically stumbled from the bed, all the while stared at his father, dumbstruck. But I swear," he whispered desperately, not wishing to wake his father as Pomfrey said, "I didn't mean anything. I would never do anything to him. I just needed to see him, Madame Pomfrey," and he trailed off, images of the night before playing anew in his mind. Harry had really embarrassed himself. "Oh God. Young Mr. Potter, I can't help that." Pomfrey had folded over the blankets Harry had been using so they covered and wrapped around James like a soft taco shell, and now that the boy was on his feet, she walked back around the bed and gently began ushering Harry toward the door. "Now, it's nearly lunchtime, and—" "Wait," Harry insisted, slipping under her extended arms and getting out of reach. "Why, you can't make me go, not now. Please, he's my dad. You don't understand. I just had to see him, Madame Pomfrey, please. See, calm down, child. You'll wake him." "How can I? He's my dad, my dad." It was so simple. How could she not know? Pomfrey frowned, but stopped in her efforts to apprehend the young man. Instead she stood and looked to be thinking hard about something, her eyes reaching. She turned and looked at James, who was now sleeping soundly under his covers, crossing her arms as she did. Then she finally nodded to herself, turning to Harry, her eyes flashing slightly and a smile almost forming on her lips. It was the look most kids get when they're about to break a rule, like skipping out of class or staying out after hours. Hopefully this was a good thing. "Come back later before the supper hour. You can visit him then, all right." Harry's face lit up and a grin undoubtedly threatened to split his face in two. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey," he said excitedly, trying to be as quiet as possible and resisting the urge to hug the nurse. "Thank you so much, I'll never forget this. Now go on, Mr. Potter," she insisted, trying to fight off her own urge to grin, only in an attempt to regain her air authority. But in the end she couldn't help it, a almost satisfied smirk crossing her as she stood proudly, her breathing becoming a bit quicker as if she were excited and full of adrenaline. Her eyes were sparkling with life. "Now, off with you, before I change my mind. Go on." Oh, Harry didn't need to be told twice. He turned immediately toward the door, until Pomfrey called out quietly, "Oh, Mr. Potter. I think you left this." She held out a folded piece of silvery fabric. "I found it on the floor. What in the world is—" "Thanks, Madam Pomfrey, it's nothing, just a hand-me-down by." He rambled off at the speed of a golden snitch, grabbed the cloak from Pomfrey's outstretched arms, and ran right out the door without looking bad. Pomfrey just stood there, looking very, very confused. Neither noticed something watching them. It watched the nurse with minimal interest. It watched the boy very closely, though it watched the boy talk, watched him move. It watched Harry leave, watched him smile. Why do people smile? Very interesting, yes. Chuckle. Laughter. Snape blinked. What was that? A sound. What could that have been? HMPF. No matter now. It was gone. Must have been his imagination, of course. Besides, his chest was still making his suffering long and hard to coo with. Especially with. Damn. He'd been quiet. He'd been patient. He'd even been respectful to the unspoken wishes of someone he was less than fond of, particular to up until now the bane of his very existence. Frankly, Snape hated that man, but that was plainly obvious by now. Though, better it be James Potter than Sirius Black. Snape had been nice enough to actually remain silent as young Mr. Potter decided to give his long-lost daddy a late-night visit. The two had woken Snape up with all their sobbing and yelling and humming. Disgusting. All of it. They were lucky he did. Wretch. Snape refused to admit it to himself that he had actually done the right thing, though he would have loved to break up that little family, get together, that the only reason he didn't was because he may have felt just a little pity for the two of them. No, of course not. The very thought was preposterous. At least the boy was going before Snape woke up. And now he was alone, Potter still sleeping restfully, it would seem. Madame Pomfrey, the maddening woman, had finally gone to do something useful and went off to fetch some food for him. Snape hadn't eaten since yesterday, and his tired and injured body desperately required some sure of sustenance. He had already visited the wash closet by himself. As painful as it was, he would be daft if he needed Madame Pomfrey help with that. He certainly wasn't that disabled. And then out of the blue, just as he lay quietly, stashed away in a far corner of the infirmary, was that sound again. Chuckling. Someone was laughing. Potter. James was the only one left in the room. They were alone. Pomfrey had just left. No one else was expected to come. The room so cold, but wasn't it warm a second ago? Unconsciously Snape closed his open nightshirt and wrapped his arms around himself, over the gash in his chest. His teeth wanted to chatter, but he kept his jaw set. The noise, where was that noise? It was coming from Potter's bed. He couldn't see Potter's bed, not from here, not with the many screens that surrounded Snape's bed. He wanted to reach out and fling them aside, but to move would mean submitting even more with this feeling of ice, but he had to block out that noise, somehow. No, covering his ears wasn't doing any good, and his eyes squeezed shut, hoping to block out at least a little of the pain. That noise, something about that noise was wrong. So very wrong. Horrible, it was horrible. Something in that sound, something that induced his heart to pound harshly, his wound to throb anew with fiery pain like it had been ripped open and exposed to hot flame. Stop it, stop it, stop it. It was so deadly cold. A hand on his shoulder shocked him out of his thoughts, making him jump and then groan as the movement caused great pain from his wound. But it wasn't the same pain as a second ago. Snape felt deeply relieved to meet a pair of familiar blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. Those eyes showed a fair amount of concern. My goodness, Severus, are you feeling well? You were deadly pale just a moment ago. Snape opened his mouth to respond, but stopped himself. He took in the fact that besides a slight sour feeling, his wound was no longer throbbing mercilessly. Not only that, but his heart was no longer pounding, and he could no longer hear chuckling from somewhere in the room from James Potter. Then he realized that he hadn't spoken in all this time, and Dumbledore was still waiting patiently for him to respond. My apologies, Albus, I think my mind must be playing tricks on me. He took a deep breath, laying his left hand gently over his bandaged wound and the other hand to his forehead. I think I'm not reacting well to that sleeping potion. But no, that couldn't possibly be it. Sleeping potions doing cause such after effects, so in that case, did you hear laughter just now? Any at all? Is Potter awake? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, a gesture that said he was curious. I heard nothing, my boy, besides the air and Madame Pomfrey's mumbling. Mr. Black has yet to show himself, so he may be treated. And Mr. Potter is still fast asleep. He stepped aside while pushing open one of the screens, allowing Snape a good view of the rest of the infirmary. He managed to get a good glimpse of James Potter's sleeping form before Dumbledore slid the screen back into place. Are you sure you're all right? Fine, he said, forcing his voice to come out clear and calm. How are you faring? Dumbledore asked then, gesturing toward Snape's slightly bloodied bandages. Is it feeling better? Snape managed not to grimace when he touched the bandages, nodding. He was actually feeling better, but with what happened a moment ago, it still stings, but I can walk. I am sure I will be healed enough before the week is up, though I think Madame Pomfrey may think otherwise. He sneered a bit when he said this. How are my dungeons? This question, an obvious change of subject, didn't appear to bother Dumbledore at all. Still a bit rough around the edge, so to speak, but it's nothing a bit of sweeping and few cleaning solutions won't fix. Funny, very funny, Severus seethed, unable to help himself. There are many irreplaceable things in the laboratories, some of which were his person possessions. And he had yet to look upon the damage with his own eyes. It is no laughing matter. No, it's not. Snape wasn't sure what it was in Dumbledore's tone that made it impossible to respond, but the older man continued anyway. Severus the First, want you to tell me something, honestly. What would you say we should worry about most? Snape wasn't entirely sure what Dumbledore meant, but it surely had nothing to do with the dungeons. How do you mean? Dumbledore said simply, who do you think the enemy is, at the very moment? He had to think about it for a moment, but then the answer became painfully obvious, pain being the key word. No, the enemy wasn't Voldemort, not this time, it couldn't be. He'd never expected any of this to happen, after all. He hadn't ever even told any of his Death Eaters what really happened to James Potter that night, but Snape did have an idea of who their enemy was now. I think he grimaced, brought back something dangerous to Hogwarts. Something that shouldn't be here. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. And you are worried that there will be trouble if we don't find out what it is. Do you think it has something to do with Mr. Potter? Snape couldn't help but feel unnerved, either because of Dumbledore's ability to know exactly what he's thinking, which by now he was fairly used to, really, the fact that this subject didn't seem to bother or worry the man at all, or the mention of James Potter. I'm not certain, but I don't think Potter is all that he seems to be. I have always valued the fact that I follow my instinct, and it tells me now not to trust that man. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment now and then said, I can see that this has nothing to do with your difference with Mr. Potter. Voldemort never told any of his followers what he going to do, did he? Never, Snape nodded, and he went alone to Godric's Hollow that night. His eyes flitted to the curtain, in the direction of James's bed. He still had a doubt, is the bloody man still asleep? Or is he just faking, making me look like a fool? The man is asleep. He emphasized the word, man, for some reason, and Snape didn't want to know what that implied. Dumbledore smiled, tapping the side of his nose and whispering lowly, but he still might be listening, you know. There's always someone listening in Hogwarts. Even the walls have ears. Snape couldn't very well comment on that one, could he? What are you saying, Albus? Dumbledore didn't say anything, but he did stare at Snape for a while. Finally, a small smile appeared on his face and he reached up a hand to rub his beard. What was he thinking? You do realize. Dumbledore let the sentence hang, but nevertheless, there was an undoubtedly mischievous glint in his eyes. This could only make Snape suspicious rather than anxious. What was he talking about now? Realize. What? No answer. Well, do go on and tell me, already. What should I realize? That you can no longer call Harry and James, Mr. Potter, while they are both in the same room. You must call them by another title. Snape paled until he almost appeared green, horrified by this idea. You can't honestly expect me to. Well, I can think of a few good names to call Mr. Potter over there. Maybe Snape expected Dumbledore to change the subject at some point, but not like this. Really, do try to be kinder to the poor man, Severus. That's asking for another impossible favor, Albus. You promised, never again. Dumbledore just shook his head and stood, smiling. But at least, do try. And then he turned and was gone. The dark man was funny. He'd heard it laughing. Then the old man came, and they began talking about it. But it heard every word, it was always listening. It really didn't like this old man was nosy. Smart. Something had to be done. Something would happen soon. A little later that day, Hermione was certainly shocked by all the recent events. Looking over at Harry and Ron now, she could hardly believe all that had happened in the past hour. Ron had come to her in the library that morning, panicked that Harry wasn't in his bed when he awoke in the boys' dormitory. Of course, she couldn't blame Ron for being worried. Harry was his best friend, but it was hardly anything to get exasperated or panicked over. Don't worry, Hermione assured the distraught Weasley, forcing a smile. She was actually worried about Harry as well. She cared for Harry a lot, too, but someone had to keep a cool head in such a situation. He's probably just gone to see his father, after all. He said he wanted to, and he can't wait around for us. Anyway, Harry did show up later. He came running into the library, where Ron was listening in sheer boredom as Hermione rambled off the 5 common uses of maple bark in potion making and the Latin alphabet for her charms project. And did he have a tale to tell? But, of course, it wasn't something you can talk about in a quiet voice, not even if you tried. Madame Prince had become infuriated by the noisy disruption of the normally peaceful and studious atmosphere, demanding that they quiet down, so they moved their conversation to a standing position amongst the bookshelves in the far back of the library, where no one could hear. You're bloody well kidding me, Ron gasped. Kidding me? Never, Harry said excitedly, shaking his head wildly, an ecstatic grin plastered over his face. It's all true. Really? Hermione asked, leaning toward him, her eyes wide. Truly, Harry. Really, truly, she gasped lightly, placing a hand to her cheek with her mouth hanging open in awe. My word, this is amazing. I can hardly believe it. I'm so happy for you. She had given him a quick hug, then. Well, I knew you were running off to do something daring, Ron laughed, slapping Harry playfully on the back, nearly causing his friend to stumble forward. As always, you got me all worried when you weren't there this morning. Leave a note next time. Ron laughed again. But you did it, Harry, you silly sod. You really did it. They all laughed to this. Immediately after these events, they had gone down to the kitchens to receive a late lunch. Dobby had been more than willing to give them anything they wanted, and both Harry and Ron ate almost everything in sight. Hermione herself ate very lightly, all the while with her nose stuck in her book. Finally they had left and were heading back to the Gryffindor common room to chat a little more. It was far too chilly outside to talk at the moment, and it was likely to rain, again. Their footsteps echoed faintly in the empty hallways. Good gracious, she muttered, shaking her head as they walked along. I sincerely thought you two would choke at death. I can't see how any person can eat that fast. I forgot how hungry I was, Harry said wearily, patting his stomach tenderly. I hardly ate anything since yesterday. Neither, Ron piped in. I was starving. Hermione rolled her eyes, but smiled at the fact that Harry was feeling better, and Ron was being Ron. I suppose that is good reason enough to stuff your faces like wild savages. You're B***udal sometimes, my own, you know that. Harry laughed, shaking his head. I think I've almost reached my limit. I couldn't eat another bite, or I might really explode. Hermione sighed loudly, looking back to her book as she walked. Of course it shouldn't be my worry if your stomachs explore, but I suggest you walk it off quickly. You do have somewhere to be in an hour. No, I can hardly keep my mind off that. Ron gave Harry a worried look, patting the boy on the shoulder. How can you forget something like that, for heaven's sake? This is probably going to be the biggest thing to ever happen to you. Ever. Well, I don't know. It's like the hardest part is over, you know. I've met my dad and everything, but, Harry sighed, slouching forward a little as he walked. But I guess I was trying to get my mind off it for a few minutes, so I won't be too nervous for later. Hermione nodded her understanding, her eyes peering over the top edge of her book thoughtfully. This is a big step, isn't it? It's not like he's going on a second date, Hermione, Ron commented dryly, which earned him a light smack on the shoulder. Hey. Do you think you're ready? She prompted. Harry looked up a little to meet her eyes. I don't know. I don't really want to go alone. Why don't we go with you? Ron offered seriously. I mean, your dad would want to meet your friends, wouldn't he? I mean, I know I'd like to meet him and everything. Harry straightened while coming to a halt, grinning. Hey, that's brilliant. It would be great if you two could come along with me. Harry turned to her, grinning brilliantly. What do you say, Hermione? Will you come? Hermione looked up from her book now, frowning a little. Of course, meeting Harry's father would be a wonderful opportunity, but it was after all a personal matter. A family thing. A terrible thing it would be for someone to intrude, but if it was Harry's wish, I suppose we could go with you. Just then they had rounded the corner to the Fat Lady portal hole. To their surprise, they found a huge group of Gryffindors just entering the common room. Lunch time was over, obviously. That meant the common room was off limits if they wanted to have any private conversations. You had to be careful in a place like Hogwarts, there was an ear listening around every corner. Or a certain bad-mannered poltergeist. Hermione was about to recommend that they head down to the library again, to get their minds off of everything by doing some extra research on their charms projects, when suddenly Neville came dashing toward them from the crowd. Neville stopped a bare 2 inches from colliding with Ron, sending the startled redhead reeling backwards. Harry hurriedly grabbed Ron by the collar to keep him from falling, and once he had steadied himself he cried, Neville. What are you carrying on about? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Professor Lupin, he's back. Well, of course we know that, Hermione sighed, shaking her head. Honestly, Neville, and his forgetfulness. We saw him just yesterday, remember? We all did. No, Neville insisted, shaking his head wildly. You don't understand. He isn't just back, he's gonna be teaching again. Shocked silence. Now, that was unexpected. Percy. He tapped in the bedroom door as he came to it, waiting for an answer. Percy, are you there? No answer. Well, it was a father's privilege to know exactly what was going on with his children, so. Cautiously, he turned the doorknob and slung the door open without moving into the room. Of course, he would have to be cautious after all the different traps he'd tripped while attempting to enter Fred and George's room, a regular death trap, that was. But Percy's door swung open smoothly and silently, without even squeaking at the hedges. Percy probably had the mind to oil them. The room was half lit by a partially opened curtain at the window, and all other lamps had been blown out. Mr. Weasley could see that Percy's desk was a mess, with letters flung about everywhere and ink spilt, a quill standing crookedly next to its inkwell. But amongst the chaos was set a stack of neat and tidy letters, all ready to be sent. Hermes, Percy's owl, perched on the desk edge, was fast asleep with his head tucked under his wing, his feathery chest rising and falling gently. Then there was Percy, laying on his side, facing the wall on his bed. Percy must have kicked off his blanket while he slept, because half of it lay in a heap on the floor, and the other half looked ready to join it. He used his hands to cradle his own head as he slept, and Mr. Weasley could see that his figures had black ink splotches all over them. Deciding not to invade Percy's privacy any more than he already had, Mr. Weasley resisted the urge to see who the letters were addressed to, though Molly does have this sneaking suspicion that Percy was seeing a girl. Honestly, Molly, you can be so silly sometimes. Instead he gathered up Percy's blanket, getting an odd feeling of nostalgia as he did so. He used to tuck Percy in every night when he was little until he turned 10, and then he was already on his own. Mr. Weasley chuckled, shaking his head. No, Percy would never change. Hopefully. He only wished that he could give his sons more than they had, but of course they could never afford it. Father. Mr. Weasley froze, surprised. Sorry son, did I wake you? It's okay. I just wanted to tell you that your mother and I have just gotten a letter from Bill. Percy rolled over a bit more so that he looked his father in the eye. Percy looked exhausted still. Then Percy rolled back to face the wall again, letting out a deep, breathy sigh. Is he well? Of course. He knows what happened, and is going to, hopefully, be here by tomorrow. They've discovered a new tomb, and with luck he'll have the curse broken soon. Any mummies this time? Only one, but it wasn't that unfriendly, it seems. I'm sure he was terribly disappointed, missing out on another battle scar. Is Charlie feeling better? Mr. Weasley sighed, scratching the back of his head. Well, your mother is having some trouble with him, actually. Charlie's been apparating to the kitchen to get things, snacks and drinks that your mother would consider highly unhealthy. Chuckle. It just gets your mother hideously frustrated, and she's thinking of actually grounding him. Percy actually laughed when he heard all this. Charlie will never listen to reason. Never has, never will, that sort of thing. What other sort of person would work with dragons? Such dirty, dangerous things. Mr. Weasley nodded to this, though it was unlikely that Percy even noticed, unsure of how to respond. He wasn't going to very well agree with Percy. After all, that would be insulting Charlie. On the other hand, he could still clearly remember the day Charlie had informed them all of his career choice. Mr. Weasley had been less than pleased at the time, so, thinking this, Mr. Weasley decided to say nothing. Silence. Should I, go now? You know I hate it when people come in my room, Percy stated plainly. Please, don't ever do it again. Mr. Weasley laughed, smiling affectionately. I won't, son. He quickly made sure Percy's blanket was in proper order before he turned to go. Mr. Weasley didn't know how Percy would react to such treatment at his age, but at the moment it didn't matter. When he was finished he quickly headed to the open door. I won't do it again, sorry. Thanks, Father. No problem, Percy. No, I mean the blanket. It was getting a bit chilly, but I didn't want to get up just yet. Oh. He smiled warmly now. Of course, sleep well, Percy. Mr. Weasley quietly closed the door to Percy's bedroom, and as he turned to walk down the hallway, he could feel a little spring in his step. This was the joy of being a parent. Now to check on Charlie. Do you think he'll be there? Harry asked. I would think so, Hermione said. Professor Lupin would be staying in the same room as he did before, wouldn't he? The same one Professor Dory used this year. He should be here. Ron snickered. Yeah, especially with that chicken Dory gone. I swear, he would faint at the sight of a pixie. He's worse than Quirrell ever was, I'm tellin' ya. That's not very polite. Well, he's not here anymore, is he? What's to worry about? Lupin, Harry called, knocking against the door which had been the entrance to Professor Lupin's quarters last year, and had been also Professor Robbie Dory's as of this year. Lupin, it's me, Harry. Frustrated, Harry tried the door handle. Locked. Does that mean he's not here? Hermione shrugged. It could mean that. Then she called out, well, Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin, Ron yelled, banging on the door. Hey, open up. Silence, and there was no light coming from under the door. I guess he's not here. But the three didn't know that there was someone in the room. It took a moment of waiting before the knocking had ceased. Hopefully the three had finally chosen to give up and leave. He didn't want anyone to know where he was, even those three. Not yet. Sirius needed to be alone to contemplate his own thoughts, memories. His mind going back to earlier that morning. Flashback. It made him sick what had happened to James. He saw it all, experienced as all through the pensive. Sirius had anticipated the pensive to be a great many things, but not so. Graphic. The metal, time turner, or whatever it really was, that Lupin had found around James's neck earlier lay on a small tray before them. It showed no metallic sheen, as it was apparently marred, scratched and covered in dirt, the metal somewhat dented and bent out of shape. The glass of the hourglass was shattered, and whatever sand or contents the device had originally held was long gone, leaving it empty and hollow, as if all traces of magic had been beeped out of it. Only the oversized chain seemed to be in good shape, pulled together on the tray. A time turner was usually an object that was elegant in appearance and which held great power. An item truly worthy of the title, charm. But this thing was no charm. It was a cruise. There is no reason to dispose of it. Lupin reasoned against Sirius' earlier vote to destroy the object, leaning forward in his chair to observe the object closer. I've handled it myself, and it clearly no longer serves as a threat to any of us, I'm sure. The Ministry will clearly see that this is real evidence, Dumbledore agreed, staring at the object thoughtfully. I will mention this to Cornelius when I speak to him. He clearly saw the doubt in Sirius' eye, and added, they will know if it has been tampered with, Sirius. This as well as the pensive. Have no fear. Sirius couldn't help but sneer. Of course I have right to be cautious, Dumbledore, he said scornfully. I've seen how the Ministry works, how Fudge's mind works. Of course he'd seen. Sirius had been thrown into Azkaban for life without trial. You've seen it yourself, you can't deny that. I choose not to take any chances when James's life is on the line. Honestly, Lupin said, I agree completely. We can't risk anything happening to James. Not again. Dumbledore nodded in agreement to both comments. Of course the Minister's motives are otherwise, he won't allow something as important as this slip away. The Ministry must be involved, or we risk everything we've worked for since last year. And if the Minister does choose investigate, we risk all that Hagrid and Arthur Weasley have done. He shook his head, running a hand down his beard, flicking out a small piece of fuzzy he found. And the Minister could cover this up even if he wanted to. There are too many involved, too many witnesses, Muggle and Wizard alike. But we can't go around and continue making life decisions for him like this, especially when it comes to the Ministry. And what about Harry? As of now, Dumbledore explained carefully, I am not entirely sure that James will be able to. At least for now, I assure you. The man has been through so much in such a short period of time, his torment has gone on for too long now, and his recovery may not be a swift one. And Harry is overwhelmed with this as well, having a father so suddenly. Sirius snorted rather rudely, so you decide to bring the Ministry into this? Yes, Dumbledore stated, though with a hint of doubt, or was that disgust? I did. As I said before, it is not wise to hide such things from the Ministry. As biased and narrow-minded as the Ministry and its head may be, they are not entirely stupid, and they will become suspicious, decide that I am up to something. I cannot allow this situation to become any more conspicuous as it is. His eyes flashed. He already expressly forbade me from interfering with any Ministry affairs, and I did go too far when I allowed the school's enchantments to be manipulated to allow the use of the portkey. If he discovers our involvement here, it will be the end of it all. There was a long, uncomfortable pause before Sirius spoke abruptly. And what about Snape? James will have memories of Snape in the underground. I saw no clear memories of Severus, nor any of you, in the pensive. His mind was very clouded, you remember. It was true. All the memories James had up until the point of leaving Ollivanders in Diagon Alley were fairly clear, disturbingly clear, actually, but from that point on there was whiteness. Nothingness. They had chosen not to extract any of the other memories of James' arrival to Hogwarts and beyond, those events they were well aware of. Clearly, this mystery was becoming more and more complicated as they went along. Lupin was the one to ask, why couldn't we see anything? James wasn't holding any memories back from us, why would it all fade and blur in such a way? It will be assumed that he was somehow incapacitated at the time, Dumbledore said simply. And James may not possess clear memories of the events that took place. As far as they know, he had blindly searched until he came upon Hogwarts. It is nothing to worry about, I think. No, there had to be something to worry about. Sirius knew that James remembered everything, and he also gave his memories freely. So why couldn't they see it in the pensive? There was more to it than that. Dumbledore knew it, he just didn't want to say anything. But it wouldn't do him any good to accuse Dumbledore of anything. It isn't wise for anyone to cross Albus Dumbledore. Not even lightly. There were reasons why Voldemort feared this man. He knew so much. But I thought I should bring up another subject, Dumbledore said after a while, his tone, if anything, becoming even more serious. I know that much has happened between you all, but I must ask that you trust Severus. I understand the tension between you all now with James, but with what you all share now. Sirius couldn't take this, and spat, we share nothing, Albus. Nothing. You must understand that he has put his life in danger, Dumbledore said, almost as sharply. Please, consider all that he has done for James. For you. Sirius didn't say anything at this point, so he continued, I have no doubt in my mind that Voldemort will be suspicious. We can't be sure that Severus properly erased his memories, Lupin added. And we know he wasn't caught. He must have awoken and apparated before the Ministry crossed his path. That is a dilemma, Dumbledore mumbled thoughtfully. Lucius will no doubt look into that, if Voldemort doesn't punish him first. Albus, what if he comes here to look for Severus? A shiver visibly racked through his body like some sort of violent tremor. If Lord Voldemort discovers that he's a traitor, we might not be able to protect him when he trailed off, obviously not willing to think of that possibility. Obviously, Sirius could think about it very easily. They can come for all I care. Lupin looked to him pleadingly, saying, there's no reason to become angry, Sirius. You know as well as I do what's happened. Remus, Sirius growled, I know perfectly well what's happened, or the lack thereof. And none of it will change my mind. I refuse. His made sharp motions with his arms with each phrase, his body feeling tense with anger. You can't change what's in the past, Dumbledore said calmly. Then how do you explain James? His death was averted, why not something like this? It's different and you know it, Remus insisted. Sirius went on as if he hadn't heard Lupin at all. Bonds can be broken, I'm sure. This is magic not to be tampered with, Dumbledore said darkly. It wouldn't be wise of you not to try, Sirius. None of you can change it. You just have to live with it. I don't want to live with it. Lupin almost stood from his chair, showing signs of impatience. Sirius, listen to Dumbledore. Remus, he said again, a little louder and harsher than he intended, and he even startled himself into a momentary silence. Seeing the surprised look on Lupin's face, Sirius continued with a softer, almost apologetic tone, please, Remus, let me handle this. He ignored that look of annoyance that crossed Lupin's face and turned to Dumbledore. Albus, I don't expect you to understand this. And I do hope you will allow yourself to understand this, Mr. Black. The quiet and sheer graveness in the ancient man's tone was what made Sirius' jaw snap shut instantly. Sirius wasn't one to take such things from anyone, his temper would more often than not disallow such an occurrence, but Albus Dumbledore was someone no one should ever cross. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore continued slowly, carefully. In such times of crises, you cannot afford to let your own differences destroy you. And I assure you, they will eventually, my boys. End flashback. Oh God. Sirius covered his face with his hands. Albus, why? Why us? Why James? Why Snape? Sirius sighed into his hands, groaning mournfully, we're all doomed. Snape, why? James sighed contentedly as he slowly drifted back to the land of the awake. He'd been so tired, but he felt better now. Warm and comfortable, and he didn't remember dreaming. All the better. He felt happy. Crash. James was up in an instant, becoming very aware of the sound of dozens of items hitting the floor. Very loudly. In fact, it happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that it nearly gave him a heart attack. Oh, bugger, a voice muttered meekly, sounding very disappointed. Professor Lupin, what on earth are you doing? I told you the cabinet above that one, not below it. There was a babbled reply, very sorry, I'll clean that up right away. A nervous chuckle, shouldn't they pulled that one out first, should I? Sitting up, James peered sleepily over to the side of the room, where a blurry brown-robed shape was huddled over, scrambling to collect some scattered items from the floor. Another figure, presumably Madame Pomfrey, loomed over him and was shooing him out of the way with her hands. James reached for his glasses on the beside table where he had placed them on the night before just as Lupin looked up. The man blushed a little, smiling sheepishly. Good evening, James. Hey, Remus. Lupin had what looked like a brown strap satchel hooked over one shoulder. He grabbed a few of the items from the floor and stuffed them into the bag quickly before hurrying to assist Pomfrey with the cleanup. Sorry about that. I really thought I would be able to do this quietly. Apparently not, Pomfrey stated blandly, shaking her head at him. Now go on, Professor, I can deal with this. Oh, and Mr. Potter. I'd think you'd be terribly hungry by now. Actually, James did feel hungry, very hungry, in fact. Yes, thank you. Why don't I get you something then? She placed the last of the items into their respected shelves, turning to him with a strangled cheerful smile. Anything in particular? When James shook his head, no, he gave an apologetic smile. I'll go see what they have in the kitchens, then. I think you're well enough to eat solid food at least. Oh, that's a comforting thought. Before she left, Madame Pomfrey shot Lupin a look that said, "Don't touch anything while I'm gone," and in a flash she was gone. But James hardly noticed. He was too preoccupied with another fact, one that came to him swiftly. Harry. James swallowed a little, his eyes anxiously searching the room for that familiar smiling face. It just occurred to him that Harry was gone. Or even more to the point, that Harry had been there, with him. Oh Merlin, he'd better not be going mad again. Hallucinations were the last thing he needed. James swallowed again, glancing up to look Lupin in the eye. The older man looked a bit confused, a ghost of a smile appearing on his lips. Why do you look so fretful, James? I thought that Harry had. Oh, that. Lupin let out a loud sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. Maybe Madame Pomfrey just shooed him off earlier this morning, and they didn't want to wake you at all. She told me about it when I came up here and all. What? Harry was here. He'd left. It had bloody hell, he'd acted like a complete dunderhead. James, are you all right? You've just become a bit flushed. Are you not feeling well again? James shook his head a little, clearing it. I don't believe it. No number, he shouldn't be so happy. Lily isn't here to share moment with him. To share any moment ever again. And suddenly it felt as though the whole situation had gone from bright to dismal. Lupin had taken a seat next to him. The same seat James had found Harry in the night before, his blushing head resting on his arms. You looked so cheerful a moment ago, Lupin said, but now you look depressed. What's wrong? James noticed that a few scraps still marred his friend's face, and exhaustion was still apparent in his eyes, though even school Lupin would appear eternally tired. He knew perfectly well that it was because of him. He was probably still ill because of him. I don't feel that I have the right to be happy. All that's happened, and all that I've done. Come on now, James, you need to allow yourself to be happy. James thought about this, and finally allowed himself a grin. Yes, he said, though with a slight lack of zeal, I should allow myself at least that, shouldn't I? Lily would want me to be happy, he sighed, almost contently, flinging an arm over his eyes. More and more feelings of joy filled him before he could even think of controlling himself, to tell himself to calm down. It was as if these emotions were slipping in through invisible defenses he didn't even know were there. He's grown. He's really grown. Lupin smiled as well. Yes, James. And he was magnificent. The words gushed out before he really had the chance to think on them. It was hard to express in words what he felt. I'd never expected my boy. Remus, you have no idea. Yes, he's quite a remarkable young man, but you've got to tell me all about him, he insisted suddenly, interrupting Lupin yet again. James had removed his arm from his eyes, and they sparkled with excitement and anticipation, like a child waiting to be told a story before bedtime. I don't know anything about him, really. What's he like? Does he play Quidditch at all? What are his grades like? James jumped, startled at Lupin's tone, but the man simply took a deep breath and shook his head, chuckling lightly. Really, I would love to stay and tell you all about Harry, but I really must go. I came to visit and run a few errands. I'll be teaching here for the next few days, weeks, even. James could feel his own face falling, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. He really did want to hear about Harry. Oh, wait, teaching, Remus. Madame Pomfrey did call him Professor Lupin a second ago. Lupin flushed a little at the astonished look on James's face and decided to elaborate. Professor Dory, the defense against the dark arts teacher this year, had a dreadful fright yesterday, and though it best to leave, he laughed. Actually, the way Dumbledore described it, he practically made a mad dash for the exit without even glancing back. I'm glad, James commented quietly, that you're doing something like that. Teaching, You were always good with children. Memories of playing with young Harry flashed through him head. Lupin wondered if James was thinking the same since he'd said that, well, I did teach 1 year here at Hogwarts. I taught during Harry's 3rd year, in fact. Defense against the dark arts. He paused, then added. He was quite good, I might add. I think it was his favorite class, and possibly even his favorite subject of all. James sat a little straighter and his eyes lit up ever so slightly as he took in this information. Really? What else? Well, seeing the hopeful expression on James's tired face, Lupin's resolve was easily crumbled to dust and blown away in the wind. I guess I can stay for a few minutes longer and tell you about him. Grinning, James nodded expectantly, waiting for Lupin to begin as his friend took his satchel from his shoulder and placed it on the floor. Clearing his throat, Lupin started speaking about the first things that came to mind when he thought about Harry. Well, Harry's in his 5th year now, but I suppose you already know that by now. He's quite a fine young lad, I can honestly say. Oh, and he does play Quidditch. A seeker, and the finest one the Gryffindor team has had in years. Yes, this is terribly interesting. Harry this, Harry that. Harry. So very many seem to be very interested in this one boy. He made this man so happy before. It would look more deeply into that, then. Narcissa Malfoy had seen her husband like this before. Of course, he could be a vicious man, she had known this when he married him. He had killed other men before. Lucius, who hadn't returned home to the Mason the night before without word, finally returned earlier that morning, looking spent and deadly cross. Narcissa didn't know exactly where he had been, but she had a good idea. Narcissa knew her husband participated in other activities, other than his usual job, and knew to what end the activities were. Death Eater. She had no problem with these other interests, goals, or hobbies of his, as long as Lucius didn't go around and cheat on her or get himself or herself killed. Though, she knew that all the money would be given to her should Lucius die. That is until Draco comes of age 18 years old, and it would all be his. Of course, Draco would never know of this until such a time came. Lucius was screaming at the house elves now, bellowing orders right and left, kicking some of them when they did respond right away as they cowered away in fear. Narcissa just sat, sipping her wine in the sitting room as her husband continued with his raving. Oh, this was growing dreadfully irritating. Lucius hadn't acknowledged her once since he'd returned, and he was paying more than enough attention, as negative and harassing as it was to the house elves. That was unacceptable. His behavior was almost insulting, to say the least, and Narcissa decided then and there that this insanity was going to come to an end. She discarded the wizard magazine she'd been reading, tossing it back into the armchair she had been sitting in for the past few hours since morning, since Lucius returned. Narcissa then proceeded to stalk all the way to her husband's study, heedless to the house elves that scampered out of her way as she moved through the halls. Knowing very well that Lucius did not enjoy being disturbed while the doors to his study were closed, and therefore locked, but not really caring at the moment, she quickly took her hand from her fine robes and shouted, "Alohomora." After hearing a soft click from the lock, she pushed the double doors open so they swung inward and hit against the walls. Narcissa froze before she even made it 5 feet into the room. Lucius sat in his desk armchair, his shoulders slouched and his face hidden away in his hands. For the first time Narcissa had a good look at her husband, and he looked horrible. Truly, his hair was mussed and dirty, unwashed, and as he looked up she could tell that his eyes were dark and haunted. He was usually perfect, like a white silver marble sculpture, unbreakable and unyielding, powerful. But he looked shattered. And Lucius didn't look at all pleased that his wife had entered unannounced. He hastily grabbed a quill, jabbed it into an inkwell, and hastily began writing on a piece of parchment that was already half filled with some sort of scrawl. His face was now hidden from her, shadowed behind the hair that had fallen around his face as he hunched over his desk. "What do you want?" he asked, without looking up or halting in his writing. With a moment's hesitation, she answered, "You were darling, are you feeling ill?" His hands were shaking, she could see it. "Nothing." He didn't look up at his wife, his face still hidden from view. His voice was very calm and quiet, which was very unlike Lucius. His voice was usually at a higher volume, full of demand, and even an air of superiority and pride. He spoke again with that quiet voice. I have a headache, that's all." "Is that all?" Narcissa pried questioningly, though a little quieter this time. She had cautiously walked up to his desk, not standing right in front of it. "Do you want one of the house elves to bring you a potion?" She, for the first time, noticed a red mark that showed just below the cuff of his robe sleeve, and there was also one just on the edge of his hairline, and on his neck there were bruises marring his perfect, pale skin. "You've injured yourself." A statement, not a question, and without too much suspicion as to where they came from, though Lucius had never come back from his other work in such a state before. "Lucius, tell me what happened to you." Silence. She waited, smoothing out the folds of her expensive satin robes as she waited, but no answer came. This only served to make her angry. As a Malfoy, she was accustomed to getting anything she wanted, and right now she wanted an answer. "Lucius, I demand that you tell me what happened, immediately." "What?" She stopped when Lucius' hands rose and then slammed back down on his desk, causing a jar of ink to bounce and fall over, spilling over the polished wooden desk set. Narcissa's heart skipped a beat. "It is none of your concern," Lucius bellowed, causing her to jump, scared. "Being the wife of a Malfoy has made you arrogant and stupid, woman. Thinking you can demand anything from me," he snarled, eyes narrowing as he stood and leaned over his desk toward her. She backed up a few steps, noticing how his hand was twitching toward his wand, which lay to the side of his desk, now half covered in ink. "What hell do you think you're doing, asking me about such things? You know perfectly well," he trailed off, saying nothing more. The silence was deafening, unexpected, and just as startling as the uproar when Lucius first started screaming at her. Finally, after staring at his wife in a very calculated fashion for a minute and she standing as stiffly as possible, as though he would attack if she make any sudden movements, his eyes widened ever so slightly and flashed with something. Lucius' eyes turned back down to stare at his desk, and he did not look up again after he took a seat, whipping his wand with a handkerchief from his pocket and then using it to get rid of the mess of ink. If anything, he had grown so pale his skin almost appeared green. A very ill color and particularly unflattering. She never remembered feeling so anxious about her husband. Yes, she was scared of him. Those who really knew Lucius Malfoy were only smart to fear him, even his family. But up to now, she had never felt so worried. Nothing affected Lucius. Nothing. With his wealth he had nothing to fear, no enemies he could destroy in more ways than one. What had happened? Darling. Nothing. It was very daring that she would even try to talk to him while he was in such a state. After he had already screamed at her in such a way. But worry, yes, worry, pushed her to do so. "Darling, Lucius. I will see you at supper, dear," Lucius said curtly, still not meeting her gaze, his air as calm restored to how it had been when she first entered the room unannounced. He was now writing almost feverishly with his quill. Narcissa desperately wanted to know what he was writing, but knew better than to ask him. Perhaps he was writing to Draco, for she knew that they stayed in contact constantly while their son attended Hogwarts, though the nature of the letters were a mystery to her. She stood there for a few minutes, watching him, her mind working furiously, trying to decide whether to stay or to go immediately with haste. But no one should cross Lucius Malfoy a second time if they managed to get away the first time, not even his own wife. So Narcissa simply nodded, muttering a quick, "Of course, darling," and backed out of the room, her eyes on her husband and his wand the whole time. He'd found Potter, he cornered him, he was attacked, and then there was nothing. No memory at all, no memory of the voice that cast the spell, or even what the spell was. Then waking up in a pile of rubble, injured, alone, and with the ministry just around the corner. Alive. His life had been spared. Lucius Malfoy sneered, his teeth clenching. Such an act of mercy wasted. When he found out who attacked him, who stopped him from making his kill, from serving his lord, they would pay dearly. There would be no second thoughts, no consideration, no mercy. There were no such things. Not for those who wished to survive in this world. Rightfully, there should be no mercy for the weak. The innocent are always the first to die. as it has been in the past, and shall forever be. And his feelings of doubt will forever cling to his heart, but no, they would go away eventually. He had simply stayed in an area full of dementors for too long, that's all, it would go away. It had to. Harry found the letter when he returned to his room sometime after he, Ron and Hermione had visited Lupin's room. They had been terribly disappointed when he wasn't there and had been hoping they could see their old teacher, make sure he was all right. Of course Harry knew Professor Lupin was fine by now, Sirius has told him so. But it was always better when you could see it with your own eyes. Lupin didn't look well at all yesterday. The letter had been delivered by Hedwig, who had been sitting in the windowsill when he got there, an off-white envelope clutched in her talons. Whoever had asked her to send the letter must have instructed he to make sure that it got delivered, no matter what. He took the letter hastily, finding it unmarked with no indication as to who the sender might be, and quickly hunted around for an owl treat for Hedwig. After finally feeding Hedwig, she gave a polite but satisfied hoot, and with a curt nod of her head she was out the window and gliding back toward Tollery. More bad weather was due before the day was done. The letter was very simple and straightforward. Harry, whatever happens now, you must watch yourself. I can't tell you what gives me the feeling, I'm not really sure myself, but I don't believe the danger is over for any of us yet. Remus and Dumbledore knows this too, I know he does. I know you don't like the idea, but please trust me, and also trust that we will take care of it when the time comes. If you see anything odd, or anything out of place, don't hesitate to inform one of us immediately. I know you want to help James, but please, don't get yourself into trouble. I talked to your father yesterday. James asked me to look out for you, too, and I will do just that, make no mistake. He thinks a great deal of you. You should see the way his face lights up with the mere mention of your name. Good luck today, Sirius. When he was finished, Harry wasn't sure if he should feel unnerved, contented or even frustrated. What did he mean? The danger wasn't over, it had to be. What do any of them have to fear now that they were in Hogwarts? Nothing could touch them here. Unless there was something they weren't telling him. Harry decided not to share the letter with Ron or Hermione as of yet, shoving the letter and envelope under his blankets. His friends were still waiting for him in the common room, and he could hear Ron yelling for him. Dinner time was drawing near. It was time to visit his father again. Lupin had chatted with James about Harry for the better part of an hour. He managed to touch down on the more positive points in Harry's life, like his life at school, Quidditch, and of course Harry's friends. Lupin stayed well away from the topic of Voldemort, the Chamber of Secrets, or Sirius Azkaban. No, James didn't know about Sirius as of yet. Lupin wasn't too sure of how James would react to that fact, to where Harry had been forced to live for the past 14 years, that Sirius hadn't been able to look after his godson as a godfather should. No, he shouldn't find out so soon. James might start raving again. He had left the infirmary, only narrowly escaping Madame Pomfrey, who insisted that he drink more pepper-up potion before he left. You still look a little weak, has felt his forehead, and you feel a bit warm. You should be resting, not running errands. Where are you going? She had practically chased after him as Lupin bolted for the door. James actually laughed pleasantly at the scene as he said, he only narrowly escaped the women. Madame Pomfrey was still as sharp as she had been all those many years ago, when he had gone to Hogwarts, and she would take care of him before and after the full moons. Upon returning to the room, Lupin found Sirius poking through the many number of things Professor Dory had left behind. His poor friend didn't look at all pleased with his present attire, clean white pajama pants with a red and white striped robe, open, and even before he noticed Lupin's presence he has shifting uncomfortably beneath his robe, a grimace on his face. Apparently he, the house elves, has run off with his old robes as soon as he'd turned his back on them, just as Lupin had hoped all along. And maybe the robes would come back in better condition than they left, or better yet, they would simply burn them and find him a new set. Also, Sirius had obviously bathed and shaved as Lupin has requested. He couldn't very well walk around a total mess, when he had the opportunity to clean up a bit. Sirius had been badly injured the day before during the fight, though hidden and unseen beneath his robes. His pale skin was plastered with bruises of every color, a rather nasty sight, really. They littered his flesh all along his right torso, lower legs, and even reached up as far as his neck, where Snape has retaliated against Sirius' own physical attack when Sirius tried strangling the life out of him. He had refused to be treated for it, but he couldn't say no to Lupin's persistent yet gentle prodding. Within the hour of his return, Lupin made the best use out of all the things he'd taken from the infirmary. These items he had taken with Madame Pomfrey's consent, of course, and slapped so much healing potion, cream, and gauze on the man that Sirius appeared half mummified from the neck down. "It'll heal completely in a day or two now," Lupin had assured him, smiling. "No need to worry." He then proceeded to make Sirius eat the food he had found in the kitchens while the house elves prepared for dinner, a bread loaf, chicken legs, bacon, and various fruits. But Sirius gobbling it up everything without another word, until pausing halfway through to guiltily offer Lupin some. Lupin had a bit of chicken, but that was all. Even while staying with Lupin, Sirius didn't get to eat too much. Lupin didn't have money to buy much food, and he wasn't accustomed to eating very much in the first place. Unless, of course, it was after the full moon, and he would need to get his strength back. While Sirius finished eating, Lupin found 2 china cups and made tea for both of them. The only sort of drink he remembered to bring was a few tea bags. The fine, delicate cups, which had previously belonged to Professor Dory, were white and decorated with intricate designs. The teapot, which was already full of fresh water, was no less flawless. They made Lupin feel uncomfortable when he held them, like they would break if he held them too tightly, and he silently wished he still had his good old sturdy mugs. At least they didn't shatter completely when he dropped them. Lupin now sat in an armchair facing the fireplace, Sirius sitting in a similar chair only a few feet away. The other man stared, transfixed by the dancing flames on the hearth, while Lupin sat nursing his cup of tea. Lupin no longer felt he had the stomach to drink it. Maybe he shouldn't. They made it so strong. So it just sat in his lap until he finally had the mind to just set the cup on the floor. There was no table nearby to put it on. He wasn't sure if his queasiness was due to sickness or anxiety. Ever since Sirius had sent that letter to Harry, Sirius had become noticeably uneasy, and Lupin couldn't help but notice as Sirius constantly glanced back in his armchair toward the door, as though expecting someone to come knocking at any minutes. The letter, as Lupin understood it, was meant as friendly advice. Advice that only a relative or someone just as close, such as a godfather, could safely give without risk of being scolded for their directness. Harry had always believed in Sirius' advice before, but in matters concerning James Harry might not want to hear it. Or at least this is what Sirius figured. Lupin could tell Sirius felt the same way he did. He felt that he should be doing something to help. They both owned James that much they couldn't just stand back and watch as events unfolded before their eyes. "You think too loudly," Sirius said, very softly, but it was enough to break Lupin's muddled train of thought. Lupin wondered how he did that. Sometimes Sirius hadn't even looked up at him this whole time, and still he knew what Lupin was thinking. Other times Sirius could be totally oblivious to the feels of others, but not at this moment. They spent far too much time together, or maybe Sirius had spent too much time in Azkaban. His head was so foggy. Maybe he should have taken that pepper-up potion after all. "I was thinking about you, actually," Lupin mumbled in response, watching his friend for some sort of reaction. Sirius looked up at him now, puzzled. "Me? You seem preoccupied. Very preoccupied, in fact." On second thought, Lupin bent down and picked up his teacup, taking a sip. "Tell me what's on your mind." "The many things on your mind, I would imagine." "Well, if you insist on playing the physiatrist, Professor Lupin." Lupin chose not to comment on the "Professor" title. "Well, do you think he will be okay?" Lupin looked to Sirius questioningly now, his brows and forehead creasing. "Harry, or James?" "Both. Time can only tell." "Really," Lupin remarked reasonably, but a smile lingered on his lips as he looked Sirius in the eye. "But for now, I think they'll be just fine." Oh, how he prayed that would be true. If only he could believe his own words. Waiting, watching. Oh yes, always watching. Now all there was to do was watch, watch and watch. "Oh look, little boy Potter is here now. Time to go." Sirius was tired of sitting there in silence. It was driving him mad. Remus. Lupin looked up from his tea, bugger bloody tea, that blasted teacup still clutched in his hands. Lupin had been staring absent-mindedly into the fire ever since after they had talked minutes before. Now Sirius' voice interrupted his friend's thoughts for the second time that evening, and Lupin turned to the man sitting in the other armchair. Lupin was smiling sleepily, like he was ready to drop off any second. I've been wondering about something that isn't quite right, I think. No, it didn't feel right, and it had been bugging him ever since this whole ordeal started. What is it? Of course Lupin knew what it was, he just didn't want to say it. About James the First find it odd, this, mood swings, or whatever he's experiencing. If his mind isn't disturbed, I would really like to know how to explain it. I understand with Lily. He saw Lupin's eyes squeeze shut suddenly, then reopen a moment later. Maybe it wasn't a good subject to bring up, he's just not the man I remember him to be. We have to face the possibility that he may not be the man we knew. Sirius swallowed painfully. No, he didn't want to think of it that way. James just needed some time, that's all. Some time, then he would be back to normal, and Harry could have the father he'd always needed but couldn't have. James became so angry, the look in his eyes. Sirius fingered his jaw, where James had punched him the day before. I've honestly never seen him like that before. James had been so irrational and childish. The James he knew never denied the truth, no matter how much it might hurt or belittled him. Why? Absent-mindedly while sipping his tea, Lupin mumbled, waiting until the coast is clear. Sirius looked to Lupin curiously. Waiting. Lupin blinked, obviously realizing he'd spoken aloud without meaning to, but decided to elaborate anyway. Many beasts have the ability to walk among humans. He stirred his tea a little, the metal spoon clicking against china. When the beast is cornered and knows its secret has been jeopardized, it will make sure to hide itself to the point of being invisible. As if it had become a phantom, if you will. It won't put its life in danger if it's threatened, and it will wait until the right moment to reawaken or reveal itself under safer conditions. How do you know this? Why was he referring to James as something almost inhuman? Lupin glanced back at him, and Sirius could see that his eyes appeared almost yellow in the firelight. He was smirking faintly. I am a beast, Sirius, I would know, wouldn't I? He didn't allow Sirius to comment before he continued. At this point James's anger is like a sleeping monster, and all this anger will do is wait for a chance to release itself. But what will it do when it's released? Sirius' mind flashed with images of yesterday, of James screaming in rage and the world collapsing to pieces around them. You should know better than anyone, Sirius. Angry works like all other negative emotions. It seeks to destroy, but James's anger may be something more real than we could ever imagine. Of course a sleeping beast was waiting to reawaken, waiting for a time to strike at last. James, you can't ever leave me now. This is the calm before the storm. Patience. Humming. Be patient. Lucius ate in silence with his wife, thought he did open his mouth on occasion to comment on his meal. She had attempted unsuccessfully more than once to start up a conversation with him. Narcissa was still scared of him, he could tell, but he did feel much better than he had. Lucius had cleaned up, healed his wounds, and changed his robes. No one other than Narcissa would have noticed his state earlier that day. Narcissa took a sip of her soup, her eyes on her husband the whole time. Lucius thought this was horribly annoying, but he wouldn't say anything. Shall you be going to work at the same time tomorrow, darling? Why? She sighed, looking down at her soup. His wife honestly looked worried. No, she was hardly ever worried about him. I was thinking that perhaps you should get some more sleep. You've been awake for hours now. She really is worried. That was surprising, considering their positions as husband and wife rarely went anywhere beyond the title itself. They didn't share loving moments with each other. I am expected to go to Hogwarts on business tomorrow. I will sleep as much as I can until then, you need not concern. He took a sip of wine. Very nice. Narcissa didn't look happy with this at all, but she didn't argue, nor did she ask why he was going. Does Draco know of your visit? I have written him an owl, and I will send it to him in the morning. Another sip of wine. Draco I child now, but eventually he would grow up to continue what Lucius worked for. Once Hogwarts was out of the way, Draco could begin his real training. I will be sure to grade him while I'm there. But he couldn't bother with that for long. There was business to be taken care of for his master. Harry would expect the second meeting between him and his father to be amazing, sentimental and simply mind-blowing in its importance and wonder, wouldn't you? Well, as it happened, it was anything but. It was humiliating, actually. All they did was stand there. Having Madame Pomfrey standing in the room, watching from the side, didn't help in the slightest, either. They had arrived just on time, due to Hermione's continuous insisting that they must be punctual. His father had been standing in front of his bed, pacing, chatting along with Madame Pomfrey as he did so. When he saw Harry and his friends he stopped, smiled, and now, here they were. What now? Harry thought, swallowing hard, staring at his hands for a moment to get away, and thought about the situation. Formally, when he would meet a new person, Harry would simply shake their hand. Well, at least with the whole introduction thing, which he really didn't need to do, anyway. But this wasn't formal. Really, this was his father, a relative. Well, he couldn't remember ever hugging one of the Dursleys before. Better yet, it would probably be safer if it stayed that way. He didn't desire to hug or touch any of the Dursleys unless it was with a very long pole. Wait, he hugged his godfather. He did it all the time, in fact. So he could. He should. Arg, he'd been standing here for too long. Ron and Hermione were starring. Do it now or not at all. He was getting nervous. James wasn't even sure how to move with Harry here. Damn it. And it really didn't help that his two friends, Ron and Hermione, just stared at him like he was something on for show. James didn't look so bad, right? Madame Pomfrey had acquired for him some robes for him to dress in, too, so he felt more comfortable. They weren't not helping. Really, at least in some cases, but they weren't helping his embarrassment any. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, Harry and he friends standing instead of sitting in the chairs just behind each of them. Oh, someone do something already. Then, finally, Harry made a move. At first it looked as though the boy were diving at him for some odd reason, but James knew what Harry was doing after his arms wrapped around James's shoulders and squeezed a little. It was sweet, though a little acquired, and James soon found himself hugging back, some of the tension dissipating. Dad, Harry said as he let go, smiling, I wanted you to meet my friends. This is Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. James nodded toward each of them, shaking their hands. Pleasure. And finally, the other three took a seat. There was a moment of tolerable silence before Ron spoke up, grinning. We've heard a bloody lot about you, Mr. Potter. It's really great to finally meet you. Hermione smiled winningly, her cheeks a little flushed as she nodded in agreement. Smashing. It's a real honor, sir. James smiled as well, Hermione suddenly reminding him of Lily for some reason. No, he would let that ruin the moment, not now, and I've heard a lot about you as well. Hermione looked faltered, while Ron looked both surprised and suspicious. Yous. What have you heard? You aren't confusing me with my brothers, are you? Remus Professor Lupin was in here earlier and he was telling me a bit about Harry. He gave a smile toward Harry, who smiled back, looking a bit uncertain about what Lupin might have told him. Don't worry, nothing bad yet, as long as Sirius hasn't rubbed off on you, anyway. Harry paused, as if looking for the right words. I guess only things that I would need to know, I guess. I trust you aren't getting into as much trouble as I did at your age. When James saw the expressions on their faces he started laughing. He couldn't help himself. Oh Merlin, you're that bad, are you? Harry was flushing red, his head sagging. Well, Harry doesn't get into much trouble, Ron explained quickly. I mean, no less than anyone else, I suppose. I mean, we all get into trouble. It's like it comes looking for us. Hermione sighed, patting a very embarrassed Harry on the shoulder. Ron tends to embellish a bit. Ron mumbled something under his breath, sitting back. But they were certainly an interesting bunch. A wonderful group of friends, just like when he was young. For a moment he watched Harry and Hermione. The girl still had her hand on his shoulder, a comforting gesture he accepted. He remembered Lily doing that to him all the time. Oh wait, these two were they? Oh, it was so obvious. Just like James and Lily when they were in school. And before he really thought about it much, Words were popping out of his mouth. She's very pretty, you two are very lucky. Harry blinked up at him. What do you mean? Hermione looks like a wonderful girl, I mean, you two, you know. It was when James saw the shocked expression on Harry and Hermione's faces, and the look of abject horror written on Ron's, when James realized he had made a big mistake. So, how are they doing? Professor McGonagall asked hurriedly. Are they doing well? They were standing just outside the doors of the infirmary. None of the occupants inside knew they were there, but it certainly wasn't the other way around. Harry and his friends sat, talking quietly to Mr. Potter. The situation looked very tense, indeed. I'm afraid that they are all turning a rather interesting shade of crimson, Minerva, Dumbledore muttered, all the while trying to force the laughter from his voice. It was never polite to laugh at the expense of others, but there are times in which that can't be helped. Ah, to be young again. McGonagall made a face, shaking her head. Professor Dumbledore, really? I am also afraid that James Potter will be needing a bit of coaching on how to raise a teenager, he said seriously, carefully closing the door to the infirmary. And we shouldn't be watching this, though Madame Pomfrey should have informed him of this meeting in the first place. As he began walking back down the hallway, McGonagall close behind, he pleasantly asked, how have your classes been going lately, Minerva? Very well, she answered hurriedly. But Mr. Arthur Weasley, is this why you asked him to come here? Yes, Arthur will be staying at Hogwarts as a temporary guest. He won't take up too much room in the castle, I'm sure. And the minister will allow this, McGonagall said incredulously, raising an eyebrow in that distinguished manner that she always seemed to possess. Why would he be so lenient? You haven't been on good terms in so long, and not that I think they should. I never expected that to improve. Neither did I, Dumbledore muttered, sounding all but displeased. I have no choice if we want Mr. Potter or any of you to remain safe. Hopefully it will be worth the effort. But the ministry might decide to cover this up. I disagree. Even Cornelius Fudge wouldn't dare do such a thing. Flashback to the earlier part of the conversation between Fudge and Dumbledore the day before. This can only mean dark things. Dark things. I beg to differ, Cornelius. Dumbledore sat back in his armchair, folding his long fingers delicately as he stared forward into the fire and at the bobbing head of the Minister of Magic. These are good times indeed, for James Potter to be returning. Please, Dumbledore, the timing is too suspicious. First Dementors attack the London Underground, many were killed yesterday, and then James Potter shows up at Hogwarts. It's inconceivable, surely. I told you the Dementors couldn't be trusted. They are dark creatures. Cornelius Fudge ignored the comment, continuing hurriedly, and a ministry team was attacked while searching for the Dementors. By other wizards, even the Daily Prophet knows about this by now. And this, James Potter, was also seen by Mr. Ollivander in Diagon Alley. How do you explain that? James Potter was wandering and lost until he came to us, and he was seen earlier in the morning. It's no surprise that he would come here. After all, it's the safest place Mr. Potter could remember. He would have had enough time to reach Hogwarts by many different means after he left Ollivander's. And as for the attack, regretfully, Dumbledore was fully aware who had attacked the ministry team. But it would do no good to get Sirius, Lupin or Snape into this matter any more than they already were, Death Eaters perhaps. Fudge actually pondered this, taking advantage of the situation. How like them, I suppose. Dumbledore shook his head. Perhaps they weren't sent by Death Eaters. You should be fully aware by now, Voldemort. No. Fudge's head seemed to shiver suddenly and go wildly out of focus. This has nothing to do with he who must not be named, and it won't. I have heard enough of your assumptions, I want facts. And I have no way of telling that this man is who he says he is. Dumbledore had already told him over and over about the pensive and the strange, Time Turner. But of course, Fudge wouldn't take his word for it. What other evidence would you require? He asked patently. Fudge seemed to be getting annoyed with Dumbledore's calm, cool attitude toward all this. In that case, would you mind at all if I sent a few people to view this evidence themselves? It almost sounded like a threat, a challenge. It probably was. I just want to be sure, Dumbledore. This is a man who's supposed to be dead, and though he who must not be named has not returned, I do admit that there has been an unusual amount of Death Eater activity. Probably those trying to scare people, those with a dislike for muggles, that's all. They have nothing but a few cheap tricks. They don't need to try hard, Cornelius. You're oversimplifying. And how anyone could classify a Dementor attack as a cheap trick was beyond him. And I find it very unusual that Mr. Potter would be able to survive. Only one other person has been able to survive an attack by him. Like father, like son, Dumbledore noted, smiling ever so slightly, giving an almost inaudible chuckle. And with all due respect, Cornelius, I am more than certain that your men will in fact discover the truth tomorrow. But think about it, Cornelius. Harry Potter is already a symbol of hope for wizarding communities all over the world. Just think about it, Harry Potter and James Potter, coming together to form an even brighter symbol of hope. Fudge seemed to think about this one, his eyes glazing over in thought. And, Dumbledore continued, moving in for the kill, your reputation will become even greater if you are the one to officially announce it to the world. Fudge's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Dumbledore nodded to himself, smiling. Of course Fudge would dive at the chance to make himself look good for the public. This was the perfect opportunity. All right, Dumbledore, Fudge said gently, as though he had come to this decision after much deliberation, I will send 3 officials over tomorrow. And keep in mind, they will be able to tell if this pensive of yours has been tampered with in any way. End flashback. I have to play pawn to Cornelius as long as I can. It will keep everyone safe. For now, Cornelius can't touch Mr. Potter, not with so many witnesses and the potential to straighten his hold on the public. McGonagall muttered something rather crossly, then whispered, and then, what about Mr. Black and Professor Lupin? No one will find out Sirius Black is within these walls, and as long as Lupin follows the werewolf code of conduct, and has been properly entered into the werewolf registry, though I have no doubt he already is, I seriously doubt there will be a problem. But still, McGonagall frowned. We're putting him at risk as well, Albus. Are you sure there isn't anything we can do? People don't take kindly to werewolves, and neither does the minister. Dumbledore knew what she was thinking, which was horribly somewhere along the lines of a werewolf capture unit, but no one would dare do that to someone such as Remus J. Lupin. Never. He was too well known for his good behavior, had too many friends in high places, and the werewolf support services would surely hang anyone responsible were he to come to harm. Lucius or anyone else wouldn't dare to touch him when he had so many allies. He sighed, smiling weakly. Everyone will be safe as long as we keep a sharp eye open and a clear mind, Minerva. Yes, but what are we fighting now? If not the Dark Lord, who? Dumbledore smiled then. I'm in the dark as much as you are, Minerva. Professor Dumbledore, and I am looking forward to some pumpkin pie. It's delicious, don't you agree? Delightful with a spot of whipped cream. Professor McGonagall gave him a rather befuddled and almost frustrated look, but shook her head and didn't say anything as they turned the corner to the Great Hall, where voices could already be heard as students waited for dinner. It was no use talking to him, and Sirius planned on keeping it that way. He didn't want to hear it, so he stopped listening. That was something he was always good at when it came to Moony, ignoring him when he was saying something he didn't have any interest in. The exact same thing would happen in Professor Dumbledore's Transfiguration class back when they were in Hogwarts. When he'd nod off or start daydreaming, Lupin was kind enough to remind of his old habits. But in this case, it wasn't just something Sirius had no interest in. It was something he hated, despised. Merlin. It was making his blood boil just thinking about it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Even now, Lupin, dressed in a pair of baggy Hogwarts pajamas, ready to bed for Sirius in the living area by the fireplace. Lupin would take the bed, as Sirius had insisted since he was still seemed a little sick. He transfigurated a blanket into a sort of mattress, which was a very simple task, and dumped a number of blankets and pillows on top of that. Yet still, he was talking about the same thing, over and over. Lupin was never this persistent back in school. I don't want to hear it, Remus, he said again, as Lupin dropped another blanket down and crossed his arms over his chest defensively. You can just give it up now. I don't give a damn, okay. Please, 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 just leave it alone, Moony. But of course Lupin wouldn't leave it alone. A wizard's bond, Sirius. You have to understand. I don't believe in such things. Lupin frowned as Sirius turned away and began occupying himself with a set of Dada books that Professor Dory had left, picking one up and examining the cover with false interest. I don't believe that I don't. You're a grown wizard, Sirius. That means nothing. He slammed the book back down with a deafening crack. That made his own heart jump and caused number of other stacked books to topple over onto the floor. Damn him. Damn Snape. Calm down, Lupin insisted gently. Severus isn't our enemy. Maybe once, but not now. James shouldn't. They bothered to save that bastard. And let me become a murderer. Silence. Sirius paled. No, I didn't mean that, I swear, Remus. Then try thinking before you speak next time. Sirius couldn't say anything, couldn't think of anything to say that would help. He'd been the one to tell Snape about the Whomping Tree. It had been his fault all those years ago and it still was. Good evening, Sirius, Lupin said calmly. Then he turned and stalked out of the room without so much as a glance back at his friend. When Lupin entered his bedroom, he slammed the door behind him. And Sirius could only stare after him. Then down at the bed Lupin had prepared for him. Damn, I'm such a fool. Hermione had left them minutes before. Pigwidgeon had also been there minutes before, delivering a letter to Ron. It had taken Ron minutes to actually snag the owl from the air and finally get the letter, which turned out to be from his mother. After writing a quick response, he had gone back to his bed as Harry did. Then Harry was sure that Neville was asleep. He asked Ron, "So what did you think of him?" "He didn't seem very unbalanced. To me he seemed fine, don't you think?" "He was. He really was. Father was normal, sane. He had no idea what everyone else was blabbering on about." Ron nodded. "He's been very quiet since they left the medical wing, and even more quiet when he'd received the letter." Harry hadn't thought to ask him about it though, but maybe he should. "Seemed so to me as well. Though, he did seems a little loopy." Harry gave him a look, and he quickly corrected, "Goofy I mean, he seemed like he had a good sense of humor. You know, like Fred and George. I mean, your dad was like them once, right? Playing pranks and that sort of thing." Harry smiled. "You're right, and he knows a lot about Quidditch and all. You can talk to him about a Quidditch position next year. Next half the present Gryffindor Quidditch team would be graduating. Maybe we can play a game of Quidditch when the weather improves, you think? I can show him the broom Sirius gave me. I bet you he'll be shocked at how much brooms have advanced these days." Ron chuckled, shaking his head. "You're really excited, aren't you? We did have some interesting conversations, didn't we? Didn't really think it wouldn't be like that. Your dad's nice. It did all go really well in the end." In the end. He flopped back in his bed, practically tossing his glasses onto the nightstand. "I hope I didn't make a total ass of myself," Harry moaned, pressing the palms on his hands to his eyes. "I can't believe he thought Hermione was He trailed off, the memory making him feel just as embarrassed as he'd felt at the time the event took place. "Harry, do you think of her that way?" Ron's question came out of nowhere, but it wasn't necessarily unexpected. Harry thought about it. Well, no, actually, his mind flashed to the end of last year, when she kissed him on the cheek. No one had ever done that to him before. He had to be honest to his best friend. Well, maybe the thought did come to mind once. "Why?" "No reason," Ron said quickly, closing his curtain. "Night, Harry." Harry lay there more a while in silence, as if half expect Ron to say something else, but he didn't. "Gee, night, Ron." And as he closed his eyes, Harry remembered something he'd almost forgotten. "Hey, Ron, what was that letter you got before about?" "The one from your mother." There was a long pause, like Ron was trying to think of something to say, then. "Mum just wanted to make sure I was fine," Ron said from behind his closed curtain, "just like always. You know how overprotective she can be." Harry would have felt jealous, but knew better, even though he didn't have a mother around to be worried about him, right? With that, Harry closed his curtain all the way and closed his eyes. The following Sunday morning. "No portkey. Are you serious? You can't honestly expect us to make it there without one?" This is ridiculous. Mr. Weasley frowned out into the rainy weather while he listened to the three men argue to a young ministry who looked particularly harassed, her cheeks growing pink. But you had to give her credit. Normally one would back down from an argument with their superiors, but this woman didn't. The minister thought it wouldn't be safe, she tried to explain patently, her voice barely carrying over the sounds of the three men yelling at her at once. It would be dangerous for Hogwarts to allow an unsecured portkey to enter. It would mean the school's defenses will be removed. Intolerable, Edward Thornback, of the Department of Magical Transportation, snapped, narrowing his eyes. Thornback was a shrewd and insufferable git that Mr. Weasley had learned to hate long ago. He was the type who loved to brag about his own accomplishments. How he'd been promoted twice in 1 month back when he had just started in the department. He was tall and skinny with very slick white hair. Age wasn't being very good to him, either. The second man was Samuel Quell of the Committee on Experimental Charms, and Mr. Weasley actually rather liked the man. After all, they were in the same department, Accidental Magic Reversal. Quell was about Mr. Weasley's own height, blonde hair, in his late 20s, and usually had a kind face. This morning, however, Quell didn't look at all happy that he'd had to wake up early for an assignment on short notice, no matter how great the importance. He now stood next to Mr. Weasley, crossing his arms over his chest, deciding not to say anything else for the moment. Lastly, was Professor Donald A. Rum from the Department of Mysteries, a drunk, as far as Mr. Weasley knew, but a rather brilliant worker for the Department of Mysteries when sober. This morning, however, he had undoubtedly decided not to drink anything in order to look professional, but wasn't being very happy about it. He had dark brown hair with a thick short beard, a little shorter than Mr. Weasley, and his eyes seemed to have permanent shadows under them. How much sleep did he get every night? How long do you suppose it'll take us to make it to Hogwarts? Rum asked. Well, I can't say you will appear somewhere beyond the border of Hogwarts. Oh, that's going to be a pain in this weather, but not directly into the castle. Since we can't get an exact location, there may be a risk that you portkey yourselves into a wall. The previous portkey was already used, after. Wait, Mr. Weasley stopped her there, raising a hand to silence her a moment. Someone has already left, without us. Who? The girl frowned. I'll have to check my papers for that, sir. It was an earlier shift, I wasn't even here to assist yet. Quell clicked his tongue, sharing a puzzled look with Mr. Weasley. We've been informed that we are the only people to be sent to Hogwarts. Why weren't we told there was someone else? And obviously someone of greater importance, Mr. Weasley noted, if he can be sent alone without aid or assistance. To waste a portkey on one man is ridiculous. Aye. She was pale now, at a loss for words. I'm sorry, Stop your babbling, girl, Thornback snapped, his face wrinkled in a scowl. Find out, immediately. We want to be on our was as soon as possible. The girl nodded quickly, gulping. Yes, sir. Then she had turned and fled the room in search of the answers that were been demanded of her. I should report that girl, Thornback snorted disdainfully, looking extremely peevish. Not doing her job at all. We're going to be late for sure. Mr. Weasley had heard enough about that. It's not her fault, the poor girl, and don't worry. We aren't scheduled to leave for a while now. What I would like to know is who this person was who left ahead of us. Rum shrugged, crossing his arms over his chest. Don't know, but it must have been something decided at the last minute, because otherwise we would have known, right? Mr. Weasley wasn't sure, but whoever this person was, somehow Mr. Weasley had a very, very bad feeling. Magic from the Dawn of Time, Chapter 7, Ancient Magic, Magic of the most powerful sort. Magic has not always been harnessed through a wand. The old magic, also referred to as ancient magic, see Chapter I, is magic which is not cast by a wizard or witch with a wand. It is part of the magicalness, if you will, of the universe. Though wandless magic is usually seen as a type of reflex during times of danger or emotional stress, some very complex spells can be inadvertently cast during the most dire of situations. There are a number of examples. Lupin skimmed through that passages, reading through. Self-sacrifice dragon hides family blood ties. There is it. Wizard bonds. When one wizard saves another wizard's life, it creates a certain bond between them, a life debt. Like other ancient magic, a wizard or witch has no control over the end results of this bond. This magic cannot be broken, nor destroyed, some say even in death, similar to self-sacrifice. See first example, and the amount of debt required to end the magic, ending the bond, may not be fulfilled by the end of one's lifetime. Lupin sighed, gently closing the book, setting it aside, continuing his search through Dory's abandoned books. Some of them were quite good. Pity he left in such a hurry. Where are you going, Remus? He thought he had moved quietly enough not to wake his sleeping friend, but obviously he was wrong. Sirius was looking at him now in a way that suggested he'd been watching Lupin for some time now, his long, dark hair a tangled mess from an obviously fitful nights of sleep. Sirius appeared exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. He said nothing, waiting for Lupin to speak first. So he did. Did you sleep at all? Lupin asked. You look a mess. Sirius ignored that comment, still watching him. Nightmares, I guess. Bad dreams. About. Can't remember. Exactly. Where are you going? I'm going to breakfast in the Great Hall. This somehow reminded him to straighten his robes a bit, trying to appear as dignified as possible. The house elves had been kind enough to clean them for him last night, and leave them out for him this morning. As a professor I should at least be present at the head table, don't you agree? And I'm late already. He didn't feel like talking much to Sirius, not after what he said. He could be so hot-headed, it was unbelievable. I'll be sure to bring you something to eat within the hour, all right? Get some more sleep. I don't need any, Sirius insisted, standing from his mess of blankets and wrapping the robe tightly around himself like he were cold. Yes, you do. You're of no use to anyone if you're half asleep. And you can't leave this room at all today, animagus or otherwise. With the ministry about, orders or not, you can't take the risk. He found what he was looking for, this year's edition of the Dada Manual. Lupin thought Professor Dory would have one of these laying around somewhere. He put the book under his arm and walked steadily to the door, not pausing to take even a glance at Sirius. I'll see you later. Remus, I'm sorry about what I said. This made Lupin stop just as he reached out for the door handle, his hand stalling just above it. You know it meant something when Sirius Black apologized for his own irrational behavior. It just wasn't his thing. Lupin didn't look back yet when he asked, Are you? Yes. Look, I hate Snape, I really do. You know I do. Not even a wizard bond can change that. Lupin was about to comment on this, but Sirius continued, but since I don't have a choice in the matter all. He was straining with the words, now, I'll try to be civil to him, okay? Lupin could help but laugh, look back at Sirius now. Civil, my goodness, Padfoot, that's above and beyond your usual standards. Sirius shrugged, looking annoyed. I suppose I can't break this bond, can I? Lupin shook his head in response, and Sirius let out an agonized moan. At least I'm not alone in this with you and James. Then he crossed his arms, face set. Well, if he can set it aside just a little, then I can, at least a little. It'll do me no good if I let that pompous git get the best of me, is there? Lupin just shook his head, sighing. I'll see you, Padfoot. I'll be waiting right here, Moony. Oh, Lupin stopped, a second thought. There's a book over there on the table, Magic from the Dawn of Time. You ought to try reading it sometime. Then with a small smile, Lupin closed the door behind him. James had been given a set of robes to wear, like he had the day before. But unlike the robes he wore yesterday, these robes didn't have the seal of Gryffindor embroidered onto the front. The sweater vest was solid gray, and his tie was black. The color of mourning. He sighed as he adjusted the tie, eyes staring forward into the mirror set on his nightstand. He couldn't remember the last time he'd tied a tie, but it seemed like so long ago. The color was a horrible reminder of what he'd lost only days ago. Madame Pomfrey, when will the ministry arrive? Madame Pomfrey looked up from the towels she was folding, thinking for a moment. I was told they should be here in few hours after breakfast, I believe. Then she asked, Is there anything you need, Mr. Potter? No, thank you. I was just wondering. He was also wondering what questions they would be asking him. if any would they want to know how he had been brought down in his fight with Voldemort. How he was blinded by smoke. How the Dark Lord's first shot had shattered both his wand and his wrist. Or how he got a gash on the side of his head when he dropped to the floor. Of course they would need some sort of confirmation of what was in the pensive. I don't think I'll be needing anything else. Thank you for these clothes. Madame Pomfrey nodded, smiling kindly. I just need to drop a few of these off in the next room. Will you be all right? James let out a small laugh. I'm certainly capable by myself, Pomfrey, really. I am a grown man. She nodded again. Of course. Then she swept from the room, a stack of towels in her arms. Madame Pomfrey would forever be a mother hen to her patents, even though he felt perfectly well. She hadn't changed a bit after all these years. James stared after her, then looked back at his reflection in the mirror. He frowned, bringing up a hand to his hair. It was a bloody mess, as usual. He wasn't at all surprised that Harry happened to inherit his rather wild and utterly frustrating hairstyle. There was the sound of rustling behind him, then the sound of a bed screen being moved along the stone floor. Stop crimping yourself, Potter, it's sickening. James nearly jumped out of his skin and he spun around, gasping. Severus. Sure enough, it was Severus Snape. He was sitting in a bed in the far corner of the room, stashed away, the poor fellow dressed in pajama pants and an open shirt, his chest wrapped thickly with bandages. His scowl hadn't changed at all. Snape rolled his eyes at James's shocked expression, grunting as he straightened his back. Surprised. I had no idea you were here, James admitted, feeling like a complete and total idiot. Of course he shouldn't tell Snape that, he'd probably agree. But he also wondered how Snape managed to stay there the whole time without making a sound. As aware as ever, it seems, Snape muttered dryly, carefully getting to his feet and reaching for the robe laying across a chair, which was also behind the screen with him. He picked it up and started putting it on, his eyes on James the whole time. He made a face. Stop staring at me like that. It's not like I came back from the dead. That last comment snapped James back into reality, and he crossed his arms, frowning. As good-natured as always, are you, Severus? Indeed. Then James remembered something Lupin told him yesterday. James was have a wonderful time talking to Lupin, discovering new things about his son. It was about 15 minutes into the conversation when Severus Snape was brought up. How he was the potions master at Hogwarts. About other things, he's been protecting Harry for a long time now. James was a little more than shocked about this. Harry, really? Lupin nodded. But why? He's always hated me. I can't be sure, James, but you know, I suppose it was his way of trying to make up for his debt to you. You were gone, and he never had a chance to pay you back, did he? I guess not. But don't worry, Lupin smiled. Honestly, he's not as bad as he seems. He's sacrificed a lot for our cause. We're all still fight it, James. Severus may not be the kindest soul, but he's one of us, one way of another. James was silent for a minute, as was Snape. He however seemed happier that way, but he finally said, I wanted to thank you, you know. Snape gave him a look, snorting. Thank me? Why ever should you do that? Oh, second thought. Maybe another time. Snape was never the easiest person to talk to. Never mind, Severus. No, I would really like to know. After all, you've already thanked me enough already. He gestured to his bandaged wound. James winced, though not completely sure of what he meant. But there seemed to be only one logical thing to say, so he said it. I'm sorry. Snape huffed. You're sorry? Oh, I suppose I should think that a simple, I'm sorry, will fix things. Will all that you've been through? You certainly haven't changed at all. James couldn't help but feel a little guilty, but also very annoyed. And you obviously haven't changed, either. Still moaning over something that happened what? How long has it been? Over 17 years ago. Snape's eye twitched at this. Even after saving your life nothing has changed, he hissed. After all these years, I'm still chained to you, Potter. I really can't see why my debt hasn't been paid, after looking after your pathetic son all this time. James froze at the mention of his son, and Snape seemed to take his reaction as encouragement, smirking. And you nearly took my life before. I knew you weren't really all that you seemed, though you probably wanted to keep it that way, didn't you? Showing your true colors at last, Potter. You're one of them, too. I should have known you of all people. Snape hated him, of course he did. Snape wanted him dead, he had to. He always had. Kill him. Kill him before he kills you first. He's a Death Eater. James shook his head sharply, images flashing in his head. Memories of recent events that had somehow buried themselves. He wanted to forget again. I don't know what you're talking about, he muttered defensively. Snape was just trying to mess with his head, like he always used to. But then again, it had never worked before. Why can't he keep a cool head now? Damn it, why can't I fight back? Snape's eyes shot wide, flashed his anger. You forget easily, do you? He asked, deadly calm. Then I suppose you don't remember how I got this. He gestured to the bandages that almost completely covered his up and lower torso. The bandages were a little pink around the middle from. He didn't need a wand to hurt Snape. James took a step back, the memories of his own malicious thoughts making his feel disgusted. Did he really think that before? Prongs, blood, yelling, screaming. I can't remember. No, I just don't want to remember. Why is this coming back now? Snape looked at him suspiciously, standing a little straighter than he had, appearing both victorious and cautious. To think, after all these years, Snape didn't hate him any less. You really don't remember, do you? He didn't sound convinced in the slightest. If that's true, you could just snap again at any moment, couldn't you? Would you remember that at all? You could hurt someone like you did me. Like you did your little friends. Stop it, James. James. Stupefy. Stupefy. I'll kill them, James shrieked, struggling. Let me go. I'll kill you for what you've done. I'll kill you. James took a sharp intake of breath, feeling a wave as nausea and his head was starting to ache dully. Snape kept talking. You're still dangerous, Potter. I know you are, even if everyone else is too blind to see it. For a moment his tone was very serious and not spiteful, taunting, or trying to hurt. He was just using the truth, or what he definitely believed to be the truth. Once you realize it, then maybe you can do something to stop it before someone gets killed. You don't want blood on your hands, do you? Couldn't. He took another step back, bumping into the edge of his bed. Since he couldn't be back anymore, he sat down on the bed edge, staring blankly forward. I couldn't ever hurt anyone like that, I couldn't. Get off me, Potter. Get back. Snape struggled, trying to escape from the hands wrapped tightly around his throat. He gasped for air. James couldn't help but feel satisfied, seeing Snape choking to death. He thought of trying to break Snape's neck. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Snape looked immensely ticked off now. Of course it was you. Don't you see it, Potter? You're the danger here. You, and only you. Wake up and realize that fact already. No, that couldn't be right. It couldn't. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the mirror on the nightstand. But in the mirror wasn't his own reflection, but the woman, the familiar stranger from his dreams smiling. The thing wearing Lily's face. James hardly noticed as the world began to black out around him. Snape couldn't explain it, but even as he stood facing James, the air around his shifted. It was odd and difficult to explain, but it grew colder in the room and something in Potter's eyes grew colder along with it. He didn't even know why he started screaming at Potter in the first place. Maybe it was the 14 years he'd been bound to him, even after his supposed death. Having that weight on his shoulders. Maybe it was the opportunity to actually kick Potter while he was down, watching him squirm. But one way or another, using the truth was the greatest weapon of all. James Potter couldn't hide from his own crimes, just like Snape couldn't hide from his own. Potter had to face reality, realize what he's done, realize the danger he poses for everyone around him. If he were to have another episode like before. Snape was about to say something else, seeing as James had been sitting there in silence for too long, but then suddenly James beat him to it, mumbling something Snape couldn't quite make out. Snape frowned. What? He watched Potter, whose eyes lay on his nightstand. He touched the wooden surface as though expecting something to be there. What did you say? Snape asked, not bothering to hide his impatience. "Wand," Potter repeated, mumbling still, but this time Snape could make it out. "Where is my wand?" Potter's eyes narrowed, but a crooked smirk appeared on his lips. "You took it away, didn't you?" Snape's own eyes narrowed as he watched Potter closely, suddenly very wary of the man. But could he possibly do to harm him now? "No," Snape said acidly, "I didn't." He thought for a moment, then said matter-of-factually, "I imagine one of your friends were smart enough to take away your only means of harming anyone." Potter didn't even flinch this time, and he stood up from his bed. "I would hardly say it my only means of harming anyone." He took a step toward Snape, who didn't move a muscle. Mr. Ollivander gave it to me as a present, you see." Another step forward, yet still Snape didn't move. But he felt even colder than before. Was Potter using some sort of magic on him? "I would so hate for something to happen to it." Potter tilted his head to the side, his face emotionless yet curious. "You still hate me like always, don't you, Severus? Always so cold, so nasty, so mean," Potter sneered, and by now he was directly in Snape's face. Snape was almost surprised. He'd never seen such an expression on Potter's face before. And, quite frankly, he was certainly acting very much like a Slytherin for some reason, but of course, Snape was the head of the Slytherin house. "If you're trying to insult me," Snape said smoothly, "you are far from it." He had heard much worse come from the mouths of his students. Then Snape waited for Potter to say something, to make a comeback, to defend himself like he always used to. But James Potter did something very unexpected. For a moment Potter's teeth were gritted. He snarled, looking hurt and as though he might burst into tears. If he actually did this, Snape was sure he wouldn't be able to keep himself from laughing. Then all that faded away, and he smiled a cheerful, yet evil expression that sent a shiver down Snape's spine. "I will work on it, then," he said. Then, before Snape had a chance to say anything, James had turned and ran from the room, narrowly missing Madame Pomfrey as she was coming in through the doorway. She gasped in shock and barely got out of the way in time, clutching a number of potion vials to her chest so they wouldn't crash to the floor. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter, come back." Snape just stared after him, plainly shocked, though he wouldn't admit that out loud. Maybe it was his fault that Potter ran off, but he certainly didn't regret anything that he had said. Perhaps James Potter had indeed gone mad again. "What's happened here? Where did Mr. Potter go?" Madame Pomfrey was yelling frantically, but Snape wasn't listening. He just stared off after the other man, his eyes now narrowed viciously. Bound, or not, he wished nothing but misfortune to befall James Potter. The screaming was back, the pain was back, Lily was back. She was there, always. But not his Lily, that Lily in his dreams, whispering to him, flashing a smile that never reached her eyes that he could recognize as truly hers anymore. It was so painful now, but even so, to James, it was like a dream. A nightmare that would always come back to haunt him. Laughter, screaming, "Your own hell, boy, your own hell, boy, your own hell, boy." But at least, it's all going to go away at last. Laughter. Yesterday, though no one hardly noticed, the owls hadn't delivered all their mail. Most of the mail had been postponed, due to rain as well as other reasons which they were sure to find out about that day. When the owls came into the Great Hall that morning, Hermione was the only one of the three of them to get any mail. She received a letter from her parents, as well as two new copies of the Daily Prophet, one dated for yesterday, and the other dated that Sunday. Not to anyone's surprise, almost every article had something to do with the Dementor attacks from the day before last, as well as a mystery within the ministry itself, which surrounded one person who has yet to be identified. Only Harry, Ron and Hermione knew of all this already. It also told of an attack on a group of ministry officials who had been attacked by a mysterious group. Dumbledore had told the school about most of this yesterday during dinner, and it didn't rest well with most of the students. Nearly everyone lost their appetites. Harry was half afraid to see something written by Rita Skeeter once the whole truth came out, but hopefully Hermione's little piece of blackmail would keep her in line. More than once in the articles did Harry see mentions of Lord Voldemort and Death Eaters in relation to the Dementors. Wonder how much that's going to scare people. Mr. Ollivander was mentioned, almost, as a witness to seeing the man the ministry had been searching for. Mr. Ollivander is referred to as the owner at a small wand shop of the London Underground. Mr. Ollivander might have preferred his real name were mentioned for publicity reasons, of course. While Hermione continued to scan through her paper and at times reading aloud certain points she found interesting, Harry and Ron read over her shoulder. Hermione wasn't the only one with that particular copy of the Daily Prophet. Every house table in the Great Hall had at least one person reading it. The Ravenclaws found it fascinating. Harry, frankly, was sick and tired of hearing about the whole incident. It made his stomach tighten and he would get goosebumps. He was well aware of how frightening a Dementor could be, but to have an all-out attack like that on a populated area, it was a sign of things to come. It's sorta creepy, you know. Dean said quietly to Harry. I mean, do you really think it has anything to do with you-know-who? Harry didn't say anything, and only shrugged, shooting a quick glance to Hermione and Ron, who sat opposite from him. He knew that it had to be Voldemort, but he didn't want to frighten his friend or anyone else after all. Most of them thought he is crazy when it came to his scar pains. Who do you suppose this guy is? Someone along the table asked. Harry looked and found it had been Ginny, who was looking at a copy of the Daily Prophet as well. Lee Jordan was sitting next to Fred, talking excitedly to both him and George. He might be someone new, you think? Yeah, Dean said. I mean, you don't have the same criminals over and over again, right? It would just get bloody boring, wouldn't it? Seamus rolled his eyes. Dean, this isn't a Muggle TV show, you know. Do you think he's dangerous, whoever he is? Another Gryffindor fourth year, Natalie MacDonald, asked Ginny, looking a little nervous. Wasn't your brother attacked? Ginny nodded weakly, looking down at her plate sadly. My brother, he was a part of the group that was attacked cave-in, but he's fine now, honestly. At hearing this, Hermione froze, her eyes on Ron. Harry had done the same, his fork dropping from his hand and hitting the table with a loud clank. Your brother was attacked, Hermione cried, horrified. When? You never told us, Harry added, equally rattled by this fact. Is he all right? What happened? Ron had turned as red as his hair, though looked a little elevated when he saw that all attention had been turned to him, and the rest of the Weasleys sitting at the table. He liked the attention, but this wasn't the sort of attention he wanted with such a subject. Charlie was hurt when he was at the ministry. I think he was just trying to visit Dad after he came back from Romania for a little vacation, and with all that going on. Dad was out there, too, George added to the people around him when Ron trailed off. He's all right, though, Fred continued gravely. They both are. It takes a lot more to bring down a Weasley. Fred gave Ginny an encouraging pat on the back. She was still looking down at her plate as though she were about to cry. Then he suddenly corrected himself. Well, maybe besides their mother. Anyway, this comment elected a chuckle or two from the table, and made Ginny giggle as well, smiling thankfully. While the conversation continued for others, Harry was still staring at Ron. Why didn't you tell us? Ron shifted uneasily in his seat, his eyes darting uneasily from Harry to Hermione, who looked like she was about to cry even more so that Ginny would have. A lot was going on, you know. Last night, I got a letter from Mum, so that's what the letter was. I didn't want it to get in the way of anything. Get in the way of nothing, Harry said, a little sharply. Your family is just as important as mine as anyone's. Hermione had placed a hand on Ron's back and was rubbing in a way that looked comforting, looking up at him worriedly. Are you sure you're okay? Ron was probably the only one to notice that Ron had grown a little redder, a smile twitching at the edge of his mouth. Why yeah, I mean Charlie's just fine. Mum said so and all. I didn't think you guys would. He trailed off uncertainly, his eyes never really leaving Hermione. Harry was feeling like the cruelest person on the planet. All that time, carrying on about his own family troubles, and Ron had some of his own all along. Don't keep anything like that from me just for my sack, Ron. Man, I can't believe it. Mr. Weasley and Charlie, they could have died. How could Ron be so calm about it? Don't worry, Ron said again, smiling this time at Harry, looking away from Hermione for the first time. Like Fred said, it takes a lot to take down a Weasley. There was a long pause, Then a question asked from further down the table. Do you think it's Sirius Black? Ah, don't be daft, commented Katie Bell. They would just say so if it was, Seamus agreed. Besides, they haven't heard from Black since he was here a few years ago, right? It couldn't be him. Maybe they don't even know. This resulted in a stream of low murmurs along the length of the table. Hey, look at this. It was Dean, who had gotten a hold of Hermione's newspaper after she'd set it down. The ministry is supposedly sending some people over tomorrow. Why would they be doing something like that? Harry, Hermione and Ron all exchanged worried glances. They didn't like the sound of that, and they certainly hadn't heard about any ministry people coming to Hogwarts from Dumbledore or anyone else. Neville gulped down his porridge, looking suddenly jittery, his eyes widening. You don't suppose that means that whoever it is they're in this school? Again, another stream of murmurs along the table, louder this time and more excited, and Harry, Ron and Hermione all exchanged worried glances. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables had gotten in on the action as well, and some had come over to stand, adding to the conversation. Harry couldn't help but spot Cho Chang, along with Ravenclaw's Sue Lee and Terry Boot and Hufflepuff Mandy Brocklehurst, down at the end of the table near Ginny. Justin Finch Fletchley was now standing with Michael Corner, Anthony Goldstein and Wayne Hopkins, who had come from the Hufflepuff table a moment ago. He was the first to directly comment Neville, saying, "That may be. And there was a lot going on yesterday, right? Anyone could have slipped into the castle unnoticed, Sirius Black or not." "But it's not Sirius Black," Harry said flatly, trying to hide the defensiveness in his tone. Orla Quirk of Ravenclaw asked quietly, "Then who, do you suppose?" Neville jumped in his seat as a thought came to mind. "Do you think it's Professor Lupin?" "No way," Ron and Harry both said loudly, causing many pairs of eyes to be directed toward them again. Ron continued, "He was helping Snape and Hagrid with those Scroots, remember?" "He couldn't have." There was a mumbling of agreement along the table. Hermione was no longer interested in the conversation, and once again picked up her book, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5, starting where she left off the day before. This was getting complicated. Too many people talking, too many houses coming into this. And the Ravenclaws were making a debate out of what had started as light conversation. Harry wondered if the headmaster would say anything to stop this. He glanced up at the faculty table, where Hagrid sat with his hands covered in bandages, and one potions master's seat stood empty. Snape was still in the hospital wing, and Professor Lupin had already taken up the same seat he had 2 years ago. He and McGonagall were talking quietly. No one was terribly shocked about his return, some were more than thrilled, but there were many who were less than thrilled. Lost in thought, Harry was barely paying attention to the continuing debate. "Okay, it's no Sirius Black," they had agreed. "Who do you suppose it is then, huh?" "Oh," came a snide, drawling voice from just behind Ron and Hermione, "he might just be right under your noses." Harry looked up sharply, startled, and immediately made a face. Malfoy. Sure enough, it was Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. A few other Slytherins had come as well along the table, some even joining in with the discussion. Harry hadn't noticed before, but had never really thought Slytherins were the types to join in on debates with other houses, but he must have been wrong. They seemed to be getting along well, at least with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. But unlike his other housemates, Draco looked like he had other plans, eyes set on Harry. This didn't look good. "What do you want, Malfoy?" said Harry impatiently. Draco only sneered, his eyes narrowing viciously as he ignored Harry's question. "But you probably know, don't you, Potter?" Harry had to admit, he was nervous now, his hand itching to grab for his wand, just in case. He had a bad feeling that was eating at his gut. "What are you talking about?" Ron demanded, turning in his seat to glare up at the other boy. Even Hermione had set down her book and was looking at Draco, but the boy was totally ignoring both of them. "My father had a few interesting things to tell me, Potter." He waved an opened letter in his hand, no doubt the said letter from Draco's father. "Tell me, are you sure it's such a mystery as to who this man is?" Hermione shot Harry a wary glance, looking almost frightened while Ron just glared up at the pale boy, his teeth clenched and hands balled into fists. Harry could feel blood rushing to his face, his gut nodding. Malfoy knew he knew and his father how. I heard you know him rather well, Draco continued, snickering. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled dumbly along with him, not really knowing why. Harry hated that Draco was just standing there, watching him sweat. Many people were watching them now, attentively, wondering what was going on. Harry had by this time moved his hands under that table and got his wand from his pocket without anyone noticing. Then Draco leaned over into the table, smirking wickedly. He whispered so that Harry had to strain to hear, but at least no one else would. Another piece of Potter filth, he spat. But I heard his mind snapped like a twig. Isn't that right, Potter? All the better. Harry couldn't explain it, but it was as though something in the back of his mind snapped, just as Draco has described his father, and the next thing he knew Harry stood and grabbed the collar of Draco's shirt with his left hand, his wand in his right. In one quick motion he could. Students. Startled by the booming voice, Harry and everyone else in the room looked all at once to the head table, where Dumbledore and a number of other teachers now stood, Professor Lupin, McGonagall and Hagrid included. Dumbledore's eyes looked very cold and serious for a moment before softening only a little. He then said, "That is enough chatting for now. This is a time to eat at your respective tables, please. I am afraid the Gryffindor table is not suitable to accommodate each of you. If you will please return to your seats." During the time that Dumbledore spoke, it was as if everyone in the room hadn't moved an inch, as though in a frozen trance. But once he had stopped speaking, there was a moment's pause before things started into motion again. Even though Harry wished he could teach Draco a lesson, he knew better. He let go of Draco with a hard jerk that made the pale boy stumble before righting himself. Harry finally noticed that Draco had his wand already in his hand as well. Maybe it was best that Dumbledore spoke up when he did. His usually porcelain smooth, white face was scrunched up with suppressed rage, his shoulders shaking. Draco didn't need to say anything. The venom in that gaze was enough. Crabbe and Goyle hadn't moved an inch the whole time. Their minds were probably too slow to process what was happening quickly enough. They only moved when Draco signaled them to follow as he stalked back toward the Slytherin table along with his other housemates, some of which were shooting glances at both Harry and Draco. Ron kept a close eye on Draco as he left. He'd stood up from his seat at the same time Harry grabbed for Draco, while Hermione just stared on in shock, as did many others around them. Very few had ever seen Harry quite that truly angry, and certainly not angry enough to be pushed to violence like that. When Harry looked up, he also noticed that Professor Lupin was looking down at him, his face unreadable, while Professor McGonagall looked on with a very tense expression. Hagrid's gaze was carefully locked on Draco, his black eyes watching the Slytherin carefully, suspicion written all over his face. Dumbledore didn't look at him at all, and somehow that didn't feel right, like the man was disappointed in him. "Harry." Ron sounded as worried as Hermione looked. Those who had been watching him around the table had grown quiet and didn't meet his gaze. But obviously, Harry had been the only one to catch whatever Draco said. Luckily, "Don't let that big prat get to you, okay?" Harry shivered, a strange feeling coming over him. Deja vu. "I won't, Ron." "Sorry, Hermione. Are you okay?" Hermione asked gently, as though she were speaking to a small child. "Yes, you don't look okay." "I am." No, he wasn't, really, but luckily neither of his friends asked anything else of him. Soon the rest of the table was talking again, even Ron and Hermione began to chat, but Harry didn't say a word. He felt very cold, like his veins had bits of ice running through them. It was that strange feeling of déjà vu he had the day his father came that Halloween. Did that mean something? Was it because the Ministry was coming, or that Draco knew about his father? Or could he be bluffing somehow? Harry only knew one thing for certain. Bad things were coming fast. It had been humming to itself as it went along. Time for a change of pace, for sure, time to move on a little, to something new and different. There was so much it could explore now. It could sense something in the air now. It came in like a tide, then moved away, only to come back again a little bigger, a little stronger. Coming at last. The storm. Play time. When a beast is cornered, it will make sure to hide itself to the point of being invisible. As if it had become a phantom, if you will. It won't put its life in danger if it's threatened, and it will wait until the right moment to reawaken or reveal itself under safer conditions, he smirked faintly. I am a beast. Sirius, I would know, wouldn't I? Remus Lupin. Fanfiction, Charmed Curses, Meetings, by Lady Guna. At this point James's anger is like a sleeping monster, and all this anger will do is wait for a chance to release itself. Anger works like all other negative emotions. It seeks to destroy, but James's anger may be something more real than we could ever imagine. Remus Lupin. Fanfiction, Charmed Curses, Meetings, by Lady Guna. Above Hogwarts, thunder crashed. Lightning lit the sky. Rain would follow in a matter of minutes. Hogwarts had seen many storms lately. Some thought the storms would never end. Harry couldn't take this, it was ridiculous, so he decided to do his charm project on wands. So what? He actually thought he'd be able to find something on the subject. It didn't help that he didn't sleep at all last night. What he would give for a chance to rest, but no, Hermione was insistent that working of their project would help get his mind off other things. And it was working too well. I give up, Harry moaned, dropping his head to the table. I can't find anything useful at all, I'm too exhausted to think straight. Ron looked over from his own work, trying to see the book that Harry had by looking over his shoulder. What have you got so far? Harry sat up slowly and held up his note sheet, which had 3 useless sentences written on it. Ron whistled, looking sympathetic. Hermione was looking up from her own research as well. What is that book you've been reading? Harry shrugged, flipping to the cover to flash the title, 101 Trees of Britain, and then flipped it back so he could read. Why on earth is a tree called Devil's Walkingstick? That's a bloody weird name if you ask me. Hermione paused, then said, I have no idea, but I'll know soon enough. She immediately went diving through the loads of books that took up her own desk space. Harry looked at Hermione and then at Ron, finding that his red-headed companion had the exact same look on his face. What do you mean, Hermione? Hermione smiled in that way that sometimes made Ron blush. The problem with you two is that you don't know where to look. So I took the opportunity to do some looking for you. Harry, you need to look up the magical properties of wood as well as the wand cores. Hermione finally brought up a book, which was fairly large and about 2 inches thick. The title along the spine read, A Practical Guide to the Runes, Their Use in Divination and Magic. A number of page markers poked out from the top. Ron gawked. You've been doing research for him. That's unfair. She gave Ron a look. I looked up information for your project, too, Ron. Oh, all right then. He couldn't help but grin a grin that said, less work for me. Hermione, Harry said, frowning, you really shouldn't have, though he could really use the help. He couldn't seem to think straight lately. He had to get his act together for his OWLs. The exams weren't that far away, as Hermione was good enough to remind him every single day, no less. I shouldn't have, but I did, Hermione drawled, flipping the book open to one of the marked pages. But I do admit it's really amazing. Listen to this. All parts of the tree are poisonous except the fleshy covering of the berry. Long associated with magic, death, rebirth and the runes, the yew may be the oldest lived tree in the world. Ancient yews can be found in churchyards all over Britain. Since they're found all over in churchyards, they are considered the trees of death. Well, isn't that fascinating? Ron grunted, while Harry was sitting up attentively. Voldemort's wand was yew, Harry thought. Hermione continued. Yew may be used to enhance magical and psychic abilities, and to induce visions. Actually this wood type seems quite dangerous, don't you think, Harry? You like the cemetery by the grave of Lord Voldemort's father where Cedric. Harry, Hermione repeated again, are you listening? Harry gulped, nodding. Yes, quite dangerous. Are you all right, Harry? You look dreadfully pale. I'm fine. Read some more. He finally had the sense to take out a quill and begin writing this down. All right. Your wand is made with holly, correct? She lifted up the book again, scanning over the pages. Holly is associated with the death and rebirth symbolism of winter in lore. In Arthurian legend, Gawain, representing the Oak King of Summer, fought the Green Knight, who was armed with a holly club to represent winter. That's just like you, Harry. The holly indicates directed balance and vigor to fight if the cause is just. Holly may be used in spells having to do with sleep or rest, and to ease the passage of death. Ron rolled his eyes. I think you're putting far too much effort into these projects, Hermione. Nonsense. I'm simply putting my energy to good use. You're bloody well learning the whole Latin language. I am not, Hermione cried defensively. I am simply learning a few basics. Hermione's project was on the magical incantations, which were all based on Latin. She was fairly good with incantations already. After all, she had created that one spell, Impervious, that repelled water. A week ago in the Great Hall during lunch, Ron said he wanted to try inventing his own spell, because from what he understood you could throw just any old Latin words together to make an incantation. Hermione insisted that it wasn't true, and to prove her point, she raised her wand in a random direction, the Slytherin table, and said, Sternet Fortem. Of course, there was a loud crash and a yell, and nearly everyone in the room looked to see that Crabbe had literally fallen to the floor, and he couldn't get up. An hour later Hermione had realized that, Sternet Fortem, meant loosely in Latin, the strong man is struck down. Harry wished it meant, the weak man is struck down, then maybe Draco would have fallen flat on his face. What do you have on your subject, Ron? Harry asked. Ron blushed. Here. He reached into his bag and pulled something out, handing it to Harry. It looked like computer paper. Is your computer possessed by entity? Harry read. Ron, this is from a Muggle computer about computers. The internet, he said excitedly. Dad found it for me. I thought it would be really cool, you know. I didn't know ghosts and things would possess Muggle machines. I mean, I know they can possess people, I think. Hermione snatched the papers from Harry, reading it over herself before snorting indignantly. She read aloud, while the computer age has ushered in many advances, it has also opened a new door through which entities and other dark creatures may enter to corrupt your computer and your mind. Ron, you can't possibly believe this nonsense. And if it's from a Muggle source, and this most definitely is a Muggle source, I don't think it's a liable piece of information. Suddenly Harry let out a very loud, very rude yawn, his hand barely coming up in time to cover his mouth. He blinked away the tears that moistened his eyes, mumbled a half-stifled apology. Ron gave him a look. You really didn't get any sleep, did you? Come on, Harry, you need to sleep once in a while. Hermione frowned. You haven't been sleeping. He just lays in bed all night. I haven't seen him fall asleep once for the past couple of days. I sometimes wonder if he ever sleeps at all. Harry was about to open his mouth to protest when Hermione beat him to it. Normally I wouldn't say this, but I will make an exception, just this once. Research can wait, you need to rest. The thought of his nice, comfy, warm bed sounded really great. The thought of walking all the way back to the Gryffindor Tower was another thing, but nothing, Ron said. Don't wear yourself thin, man. I'll come up and wake you before lunch, okay? Grudgingly, half asleep, Harry agreed, weakly nodding his head. I guess you're right. Oh, and check out this book before you go. Hermione gestured to the book she had found for him. You can use it for research in your free time. Harry suppressed the urge to moan this time. With a grunt of effort, he hoisted up the ridiculously massive book and began carrying it toward the checkout desk. Honestly, how could Hermione lug these things around all day long? He was too tired for this. Ron watched Harry leave and before turning back to Hermione. Actually, he liked being alone with her, sometimes. Now it seemed very important that they got some alone time. And after what Mr. Potter had said the day before, Ron was feeling distressed. Well, he was just starting to feel better about the whole Victor Crumb thing from last year. Hermione had spent half her vacation last summer at his home, but it hadn't been anything beyond friendship, or so she said. He tried not to be suspicious about the whole issue, but sometimes it was just too difficult. Meanwhile, Hermione was opening another book she had found, which wasn't nearly as big as the one Harry had taken with him when he left. This is what you should know about entities, Hermione said pointedly, skimming through the book that distinctly said, The Shaman's Voice, on the cover. 4 different types of entities have been encountered that adversely affect overall health. 2 of these darkness and entities have similarities. The darkness has volition, is cunning, has its own consciousness and the intent to cause pain, anger, violence, fear and suffering that it feeds on. Sounds almost Slytherin-like, doesn't it? In contrast, entities are human thought forms that have no volition. Entities, not to be confused with ghosts, are the residual energetic vibration of strong negative emotion and thought that are fed by the sympathetic emoting of those who come into contact with it. Entities have no consciousness and simply dissipate when not fed. From here she continued to read on while Ron continued pondering. Ron wondered what Hermione would think of him as he told her that she was really pretty. Fred and George would never let him live that down. When Ron finally drifted away from his thoughts, Hermione was still reading. The third type of entity results from people dying. She had trailed off on her own, then looked up. Do you mind if I read this to myself for a moment? Ron shook his head. No, and Hermione smiled and began reading right away. You should be reading this yourself, you know. I know. He sighed silently, watching Hermione. Mr. Potter had thought she was Harry's girlfriend. Well, it wasn't really a horrifying idea or anything, but it sure felt like it. Why though? So Ron didn't have a romantic bone in his body, as far as he was aware. Anyway, and maybe he wasn't all and handsome and heroic and famous like Harry. He could at least do his best, but after that whole Yule Ball fiasco last year maybe he hadn't been as nice as he could have been. Hermione, Neville's right, you are a girl. Oh, well spotted, she said acidly. Just because it's taken you 3 years to notice, Ron, doesn't mean no one else has spotted I'm a girl. Sure, maybe he hadn't made much of an effort to change anything, but maybe he should've. Maybe he should right now. Hey, Hermione, She didn't look up from her book, but she was listening. That was another wonderful thing about Hermione. Oh, of course Ron, though she was a remarkable person. He often wondered how she could walk, talk, listen, and read all at the same time. That was no easy trick. Well, he continued, his voice steady while his hands were shaking a bit, there's something I've been thinking a lot about, you see, and well, I wasn't really sure how to do this. Or whether I should or shouldn't say anything, and I was wondering. Is it anything illegal? She looked up now with a rather stern look that would have made Professor McGonagall proud, her right eyebrow raised pointedly, her lips slightly pursed. Ron gasped, blushing. No, of course not, I'm not my brothers. Good. She snapped her book shut suddenly and stood, both actions causing Ron to jump in his seat, startled. What? He exclaimed, baffled. Carpe diem, Ron, carpe diem. Ah, more Latin stuff, what's that? Seize the day, Hermione said proudly, smiling. No time like the present. She took a second glance at her watch, made a clicking noise with her tongue, and started gathering her books into her arms. Well, I need to run and find Professor Flitwick. Sorry, Ron, I'll see you at dinner time then. And tell Harry the same when he comes back, okay? And you read that book. She tapped her finger on the book she had read to him a minute ago. Never trust the internet when it comes to these things. Ron, who had been struck dumb, didn't and couldn't, it would seem, respond before she was gone. By the time he could get words out, he found himself babbling stupidly to no one. But I really wanted to tell you. Of course there was no point anymore, she was long gone. He was alone. This fact only now fully dawned on him, and he felt himself turn as red as his hair with personal embarrassment. He slumped into his chair, exhaling in one giant, defeated whoosh. Bloody hell. His eyes wandered, and finally landed on one of the book Hermione had been looking at for her incantations project. Ron didn't think she needed it anymore, and had left it behind. He's noticed her reading it more times lately than the standard book of spell, grade 5. It was some magic book about Latin. Then an idea hit him, a wonderful idea. Ron grinned, grabbing the huge, monstrous book and started reading like he'd never read before, totally forgetting about his own project. Ooh, Hermione, you just wait. Hermione sighed, looking up and down the empty hallway as she left the library. It was still early morning, and on Sundays students would usually go outside, stay in the Great Hall, or go back to their respected common rooms. On a day like this, yet another cloudy, rainy day, she suspected that going outside was no longer an option for most. Adjusting the strap of her shoulder bag, she turned left toward the Gryffindor common room. She hoped to grab a few loose books of hers and then meet with Professor Flitwick to discuss her project thus far. Surely he would be back from breakfast by now. She had just turned a third corner, heading toward the most direct path to the common room through the moving staircases, when the faint sound of sobbing caught her attention. Hermione paused, coming to a complete halt so she could listen, to see if she was hearing correctly. And she was. Someone was crying. Her first thought went to Mourning Myrtle, but it couldn't be because that particular bathroom anywhere near there. This wasn't Myrtle, this wasn't even a girl. So, it was a boy. Who? Worry overcame her for whomever it was. Hermione began following the noise, which was apparently coming from a very nearby source. She discovered how close soon enough. Hermione was practically startled out of her wits, for when she turned the next corner she nearly tripped over something. She narrowly avoided hitting the thing, and dropping all her book on the ground, only to discover that the thing was a person. Oh, I'm sorry, she exclaimed, only stopping herself from continuing when she realized that no one should be sitting in a passageway like that. It was a danger for anyone turning the corner. Again, however, she stopped herself when she suddenly realized that this was the person she'd heard crying, though it was a very faint sound now. How on earth could she hear it before? The figure was curled up, his knees tucked tightly under his chin, his face buried in his arms. Not only that, but Hermione recognized this person. Harry. Harry stiffened when he heard her voice, looking up at her with oddly dry eyes and a blank face. His eyes weren't green. Hermione took a sharp intake of breath, her eyes widening and her mouth dropping open. Mr. Potter, what's the matter? I mean, what are you doing here? James stared at her for a moment, his dull eyes showing practically no signs of life, which disturbed her, his head tilted a little to the side as though inspecting Hermione. Hermione herself had never seen this sort of behavior from a person, so she held very still, for she had no idea what to do otherwise. Finally, he spoke, his lips barely moving to pronounce the syllables, his voice almost too faint for her to hear. Hermione. It was more of a statement than a question, like a machine, almost. Yes, she nodded, her eyebrow knitting with concern. I'm Harry's friend, you remember me from yesterday. Hermione. James continued with that same monotone, machine-like voice. Hermione Granger. Hermione. Unsure of what to do, she placed her bag and books on the floor and knelt beside the man, putting a tentative hand on his shoulder. Mr. Potter. Hermione. Harry. His eyes showed something now, flashing ever so slightly. Harry. My little boy. Hermione swallowed. She was starting to feel very nervous about all this. Please, Mr. Potter. You need to return to the hospital wing. How wide did you come here, sir? He was scaring her, terribly. James's face changed again, this time his mouth turning into a small frown, his eyes narrowing. The noise, it won't stop, no matter where I go, what I do. And they hurt so much. Screaming. She was definitely scared now, enough so to actually move away from the man. Why you need help, Hermione stated with a shaky voice. I can get you Madame Pomfrey, or a professor. She had barely moved her hand away a few inches before her wrist was caught in his tight grip. Mr. Potter, please, let go. I can't stand it, he murmured, his voice coming out as almost a whimper. Oh Merlin, it just hurts. Make it stop, you can make it stop. You can help. I can't, Hermione whimpered, please, let go of my wrist. I can find Harry, someone who can help. Oh. She willed for someone to come down the hall, someone who could help her. But no one would come. You can help, James stated, very disagreeably, then he let out a sharp, sudden bout of giggles, smiling sweetly. You can, Hermione. Please, Hermione, he giggled, Hermione, Hermione, Hermione. Let go. She tried wrenching away, but his grip was becoming painfully tight. Please, stop, stop, stop. From the screaming and the darkness will be nothingness. At last. She didn't even have a chance to scream. Madame Pomfrey had been livid when she stormed off in search of Potter. Beforehand she screamed things like, he simply left, just like that, and, Professor, how could you let him leave like that? It made her even more angry when he showed total indifference toward the subject. If Potter ran off, he ran off. She would have no part of it beyond that. The infirmary was deadly quiet save for the sound of rain against the closed windows. Not wanting to bedridden any longer than was completely necessary, Snape made it a habit to get up and walk around as much as he could when Madame Pomfrey wasn't watching. He needed to be ready if something were to happen, in which he did to move quickly, whether Hogwarts comes under attack, or something equally perilous, such as a prank gift from Fred and George Weasley. He didn't doubt for a moment that those two Hellraisers were off somewhere plotting. He knew a few other men quite similar to those two, and he wasn't very fond of them, either. Snape was particularly on edge due to other matters, as well. Voldemort had called upon him several times during the past few days. Snape's dark mark began to burn black at that very moment. Searing heat flashed through his arm, causing him to curse and nearly double forward. Sometimes he wondered if his fellow Death Eaters left the same pain, or if somehow it was directed to him alone. The latter almost frightened him, for that would mean the Dark Lord was suspicious. Snape had gone too far with this to let that happen. Now he had finally gained his master's trust. Stupid bloody Potter had to screw that up, of course. He growled to himself, sitting down on a stool to wait as the pain slowly began to dull and fade away. The door of the infirmary opened behind him, informing Snape that Pomfrey had finally returned. He didn't bother to turn to see if she had actually found Potter, and didn't ask, either. He could stay lost again for all he cared, as long as he didn't bring any more misfortune to Snape's life. Then a voice spoke. Well, look at what we have here. Snape's blood froze in his veins. He knew that voice all too well. He quickly spun to meet a pair of cold, pale eyes. Malfoy. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy, not Madame Pomfrey, stood in the doorway of the infirmary. His wand raised and pointed directly at Snape. Within and outside of Hogwarts, a storm raged. He could tell that Snape wasn't expecting him at all, had thought he was someone else. Feeling satisfied that he had managed to catch the other man so off guard, Lucius simply sauntered through the doorway, his cold gray eyes never leaving Snape's ink-black ones. Honestly, Snape had always been a brilliant actor. Even now he was able to hide his fear, masking it with cool indifference. He hadn't even taken a second glance at Lucius' wand as he stood up from his seat, giving Lucius a curt nod. But of course he was afraid. He had to be, unarmed, unprotected, helpless, and inching toward his wand on the nightstand. Snape's fingers had barely touched the wand before Lucius yelled, Expelliarmus, and the frail piece of enchanted wood was sent sailing directly into Lucius' waiting palm. Do we feel a need to arm ourselves against a friend? Lucius asked coolly, twirling Snape's wand idly in his fingers, his eyes never leaving Snape's, before discarding it, throwing it over his shoulder. It clattered on the stone floor, far out of Snape's reach and out of view. Friends don't need to arm themselves against friends, Severus. Snape did scowl this time, to Lucius' satisfaction. Finally, a flaw in that cold stone mask of his. Well, Lucius, why do you feel the need to have a wand pointed at me? It was time to cut to the chase. I'm not a fool, Snape. Even our Lord suspects you, and so do I. And I know it to be true now. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, defending the school against Scroots, were we? How horrible. And I suppose you know nothing of the events in the London Underground. Of a few wizards in search of a missing person, perhaps. Perhaps, he smirked, a dead man. Malfoy, where did you get an injury like that? He asked, ignoring Snape's attempt to speak. I've never known a Scroot to cause injuries such as those. You're not even burnt, a singe. Silence. Annoyed, he continued, raising his wand a bit more. I want answers, Snape. I know you had something to do with all this. Snape sneered, his eyes narrowing icily. Or all you have is assumptions, Malfoy. I am desperately struggling to grasp whatever point you're trying to make, for I certainly don't see one. What the bloody hell are you? Our Lord was a fool to allow you to continue to serve him, Lucius bit out, cutting the other man off once more. You can't fool me. You should have been killed rather than allowed back into our circle. Traitor. If you're trying to get me to crack, Malfoy, there's no need, Snape hissed. I say it one last time, there's nothing to tell. I have done nothing. Now, are you going to continue this tiring raid like a blithering ignoramus, or are you going to come to the fantastic realization that you are wrong? Lucius was impressed, indeed. Quiet an actor, this Severus Snape, quiet an actor. But all masks had to fall sometime. The simple, muttered word of Crucio sent Snape withering to his knees. Snape didn't scream, nor did he let out any cries of pain. Lucius would give him that much, but clutched his hands to his chest as one would while suffering a heart attack, his eyes wide and unseeing, his teeth painfully clenched. When Lucius allowed it to be over, the only sound in the room was Snape's ragged breathing, and the slow shuffling of feet and cloth as he struggled back to a standing position. He used the nightstand as a support, and in his effort to get a firm hold, the small table tipped, sending a glass of water and a pitcher crashing to the floor, where it shattered to pieces. Glittering shard as glass littered the stone floor. Lucius simply looked on with blank, gray eyes. You're going to tell me what I want to know, or I won't hesitate in using any methods necessary. You will agree to take a truth potion, won't you, Snape? He was reaching into his robes to remove the draft when another voice made him halt. I don't think so, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius froze, then turned around very slowly. Of course, he didn't need to see the man's face to know who he was. A few minutes ago, the four men Edward Thornback, Samuel Quell, and Professor Donald A. Rum arrived on the steps of Hogwarts soon after lunch had ended, and long after the rain had started. All of them had been soaking wet and looked to be rather cranky. Arthur Weasley had been immediately escorted elsewhere to where his belongings had been taken by the house elves. Now Mr. Weasley was unpacking the few belongings he'd brought with him into the empty drawers of his dresser, humming a tune to himself. The sound of the door gently opening, however, alerted Mr. Weasley to another presence, and he looked up quickly. Ah, Dumbledore, Mr. Weasley said, surprised. The elderly man smiled, closing the door behind him with a soft click. I trust you had a safe journey. I didn't think you would be coming all the way here to see me. His room was located just around the corner from the Gryffindor Tower. Then he seemed to remember to answer Dumbledore's question, saying, and yes, thank you. He straightened, rubbing his low back as he did so, smiling a bit. I haven't rode a broomstick in so long. Dumbledore smiled a little, eyeing the other man's suitcase. Unpacking taking longer than expected. Hardly. He smiled wistfully. Molly was positive that I would be staying at least a month, so she makes sure I had more than enough clothes to get my by. She's very reluctant to let any of us leave her sights these days. But Bill's come to help look after Charlie. He sighed. She wasn't at all pleased that we weren't sent with some sort of protection or guard. To this, Dumbledore said, though, I trust you haven't brought any Dementors with you this time. Perhaps Dumbledore had meant for it to be a joke, but it didn't come out as such. There was no humor in his words, unfortunately. In response, Mr. Weasley closed his eyes and shivered visibly, remembering the events of a few days ago. Not this time. I think the minister is eating his own words about Dementors being under his complete control. Indeed. After a moment, Mr. Weasley spoke again, turning to take a few more shirts from his case. I think that's why he sent Malfoy in their place. What better than a person as foul as a Dementor? Mr. Weasley suddenly stopped, embarrassed from saying such a juvenile thing to his own headmaster. Oh, forgive me, Dumbledore. I don't mean to be so rude, though you know I've never been fond of. He trailed off when he looked back toward Dumbledore, only to find the man's eyes growing hard and unreadable, as if a deep sense of foreboding had hit him. Sir. Lucius. Mr. Malfoy is among your people. I didn't see him. The look in the man's eyes made icy dread creep up his spine. Yes, Mr. Weasley said slowly, suddenly feeling very worried. I assumed he would be waiting for us here. He left ahead of us through another portkey. Wait, Dumbledore didn't know, he hadn't been told, that could only mean. Oh Merlin, there was something almost like fear. Is that even possible? In Dumbledore's eyes as he whispered, Severus, under his breath before rushing to the door, flinging it open, and sweep from the room, Mr. Weasley in close pursuit. A few minutes previous, James Potter stood poised, Snape's discarded wand clutched in his hand. Lower your wand now, or you don't want to know what I'll do to you, James said flatly. Lucius knew a real threat when he heard one, but he wasn't one to simply back down. His eyes didn't leave James's, though his wand remained pointed at Snape. He silently wondered what would become of this little standoff. The last person Snape had been expecting to walk through that door was now standing before them, his own wand in the other man's possession. The whole scene reminded him uncannily of the wizard duels they had participated in years ago. "Mr. Potter," Lucius drawled, eyeing the other man lazily. "To what may I owe your company?" Potter smirked, holding Snape's wand a little higher. "You should be more careful about throwing away perfectly good wands." "Indeed, I shall remember that in the future." His wand hand still didn't waver, to Snape's dismay. If he moved, Lucius was likely to attack, no question about it. He cursed himself for being so off guard in the first place. And he couldn't do anything with Lucius trained on him like this. Potter looked like he was getting annoyed at this fact. Then he narrowed his eyes and spoke firmly, loudly, his voice demanding rather than pleading. "Lower your wand, Malfoy. I don't want anyone hurt here, but I will if I have to. I don't take orders from dead men. Dead men or not, Aurors don't give favors to Death Eaters." Silence. Snape was watching them both intently. He wasn't scared, really, but puzzled as to why neither had made a move. Though, Potter certainly did have the advantage, and the excuse of defending a helpless grimace man should we actually attack Lucius. Lucius, however, had no way of explaining as to why he felt the need to torture another unarmed wizard. That sort of act of malice will get you a few solid years in Azkaban for sure. And it was more than likely that there were already other ministry officials in the castle. He didn't dare do anything. Or at least, this was the logic Snape used to explain it all. Why weren't they moving? "What do you think you're doing?" Snape hissed, his eyes darting from Lucius to James, and back and forth again. "Use it. Bloody man, you have the advantage, use it." But obviously Potter had different plans. "I won't." What? He couldn't be serious. It was totally illogical. While Snape was almost trembling with rage, Lucius was looking more than amused. "Really, Mr. Potter, this isn't exactly going accordingly with the Auror Code, now is it? Chuckle, are you going to join the Dark Lord now? You do realize you're helping me here?" Potter shook his head, his eyes locked on Lucius the whole time. "I'm not helping you, I'm simply giving you a choice, right here, right now." There was a pause, in which Lucius waited, then Potter took a deep breath and continued, "First option. You walk, leave right now, and I won't have to turn you in." Lucius sneered. "And what gives you the right?" "What gives you the right to threaten and torture another wizard?" he responded coldly. "I am still a Auror, Mr. Malfoy. Never, ever, forget that, or you might find yourself at the receiving end of a Dementor's mouth before you can even blink twice." Lucius froze now, the sneer slowly fading from his lips. Then, finally, he asked simply, "What are your other terms?" Snape couldn't believe this. He's going to go along with it. Potter closed his eyes for a moment, still ready, still alert, wand still poised. When he opened them again, Snape could tell by the fire in his eyes that his mind was set. "Second option, I do turn you in. You rot in Azkaban for the rest of your miserable life, or you get your soul beeped right out of that large hole in your head to wander in torture for the rest of eternity. Sound like a fair deal?" "I never knew you were quite the negotiator," Lucius said smoothly, lowering his wand hand, to Snape's slight relief. But Lucius had other tricks up his sleeve, and he was probably ready to use them. That would be Potter's problem, though. "Why are you even giving me a choice?" "Why?" Potter paused, then gave a thin smile. "I'd hate to think I ruined another family, because of me. No matter how evil or cruel, I don't want to see your son live on without his father." Snape watched on in fascination as this drama unfolded before his eyes. James Potter, the old James Potter he remembered years before, was back. It was just like in school, standing up to a bully from the Slytherin house, never blinking, never standing down, keeping his head high until he won. And finally Lucius surrendered. Lucius pocketed his wand without a glance at Snape or Potter, straightening his robes with the air of a true aristocrat. He would have made an effort to leave, although he realized finally that Potter had yet to let his guard down. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Mr. Potter?" After a moment, Potter nodded. Yes there is, and I do hope you remember this. This is a one-time deal, Mr. Malfoy. Don't expect special treatment, don't expect it to happen again, and certainly, don't expect that I won't hesitate in throwing you to the Dementors myself if you ever come near my family and friends again. Cold silence, and then, "Good day, Mr. Potter," Lucius Malfoy muttered under his breath, turning his eyes away. And in moments, he had stalked out of the room, just barely brushing shoulders with Potter as he felt Potter didn't even flinch or bother a glance in his direction as he did so. The heavy door slammed behind him, and both James Potter and Severus Snape were left in silence, Snape staring at Potter, while Potter stared off into space, looking deep in thought. James stood there for a time, going over what he had just done. Was he an idiot? Had he done something incredibly righteous or incredibly stupid? What? Why did you do it, Potter? James blinked, coming back to reality, and turned to Snape. The man wasn't glaring, for once, and wore instead a blank expression. That could mean a number of things coming from Severus Snape. James chose to don a similar expression and stared right back. I already told him, Snape. I don't need to repeat myself to you. You do realize you let a killer go free. A Death Eater. You're one as well, from what I understand, and I didn't let him kill you, did I? Snape's eyes instantly narrowed and he frowned, muttering, he wasn't going to kill me. But James continued with a half-smile, and you're a spy. Is that what you've been all this time, Snape? Snape only stared at him coldly. Yes, I thought so. And I don't care if you think I'm wrong, Snape, and you probably do. You always do. I can't let another family just get destroyed, and it won't ever happen again. Ever again. Snape finally made a face, and it showed just how much he disagreed with James's logic. The Malfoy family is tainted with dark magic, they aren't worth saving in the end. They're better off broken apart. He carefully maneuvered himself so that he was sitting on his bed, grimacing slightly. Well, I'm not going to be the one that does it. James suddenly remembered that he was still holding Snape's wand, and tossed it over to the scowling man. Yours, I believe. Snape caught it easily in his hand, looked at it almost suspiciously, then at James in the same fashion. You know, it would have been more practical for you just to stun the man while you had the chance. He stuck his nose in the air, much like he used to back in the old days while condescending James and his friends. It almost made James laugh aloud. The nostalgia, rather stupid, I think, he stated, as though giving his opinion in a debate, but he was completely right, of course. You Gryffindors, you never lose that sense of stupidity. James smirked, crossing his arms over his chest as he retorted just as smartly, and you Slytherins, never lose that sly, underhandedness that seems to come so naturally, Sly and underhanded, Snape hissed, fingering his wand meaningfully. James knew very well that Snape was trying to intimidate him. I could say the same to you, after storming out as you did. He blinked, confused. James didn't remember ever storming out of the infirmary. And now that he thought of it, he couldn't remember how he'd gotten outside the door, after Snape had been yelling at him as he was. Well, that was really unimportant. If it were, it would come back to him later, right? But it would hurt to ask. What? James never got the chance to finish his question when the doors to the infirmary swung open, hitting the walls with a loud bang. And Madame Pomfrey strode in, looking troubled and nerve-wrenchingly anxious. I couldn't find him, she said while looking over her shoulder, gripping her white nurse's apron in her fists tightly in a nervous manner, but Mr. Lucius Malfoy just came from here. Professor. She stopped and nearly choked when she turned around, her eyes bulging. Mr. Potter. Where have you? Hello, Madame Pomfrey. Stupid. Mr. Weasley thought to himself heatedly, stupid, stupid, stupid. He should have mentioned Lucius immediately upon arrival, should have waited. Call it sheer paranoia, but Mr. Weasley was almost positive that Lucius was where for his own reasons other than the ministry. Well, of course he was here for his own reasons. Damn. He was one step behind Dumbledore when they neared the hospital wing. When Lucius Malfoy came stalking down the steps, looking both pissed and troubled, his hands balled in tight fists. The pale man froze when he saw Dumbledore and Mr. Weasley in front of him. Dumbledore, Lucius said coolly, only sending a mere dark glance in Mr. Weasley's direction, eyes narrowing. "Can I help you?" "I would like to ask the same thing," Dumbledore said evenly, and Mr. Weasley could hear the threat in tone. Lucius only exchanged a glance with Mr. Weasley one last time before continuing on his way, lowly muttering, "Good day, Dumbledore," as he passed. Mr. Weasley had an almost overwhelming urge to follow after him, to grab him and demand what his purpose was here at Hogwarts. But Dumbledore had let the man pass without any further intervention, heading up the stairs to the infirmary. Reluctantly, after watching Lucius disappear from sight, Mr. Weasley followed, his mind troubled and running at a mile a second. When he reached the top steps, however, he was greeted with the sight of a smiling headmaster, the old man's eyes sparkling ever so slightly. The doors there were open and Dumbledore made a gesture with his hands to usher Mr. Weasley inside. "Arthur, there is someone I would very much like you to meet." Then he spoke to someone in the room, his voice muffled because he was facing his head away. Baffled for a moment, Mr. Weasley nodded, stepping through the door, into the room, where Madame Pomfrey was hastily tending a perturbed potions professor and cleaning broken glass and pottery from the floor. And there, near the center of the room, a handsome young man stood with unruly black hair, adjusting his round glasses on the bridge of his nose. There was a faint mark on the man's right temple, a scar of some sort, and looking relatively new. For Mr. Weasley, it felt as though he were in a dream. He remembered that face from the many photos he had looked at over the past few days, and in most of them he had been laying dead. But this man was far from it. The man smiled warmly upon seeing Mr. Weasley approach, obviously acting on what Dumbledore had said about introductions, extending a hand in greeting. "Hello, I'm James Potter. And you are?" Lucius was seeing red as he stormed down the corridor, and had blatantly ignored Madame Pomfrey's questions when she saw him leaving down the hallways to the infirmary. He only barely resisted the urge to plow right through her. He instead walked around the woman, ignoring her questions, not wanting to get into any more trouble than he was already. Running into Dumbledore and the head Weasley didn't make him feel any better. Damn Weasley, damn Snape, damn Potter. Though, a deal was a deal, and in this case, a very troubling one. He had no proof that Snape was a traitor, nor did he have any proof that he was still loyal. Even Lucius was becoming uncertain about both. He would come to his lord empty-handed. He would surely suffer for it. And Lucius would undoubtedly come into contact with the Potter family again, their friends. Someone would get hurt, die, chaos would ensue. All of a sudden the Potter family became the same as the Weasleys, bitter enemies. Some things were just inevitable, like war and death. Of course no promises had been made that day that weren't easily broken. But for now, Potter and Malfoy would stay at a distance from each other. If Lucius were to die or be sent away, Draco would be far too young to continue on the family name. He was still inexperienced and ignorant in many ways. Too young, but that would change in time. He would need to speak to his son. The examinations didn't take long in the end. By noon, the chilling information within the pensive had been reviewed. About the same time, Ron had gone to wake Harry for lunch, as he had promised. Hermione, however, was nowhere to be found. Assuming she was off somewhere studying or still talking with a professor, they decided to look for her later if she still hadn't shown up by the time lunch was over. She never came. 2 hours later, it was determined that the pensive had in fact not been tampered with, and all memories available within were to be placed as solid evidence. And, blank spots within these memories were blamed on James's physical condition at the time, for the pensive showed absolutely no signs of tampering. At some point after this, Professor Severus Snape was released from the infirmary without sustaining any further injuries, perhaps other than a bruised ego, and became the first person in many years to actually hold an argument against Madame Pomfrey for over 2 hours and not necessarily lose. Dumbledore finally told her to untie the ill-tempered potions professor, and he made a very hasty run for the dungeons. After all, he could take care himself. 5 minutes later, Snape was returned by a few house elves, who were still in the process of repairing the mess that was the dungeons. They assumed he was having a coronary, or experiencing some sort of massive heart or brain trauma that was common for humans. He probably was experiencing one, if not both, of these two. Half an hour later, the last bit of physical evidence besides Mr. Potter himself, the time turner, had been thoroughly investigated. By now there was no way of uncovering the device's true function, for there were too many charms and curses laced into it, a very complicated form of magic, indeed. By late evening, lunch was well underway, and the last of many interviews with Mr. James Potter took place. Hermione still hadn't shown herself. He had been asked to drink a small draught of Veritaserum before each interview, but to make sure no relatively unnecessary, and possibly too personal questions were asked, Albus Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy, and Arthur Weasley looked over them briefly before they were asked aloud. The first questions from earlier that day were rather simple, testing Mr. Potter's grip and understanding of reality, a grip that had severely loosened at some point at the beginning of this whole mess. Later on, simple questions and well as certain personal factors were brought to light, such as the names of his relatives as well as mother and father, what they looked like, his original wand type, and that sort of thing. In regard to his late wife's relatives, he had a few interesting things to say, but that would be considered at a later time. A few other questions were asked regarding to the events of the pensive, and whether both accounts matched. In the end, very few of these questions were asked, due to the fact that James was still emotionally sensitive to what had occurred. What business is it of yours, anyway? This is strictly a ministry-related event. But it was over now, and finally they were wrapping things up. That's all, Mr. Potter, Professor Donald A. Rum said at last, rolling up the parchment he's just been writing on and quickly putting away his quill, his figures blackened with ink. Anything else you would like to add before I go? Yes, James said without hesitation, though he didn't say anything else to elaborate. There was a moment's pause, Rum standing ready to take out his parchment once more. But when James didn't say anything, Rum patiently asked, "Don't you want to tell me what it is, Mr. Potter?" James turned an odd shade of red, fidgeting. "You would find it insulting and completely bad, sir." "Oh." Rum cleared his throat, continuing to pack up his things. "In that case, I'm sure you're glad it's all over, then." "Very," James stated flatly, electing faint chuckles from Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Arthur, while Mr. Malfoy looked away with an expression of disgust. That was it. Rum and the rest of them would go back to the ministry, confirm the James Potter as who he says he is, and reinstate him as a living member of society. But, oh yes, there was one other issue that Rum had almost forgotten to bring up. "Oh, yes, Mr. Potter," Rum said, "the ministry would like to give its regrets for your wife and Mr. Pettigrew." At that moment something flashed in James's eyes and his face became very blank. Rum, not expecting this reaction, assumed it was some sort of misunderstanding, that perhaps he hadn't in fact known about Pettigrew, saying, he had passed away, after all. "I didn't know that," James muttered, eyes fleeting over to where the other three men stood in the corner, watching. Rum hadn't noticed that Dumbledore had become very still, and both Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy were watching very attentively. Rum felt pity for this man. One of his friends betraying him, another dying along with his wife. A lot of real emotion went into what Rum said next. "And I am to give you our greatest assurance, that traitor will be found, and you and your son have nothing to worry about." "Wait," James said, so loudly he was almost shouting, "you said that he was dead. What are you getting at now? He's back from the dead." He looked angry now. Ironic that he of all people talks about coming back from the dead. Totally confused, Rum sputtered, I think you've misunderstood, Mr. Potter. Pettigrew was killed shortly before Black was taken to Azkaban." In the corner, Mr. Weasley stayed rapidly attentive, Dumbledore looked quite calm, and Mr. Malfoy was looking rather anxious, his arms crossing and uncrossing as attention seemed to jump from his own thoughts to the events taking place. Rum had no clue, however, and simply waited for a reaction. But a reaction was slow in coming, as the young man seemed to process what he'd just been told. James sat there for a few minutes, staring, blinking only once. When he finally attempted to get words out, his mouth moved, and choked words came forth. "Sirius," James managed, his eyes glazed over for a moment as though he was in deep thought, until they snapped with full realization. Wait. This wasn't making any sense at all. Of course, I can understand, Rum said, uncertainly this time. How Black escaped is beyond all of us, that has to be why he's upset. He didn't know Sirius Black has escaped. Yes, that was it. Every trained Auror and Dementor we have is looking for him. He trailed off as James's face turned almost porcelain white and his eyes went almost impossibly wide. No. James almost jumped up from his seat, looking mortified. You must be talking about someone else. Rum cleared his throat loudly, his neck suddenly feeling constricted by the tie he worn with his robes. He tugged at it nervously, wonder how things had just gone from good to disastrous. Well, Mr. Potter, we the Ministry has been under the strict impression that Sirius Black was your secret keeper, and had been fraternizing with you-know-who. Rum had assisted in the investigation himself. They couldn't. They sent Sirius to Azkaban. He didn't do anything. Peter. This changed everything. Peter was our secret keeper. They switched. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Peter betrayed us. You idiots. Now Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, walking up to the table, the perfect image of calm. Almost too calm. I'm sure there is a good explanation for all this. No, Sirius and Peter switched. That rat bastard, he. Now Mr. Potter, Dumbledore didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the man, however, and only smiled at Rum kindly. Well, we didn't expect this to happen, did we? And no, Rum choked, nodding weakly. It was all too clear by now that a very, very bad mistake had been made. Oh, crap, the Ministry wasn't going to be happy about this. Harry had long since come back from saying goodnight to his dad. Ron was in a near panic over Hermione, after he and Harry had spent most of the evening searching frantically for her. They had almost missed lunch, where James had made a grand appearance. To say that the students were shocked was an understatement. Both Harry and his father had looked quite ridiculous as they tried to ignore the intense starring, only to have them both turn the exact same shade of crimson. He would have laughed had he not felt so worried. Now he literally sat out on the steps of the Gryffindor Tower. If Hermione was going to come back, she had to come up that way. She had to come back. Ron was deadly worried that she was angry with him for something. Or that she had run into a group of Slytherins and the worst had happened. Or, oh, he didn't want to think about it. He almost nodded off completely around midnight, when he heard the faint sound of shoes on the steps, and shot wide awake again. Sure, it might be someone else. It had been someone else, a few times, actually. But he could only hope. Finally a figure came around the corner, with a head full of bushy brown hair. Hermione. He leapt to his feet, nearly tripping over himself as he stood. I've been so worried. I mean, where the heck have you been? A lot went on today, you know. I thought the Slytherins had gotten to you or something. Practically panting, Ron stopped his rant and waited for Hermione's response. Hermione just stood there for a moment, staring at him. There was something very wrong about the way she was looking at him, and for a second Ron felt a chill run up his spine. Then, at last, a response. Oh, hello, Ron. A bright, wide smile. That was odd. Hermione, are you feeling all right? She just smiled and nodded. Well, you're acting awfully peculiar. Where have you been? Oh, taking a walk. This place is so pretty, after all. Then she started walking again, past him, to the girls' fifth-year dormitory. Ron wanted to say, but we didn't see you anywhere, where were you? But instead his eyes followed along her as she went. He didn't know why, but he felt very, very worried about her. Hermione. Hermione just gave a pleasant smile, giggled, and disappeared through the door, closing the door behind her. Something felt very wrong. Little did he know. Within an hour after James's final interview, the Ministry officials, excluding Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, Edward Thornback, Samuel Quell, and Professor Donald A. Rum had collected all their things, thanked the professors profusely for their assistance, and left Hogwarts with great haste. The information was immediately presented before a committee, which included Cornelius Fudge. After much deliberation, the knowledge of James Potter's existence would be officially released to the papers the next morning. His location would remain confidential. Dumbledore announced it during dinner that evening, where James, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley all attended to eat at the faculty table. The new issue of Sirius Black would take the whole next week to clear up. Though Black was cleared of betraying the Potters, he was still charged with the murder of Peter Pettigrew and a dozen Muggles. But even this was put into question. Was Pettigrew really working with you-know-who the whole time? By the end of that week, however, it was concluded that Sirius Black would be placed as innocent until proven guilty, and all Dementors were discharged from killing him on sight. Aurors were still on the lookout for him, this time ordered to find him, alive, so that he may be returned for a fair trial. It was after this first week that things really started to get interesting. "Hermione, are you feeling all right?" She just smiled and nodded. "Well, you're acting awfully peculiar. Where have you been?" Something felt very wrong. Ron Weasley. Fanfiction, Charmed Curses, Freedom Gained, by Lady Guna. The world officially knew everything, or at least they thought they did. News of both James Potter and Sirius Black was seen on the front page of the Daily Prophet every day. For most, the news was a hard blow to their own sense of reality. Cold-blooded murders don't suddenly become innocent for no apparent reason, and dead men don't usually crawl out of their graves and merrily walk back to joining the land of the living. Yes, it was indeed peculiar. Harry got even more unwanted attention drawn to himself, though reporters were specifically prohibited from entering the Hogwarts grounds to contact with him or James Potter, for the Potters' own peace of mind. Of course Draco had attempted to get a laugh out of it. But without some sort of ammunition, aka Rita Skeeter, his efforts were altogether fruitless. And besides, nothing could break Harry's good mood. Hermione, for reasons unknown to even her closest friend, began to go missing a number of times throughout the week, but was often found in the library, poring over books. This would of course seem to be a normal thing to do for someone like Hermione, but she was never actually antisocial in any way. This made Ron horribly unnerved. Drawing her into an intellectual conversation of heated debate was easier than shoot fish in a bucket, or whatever the Muggle phrase was, but now it was harder than getting Neville to remember anything in general. She hardly spoke a word to anyone, and declined to attend any visits to see Harry's father. To think, she was jumping at the opportunity not long ago would ever change that. Snape had managed to clean up his dungeon somewhat, though one of the walls in the main potions classroom remained collapsed until further notice. But other than that, everything seemed in proper working order, including Snape's usual sunshine attitude. He was also less than thrilled by the attention that he and his father were now getting from the rest of Hogwarts, as Snape always hated Potter popularity. The only difference, as strange as it would seem, is that Snape tried to make as little contact, verbal or otherwise, with Harry as possible. Nor did he brandish a newspaper in his face, or take off house points in order to take Harry down a few pegs. Harry saw absolutely nothing wrong with this little change. The almost freedom of Sirius Black came at a colossal shock, as he wasn't expecting it at all. He hadn't thought of it, considered it, nor had it even occurred to him until it came. He had been far too busy worrying about others to worry about himself. Only Dumbledore had anticipated it, but didn't try to push the subject, allowing events to take place as they came along. Apparently on the night the news was released, a certain werewolf had to convince his dear friend not to celebrate the news until he was there to watch him. After all, his classes were finished, of course. If Lupin remembered correctly, Sirius' preferred form of celebration was by getting drunk off his ass and doing something incredibly juvenile and utterly insane, as he had a habit of doing when plastered. And plaster he was. Lupin was happy for him, and just as happy to have Professor Dory's old items removed. Though it left the room practically barren, he didn't care in the least. He had none of his own items to fill the now empty, or even barren, space, personal or not, but this didn't deter him. He's had less. Though he still longed to have his good old clipped mugs back. James had moved into a room opposite Mr. Weasley, just around the corner for the Gryffindor portal hole, having left the infirmary long before Snape did. The fat lady was most delighted to see him, he being a Gryffindor alumni. James and Mr. Weasley spent a lot of time together during the last few days and got along smashingly, Mr. Weasley filling him in on everything he knew of Harry, as well as his own sons and daughter. Mr. Weasley also mentioned of his son, Charlie, who attended his first year at Hogwarts the very year after James and his friends had graduated. Charlie had heard stories from others attending Gryffindor about James and his friends, and their reputation as pranksters. Of course, James chose not to comment. Other than that, life had developed a new sort of routine for Harry and the rest. Harry and Ron would make regular visits to James and spend time with him, while Hermione remained in the library, poring over research. On occasion, Lupin was able to visit James in his off hours, and James would go to his room in order to see a sober Sirius. All of this was difficult, as he easily drew attention to himself, even when he tries to be unnoticed. Usually if he's seen in the halls, students would avoid him almost fearfully. However, if a Ravenclaw were to catch him, they would attempt to drag him into a conversation regarding his reappearance, which he was less than eager to discuss with a stranger. Oh, what would he give her his invisibility cloak? He got used to it quickly, though, and life went on pleasantly enough. James seemed to have a permanent spot, sitting next to Lupin at the head table, enjoying talking to the other teachers except for Snape. He tried his best to ignore all of them and catching up on things he'd missed. Also within this week, a rash number of pranks were being pulled throughout the school. At first these pranks were of the innocent sort, simple hexes, and objects enchanted to turn your skin a certain color when you touch them, purple, blue and orange being the most popular of which. At first it was assumed that these pranksters were a Gryffindor's doing, aka Fred and George Weasley, much to Mr. Weasley's displeasure, since the first targets were all Slytherin. However, other houses soon found themselves targets, and then Gryffindors themselves. Soon this prank business took a turn for the worst. Harry and Ron had reached the stairwell, ready to head from the Gryffindor Tower, ready for the usual visit to James's room. Long day, Harry, Ron yawned, his mouth wide with a hand half covering it. I could drop to the floor and fall asleep right here. Harry said, I won't, if I were you. A Slytherin might come along and, he stopped suddenly, he thought he'd heard a noise. Did you hear something? Ron stopped walking for a moment, his hand on the railing. His eyes narrowed as he listened for a moment, then, yeah, someone talking. Heck, I don't know, I think it's, he looked over the railing. Think it's coming from Bello? Harry asked, watching as his friend peered over the edge. Oh Merlin, Harry, look, he did. Harry didn't like what he saw. Seamus. In seconds they had managed to run down the steps, about 3 floors down. There, they stood at the top of the steps, viewing the scene. Seamus was sprawled across the steps, a trail of blood coming from his hair. There were 2 other people there. A young student lay still at the foot of the stairs, and a girl who was trying to sit up a little ways away. She was clutching her left arm, crying softly. This is what they had heard, along with Seamus' weak calls. The boy looked winded, as though this incident had just occurred, only moments before Harry and Ron came to be in earshot. Almost instantly, Harry and Ron began to hurry down those last steps, ready to help, but before they even got close to any of them, Seamus screamed up at them suddenly. No, he cried, coughing hoarsely, making Harry and Ron freeze so suddenly they near lost balance and instead toppling into each other, falling backwards onto the steps. Don't come down here. Harry and Ron had assumed it was just an accident, or from how Seamus reacted perhaps false stairs. Maybe they had slipped while the staircase was changing. But it was far from that. Someone had tied a length of rope, the enchanted sort, like a magical trick wire, for people to trip over. A third-year Ravenclaw ended up falling down the stairwell, breaking her arm. This also took down Seamus and a 7th Hufflepuff as they had rushed to help her. The 7th year had suffered from a concussion, having fallen all the way to the bottom. Seamus had been very lucky. They each had to spend a day in the hospital wing to get over their injuries. No one was sure if they should be labeled as pranks anymore, but people continued to use this term anyway for the lack of a better one. The pranks had become violent, malicious, and the real fear was that next time there was a prank someone might get killed. And just when they thought it couldn't get any worse, an alarmingly serious case happened to Professor Lupin himself. Wednesday evening and Lupin was already late. After about 10 minutes of waiting, he finally burst forth through the door, smiling apologetically. The second-year Ravenclaws and Gryffindors of the class sat up and watched him as he made his way over to his desk, Lupin saying, "Very sorry, I had a few loose ends to tie up before I came. House pet problems, unfortunately ahem." He set his case on his desk with a thunk, raising an eyebrow as he noted how much dust floated up from the wooden surface as a result of the action. He smirked. "Well," he said good-naturedly, batting at the dust-filled air around his face, "seems to me that this room will be needing a bit of dusting." No one was prepared for the next chain of events. The students blinked and gawked in surprise and confusion as Lupin stood so quickly you'd think the seat were on fire, knocking the chair down with a loud clatter and a hard whack. As wood hit stone, his eyes went impossibly wide for a moment before squinting in pain, watering suddenly, and Lupin raised a hand up to cover them, backing away from his desk and also falling into the wall behind him when his feet bumped into the fallen chair. He jumped with a start when his elbow came in contact with the wall, as if not expecting it to be there, looking almost blinded as his hand came up to meet it. If you will excuse me, I need to." Without another word, he had dashed right out the classroom door, leaving his students to sit there, bewildered. After a minute, a Gryffindor girl, Natalie MacDonald, got up from her seat, walked to the door, and cautiously peered out. On the floor only a few feet away from the door sat Professor Lupin, one hand pressed firmly over his eyes and another over his mouth. MMMMGH, his shoulders shook as though he was about to vomit, but he didn't. The girl must have made some sort of noise, because he did look up. The skin around his eyes was a horrible raw color, a ting of pink mixing in with the pain-induced tears that streamed down his cheeks. He smiled weakly and said, "I am sorry, Miss MacDonald, but I'm feeling a trifle ill all of a sudden. Would you be so good as to fetch Madame Pomfrey for me?" Natalie didn't need to be told twice. First she ran back into the room, yelling for her friend Dennis Creevey to go fetch Madame Pomfrey. Natalie and Ravenclaw Stewart Ackerley went back into the hall to assist the professor, who was beginning to feel lightheaded and increasingly nauseous. He couldn't open his eyes without pain. He refused to return to the classroom. It had been silver powder. Someone had placed it on the surface of his desk sometime before class, though carefully enough so that it would be mistaken for average dust, and the already dimmed lighting wasn't enough to allow it to glitter and give itself away. Fortunately, he hadn't inhaled much of it, and had managed not to faint on his way to the hospital wing, though his eyes would be sour for quite some time. His vision wouldn't be impaired in the slightest after a few healing spells. These sort of pranks didn't stop here. In another instance, someone has placed some sort of potion into the food in the Great Hall. How this was managed, no one knew, but it made a few people sick, and others deadly ill. Some people assumed that it might be Peeves, though even he wasn't known to do anything to really injure anyone. A rare few even assumed it was James Potter himself. Of course these pranks started occurring as soon as he came to Hogwarts, so that was a sort of connection, right? A common link. But that was ridiculous. Why would James Potter of all people do such things? Perhaps even Lucius Malfoy, or Arthur Weasley. But no. Mr. Malfoy left Hogwarts after a few days' stay and a number of meetings with his son, and Mr. Weasley was a ministry man. Why would he do something so risky with no chances of personal gain? So obviously, there were only two people to blame for it all. The Weasley twins. They were already notoriously known as pranksters, of course, even though they good-naturedly denied it on other occasions. Unfortunately, very few were willing to believe them or take kindly to their antics, as of late, nor their now increasingly vehement denials. Harry, having known what it was like to be falsely accused for crimes he didn't commit, believed in the twins completely, as did Ron. Others weren't so kind or trusting. "Hey, guys." Fred and George both glanced up from their research, believe it or not, but they did put some minuet effort into schoolwork. The boy who had spoken was a fifth-year Ravenclaw, but they didn't know him by name, only a vague recollection of seeing him at the Ravenclaw table, and, of course, the Ravenclaw symbol embroidered into his robes. Before they could really ask, he continued speaking in an almost jabbering manner. "Hey, heard about your pranks, really cool." Who hasn't heard about them? For some reason his voice sounded very nervous, edgy. Then he leaned forward, continuing in an almost hushed manner, "I know you guys want to stay low profile, and everything, but it's really fun." "Look," George interrupted suddenly, rubbing a temple, "I think you're very mistaken here, my friend." Fred nodded. "Seriously, we didn't do anything. It's someone else." The boys narrowed. "You don't have to lie, I know it was you. Everyone knows it's you." George looked very annoyed now. "It's not, really." "No." The boy slammed his fists down on the table, effectively getting the attention of every other student in the library. "My little sister could have been killed because of you." Fred was the first to realize, "That Ravenclaw girl, you're her." "Confess," the boy cried, and before either of the twins could blink, the Ravenclaw had whipped out his wand and pointed it in their direction. Audible gasps could be heard throughout the room as Fred and George both stood suddenly, knocking their chairs behind them. "Now wait one bloody moment," Fred screamed, more angry and frustrated than scared. "There's nothing to get hostile about. What are you think you're getting at?" "We didn't do a damn thing," George shot at him. "You don't even have any proof, you stupid prat." "Expelliarmus." The Ravenclaw boy gave a gasp of shock as his wand shot straight up, out of his hand, and went sailing through the air, to be caught by the caster. The said man was standing just behind him. The boy swirled around, anger etched on his features, only to have the expression drop to one that of near horror. Professor Lupin. Indeed, it was Professor Lupin, standing with a load of library books tucked under his left arm, two wands, his own and the Ravenclaw's, gripped tightly in his right hand. His hardened, glaring eyes, lined an almost angry red from silver powder, were glaring at the unknown boy attacker. At that moment, normally mild-mannered professor appeared more cross and irritated than most students had ever seen him, and it was frightening, knowing what he was. "Young Mr. Smith," Lupin said coolly, in a tone that spelled foreboding, should he go any further in his action or so much as protest, "I would very much like to see you in my classroom after lunch today to have a little chat, And I will be reporting you to the headmaster in Flitwick, be sure of it. And be relieved that I am not your head of house." The Smith boy, who had been standing still like the classic deer caught in the headlights, or staring a hippogriff in the eyes, only nodded numbly as Lupin threw him back his wand and quickly made himself scarce. All eyes were on the Weasley twins now. Some were looking on them in pity, some in confusion, but most in cold accusation. Fred and George wouldn't take it, quickly gathering their belongings, looking both thoroughly hurt and livid, and stormed out of the library. There were eyes following them the whole time. Lupin didn't try to stop them or console them, that would come at a late time where it was less crowded, but frowned, looking on after the boy in pity. Mr. Weasley, unsure of what to believe, stuck by his sons, as did Professor Lupin and the majority of the Gryffindors and the whole of the Gryffindor 5th and 7th years. Even Seamus knew better than to blame Fred and George. Dumbledore insisted that no one was to point blame in this case, but most didn't know what to do in order to control their fear. The war between Filch and the student body had suddenly become the war between Filch and the Weasley twins. But even Filch was nervous that he would become a target. So, what were they supposed to do about it now? Well, solve the mystery, of course. Such a cliché. So perhaps a certain alumni godfather Gryffindor and ex-convict could help. Harry was not having the greatest day. Herbology has gone less than smoothly, somehow resulting in his becoming very soiled and nearly losing him a finger. Their latest plants to care for were these odd young versions of Venus flytrap, which looked like harmless pinkish buds until you get within reach, when they showed you their teeth. Hermione had been less than a help, though she had the easiest time dealing with the little buggers, and Ron, who had potting duty, got off easy. Harry, on the other hand, was on clipping duty, and the Venuses were less than happy for that attention. Class ended right before lunch, and he was late due to the multiple lacerations he had to deal with on his figures, and that he had to chance into clean clothes. Later on he had transfiguration, and after that was his late visit to his father. Arg, and he's probably be far too tired for any sort of conversation by the time he got there. And now not only couldn't he find Hermione, which, on one hand, was pretty common nowadays, but Ron had gone off somewhere swiftly after lunch without any sort of indication as to where he'd gone. So now Harry was on the search for both his friends, and since Hermione, on most occasions, could be found in the library. So that's where he looked next, after already looking into the Great Hall, the Gryffindor Tower and Lupin's classroom. "Hermione," Harry called as he walked through the library, which was nearly deserted. After all, it was late evening and most students didn't have any more classes for the rest of the day. "Lucky for them. Hermione, you there?" The faint sound of muttering drew his attention to the back of the room. Cautiously he followed the noise, wary of the possibility that it was the deadly pranksters who had struck the school out of the blue numerous times already. But after all, he was Gryffindor. Fleur," muttered the quiet, pondering voice. "Flower ah, Floris." By the time Harry had turned the corner he knew exactly who it was. To say the least he was surprised. "Ron." Ron jumped in his seat, nearly dropping the wand he held. The wand tip glowed an air pale pink, pointed in the general direction of a bookcase. "Harry." He blushed horribly, as though he were caught in the act of something highly embarrassing or even scandalous. Harry, confused, came closer, wanting to ask what spell he was trying to do. It was a new one to Harry, when something very off happened. The bookcase and the books it contained began to sprout small, pinkish-tinted flower buds, as though it was some vertically planted flower bed. Ron, whose attention was focused on Harry, didn't notice until he saw something pink in his peripheral vision that hadn't been there before. He squawked in surprise when he saw what he'd done. "Oh, bloody hell," he hissed quietly, as to not alert Madame Pants. "Well," Harry thought humorously, "didn't think he'd be here to study. Ron, what are you up to now?" Harry asked, going over and poking at the flowers now in full bloom, noting that they smelled quite lovely. They looked like pink buttercups. His red-headed friend, however, didn't answer right away, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "Well, my own's been acting a little off. Think she might be depressed, you know. Going through one of those girls' things. Grimace thought I'd surprise her, and," he chuckled nervously. "Well, getting close, at least." He wanted to ask, "What were you aiming for to begin with?" but Harry refrained from doing so. Harry noticed the two books set open in front of Ron at the table. It was the Latin book Hermione had before, as well as a dictionary. The dictionary was open to the letter F-A-N, roots of flower. Fleur, French, flower, Old French, and flos floris, Latin. So, he was trying to make his own spell, like Hermione had. No doubt something like that would impress her. Smirk. So, he's finally making a move, was the thought Harry also chose not to voice, and instead said, "I'm sure Hermione'll think it's absolutely lovely. I'm sure." Ron blushed a little more at this, look encouraged, "but we need to talk about something," and he paused, looking at the mass of flowers, where the roots penetrated into the hardbound books and deep into the pages within. They were thoroughly ruined. Let's try to clean this up and get out of here." The last thing they needed was getting caught doing something that could be considered a prank. Can risk getting blamed like Fred and George were. When finite incantatum didn't help in any sort of reversal of the spell, the boys did the next best thing, and escaped from the library as inconspicuously as they could manage while Madame Pants was busy checking in some returned books. "Sorry about that," Ron said again as they walked through the halls, "not really heading anywhere in particular. Didn't think anyone would walk into me around this time, you know. Glad it was you, anyway." Harry shrugged. "You honestly should be more careful. Anyone practicing magic only these days, reconsidered suspicious, you know." Ron nodded in agreement, his eyes downcast to the floor in thought. "I was actually looking for Hermione again, anyway, that's who I wanted to talk to you about." Ron didn't sound like he wanted to know where Harry was going with this, but Harry continued anyway. This was a thought he'd had for a while now. "Honestly, I was looking for Hermione, Ron. I'm thinking she saw something you know that day last week. Where we couldn't find her and your dad and everyone came. Even that Mr. Malfoy." Ron eye twitching momentarily with abhorrence, but he nodded. "And now all of a sudden she won't talk to anyone, not even you." Ron bristled unhappily at this thought. "Don't you think it's a bit peculiar?" Ron's eyes widened a little. "Wait, you don't think?" He glanced around quickly, then whispered, "You don't suppose Hermione is the one who—" "No," Harry said firmly. Of course he didn't believe such a thing. Hermione wouldn't have anything to do with this prank business. But I also think she's not telling us something. Yeah, he frowned. But what can we do? I mean, if she doesn't want to tell us, do we slip a truth potion into her goblet at dinner or something? Harry shook his head, also noting to himself that Hermione hardly ever came to eat with them anymore. No, but I think if she does have something to do with this. Maybe someone threatened her to keep silent. Or maybe she's working on the inside of something and we can't get involved. Ron seemed to be pondering something. Or maybe, what is it? Ron shook his head. Well, whoever is doing this knows quite a lot about that school, doesn't he? Harry looked questioning, and Ron added, I mean that they have to be able to set these traps and things without anyone noticing, right? But still, it always happens during the daytimes, too, every day. Those are rather tricks pranks to pull. Even Fred and George wait until nightfall to pull any or the biggest stunts, and other ones are just a matter of getting close to the target, in order to make them eat whatever or slip whatever into their drinks. You've been learning off of those two way too much. Ron rolled his eyes. I'm serious. Half of the people involved aren't even in their same year, nor ours, and Fred and George usually don't target anyone but close friends or people they really don't like. Harry. Oh, comforting thought. How can Fred or George get to any of them if they're never around these people? And another thing, since it isn't those two based on that, still, how would anyone know any of these places? The Marauders map, Harry whispered finally, that's it. Fred and George had it forever, they know every bit of it by now. Maybe someone else got a hold of it. No, that can't be, ever since Harry had loaned the map to Barty Crouch Jr. disguised as Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody the year before, that only leave Fred and George at this point, though. Yeah, but we know it's not them. After all, even if they do know where all these places are, they certainly can't walk around unnoticed. Not in broad daylight, they can't very well be invisible. But there isn't anyone that knew all the secret passages that none who can wander around Hogwarts unnoticed, anyway. Even the three of us can only remember a few good ones, but certainly none of the ones this person is using. Ron rolls his eyes in exasperation. Then who does know? Hey, wait, what about? Harry's eyes widened, the same thought occurring. Sneaking around Hogwarts unnoticed. Both Harry and Ron stopped at the same time, turned to each other, both exclaiming. Sirius. Neither Ron nor Harry realized it, but somebody was listening to them from around the corner. Somebody who had been following them the whole time, unnoticed. And they would be watching and listening, very, very closely. An hour after their discussion in the halls, Ron and Harry were now in the Transfiguration classroom for one of their late evening classes, doubled with the Gryffindor 7th years to make up for the work the upperclassmen had missed the week before. 7th years had a lot more assignments to worry about, especially after the day missed. Ron and Harry had written a note for Sirius and slipped it under Professor Lupin's door earlier before they arrived for class. You don't suppose he'll take offense, do you? Ron whispered over to Harry as they sat in their seats, looking a tad uneasy. I mean, wasn't that just a nice way of accusing him for it all? I mean, if he is the one, I sure don't want to be on his bad side. I'm sure he'll understand, Harry said. Besides, why would Sirius do something so stupid? There must be a logical explanation, or if not, he can help us look out for the real guy responsible, right? But there's always the professor, right? I mean, Professor Lupin would know all those passages just as well as Sirius, right? And your dad. Harry frowned deeply at this. Maybe. A long pause. A pause that lasted several minutes. Harry found himself wandering into an odd daydream of his father, Sirius and the Weasley family all playing Quidditch. Charlie was the Weasley team seeker. The professor is a bit late, isn't she? Harry blinked. What, Ron? Ron rolled his eyes, saying, McGonagall isn't here. She's the one late for a change, you know. Maybe we should give her detention, His eyes then trailed to Hermione. He was sitting a little ways away. He'll be right back. And he left. Harry sighed and watched Ron go, resting his chin upon his arms, frowning, wondering to himself as to whom the villain in all this must be. What if it was Sirius? His eyes wandered over to Fred and George in a far corner. What if it was the Weasleys twins after all? Too little evidence to go by either way. Harry, oi, Harry. Harry blinked and looked up, only to find Ron and Hermione standing over him. I really think you should talk to her, Snuffles, Ron said slowly, hinting. Harry blinked, wondering what the blazes Ron was talking about. How come? Before Ron could respond, Harry distinctly heard Angelina Johnson talking to Fred and George. Have you heard of it? Some people say there's a Grim in the school. Fred muttered, creepy, though somewhat suspiciously, sharing a glance with George. That's impossible, Seamus countered. It's just a dog, that's all. What's a dog doing loose at school? Neville asked. Does it belong to someone? Katie Bell, who was sitting next to Lee Jordan, frowned. No one's got a dog in this school. And who in their right mind would keep one that size? Yeah, I heard it was the size of a bear. Maybe it isn't a dog at all, Sean suggested. Yeah, right. A bear. Not that stupid. Harry was staring off into space by now, half asleep and taking it all in at a snail's pace. He soon realized that Ron and Hermione were looking at him meaningful, and oddly enough Fred and George were staring as well. What's with those two? That's what we mean, Ron said in a low, ominous, and ever so hinting voice. He had an intense urge to slap himself in the forehead, but Harry suppressed it, and internally moaned, serious. Prankster or not, he shouldn't be getting himself caught. Just down the hall from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom, a huge, black dog glanced around, looking to see if anyone was coming. Seemingly satisfied, he trotted out of the dark corner he was hiding in and headed for the classroom door, tail wagging from side to side as he went. Despite his large size, his fur blended in perfectly with some of the very dark nooks and crannies in the school hallways. Students would pass, dozens at a time, and still none would notice him as long as he held perfectly still. The note he'd received from Harry and Ron earlier that evening hadn't put him at ease in the slightest. In fact, it made him uneasy. When had they become so suspicious? No matter. He had a reply to the note tucked under his collar, which Lupin had given him as a precaution to being found by anyone who didn't already know what he was. It too, however, was jet black and practically blended into his own fur. Sirius stopped in front of the door, fully prepared to take a cautious glance inside. Though instead of the steady lecturing of Professor McGonagall, he heard the low rumbling of many voices speaking at once. Hadn't the class started yet? Then he heard something. Sirius, ears perked up, sensing some sort of movement. He turned his head quickly to the side, and there, sitting about 4 feet away, was a dark-furred tabby cat. Though there was something very familiar about the creature's scent, Sirius chose to ignore it, turning his great head back toward the classroom once more. After all, he couldn't be the only animal roaming the halls in Hogwarts. It hadn't been 2 minutes later, however, when he turned his head again, and nearly yelped in surprise, finding the cat sitting directly next to him, its eyes boring into him in a very stern and intense fashion. Annoyed, Sirius growled at it in the hopes of scaring it off. But the cat just looked at him and seemed to roll its eyes. The next thing he knew, the tabby cat had walked its paw across his nose, claws partially extended, and suddenly there was none other than Professor McGonagall towering over him with her hands on her hips, looking very peevish. Mr. Black, I do not appreciate you wandering the halls like this. Oh, this brought back memories, he thought, with his tail between his legs and ears down flat on his skull under the soul-curtailing glare of Professor McGonagall. It was the sound of a dog yelping, followed by the sound of rapid arguing, that turned everyone's attention to the door. And almost as suddenly as it had started, the talking came to a halt. In moments Professor McGonagall strode in through the doors, her chin held high, and looking strangely satisfied with herself. She didn't seem to feel any need to elaborate, and class went on as usual without any real excuse as to why she was late, other than that she was supposedly held back in a meeting with the headmaster. It was when the class was dismissed that she called out, "Potter, come here a moment, please." Reluctantly Harry approached McGonagall's desk, wondering what he'd managed to do this time. After all, he'd usually be expecting it. Ron waited in the doorway, and Hermione was long gone already, doing whatever she usually did these days. But all McGonagall did was hand Harry a small folded piece of white parchment, and said, "Be good as to tell your pet not to wander the halls." It's a nuisance I am more than willing to deal with if he isn't so courteous." Then she adjusted her spectacles on her nose and sniffed. "You may go now." Harry blinked a few times, finally bringing himself to close his hanging jaw, and clumsily walked backwards toward the door, where Ron grabbed his shoulder and steered him away in the right direction toward the staircases. Ron had heard all that was said. "So then, what is it?" Ron asked urgently, eyeing the paper in Harry's hand. Harry hastily unfolded the paper and he and Ron both read what was inside. "Meet me in the Ollery, midnight." Harry and Ron looked up at each other. Ron looked somewhat baffled. "You don't suppose? Do you think McGonagall read it?" Harry shrugged, biting his lip almost absent-mindedly. "Don't know, but if she had, she would have said something, right? Told us not to wander off after hours, take of points and the lot. She's always had zero tolerance for that sort of thing. Are we goin' then?" Harry looked back toward the classroom, where the door had been closed, and all was silent around them except for the faint sounds of people talking along the staircases. Maybe McGonagall knew something, but why leave it up to two students? Maybe she thought them old or experienced enough. Or maybe she hadn't read the note after all. And then again, if Sirius was responsible, or even partially so, for any of this, were they walking into trouble? Would McGonagall allow them to walk into such trouble? But they couldn't just leave it all alone. "Yeah, Ron," Harry said, voice determined, head high. "We're going. Tonight." Ron didn't look quite so thrilled. They didn't know they were being watched again. Oh, suspicious children, it thought idly. Soon this game will have to draw to an end. Very soon. Feeling at all better. Pure bliss, James sighed, toasting mugs of hot chocolate with Mr. Weasley. His mug was a deep solid purple, while Mr. Weasley's mug was white with the print of a teddy bear on either side. It had once belonged to Ginny. Both steamed with a thick, dark brown liquid that nearly made his mouth water. "I'm glad that Harry has a friend like Ron, after all. It was always good to have friends. Though I can't say, back in my day, we had gone through anything nearly so exciting." "I can second that," Mr. Weasley agreed, smiling lips meeting his mug in a ginger sip. The thing was still piping hot. "Can't say that I'd ever expected it, myself. Nothing exciting happened back when I was attending Hogwarts." James chuckled. "Afraid I can't say the same to that one. We always went looking for excitement, you could say. Being friends with Remus Lupin, knowing what he is, always had a hand in our late-night adventures every month. Forbidden spells and all that." Chuckle. "I never expected my son to go off fighting Dark Lords as he did. He definitely inherited my habit of attracting unwanted attention and his mum's stubbornness to get through all that." He seemed to trail off at the end of these last sentences, drinking his hot chocolate in larger gulps, the taste and hotness of it almost lost to him. He half wished it was something stronger. It was still hard to talk about her. What could be expected? It had hardly been a few weeks. He could hardly shed any more tears, though that didn't mean he had stopped mourning. No. Some things take a lifetime to forget. Mr. Weasley, however, didn't take this time to pity him verbally for his woes or try to comfort. As a husband and father, he knew that in acquired, unusual situations like these, the best thing to do was to act as normal as possible, so he went on with the conversation. "You will have to meet Molly and the rest of my children sometime." He picked up a biscuit from the tray laying on the table between them and dipped it in his drink before eating it. "You're more than welcome to join us during the summers, if you so wish. We do so enjoy it when he comes, it's ever so pleasant. Molly adores him, spoils him, too. And the boys are always looking for more ways of getting him into a plot or two, if they haven't already." James smiled wistfully. "I can't thank you enough for you all being there for him, Arthur. I'm sure he wouldn't. They turned out quite the same without you all." Mr. Weasley blushed bashfully, waving him off, though looking very touched just the same. James laughed lightly, picking up a few biscuits himself. "And I dare say your boys, Fred and George, remind me of someone I knew when I was younger. Had Sirius been there, he'd be shooting James dirty looks and commenting on just how James had been just as bad in the old days. Not so old for me. I'm afraid that's what I'm worried about," Arthur moaned tragically. "Molly would kill me if I allow my sons to corrupt poor Harry any more than he already is." At this point James paused from eating, asking suspiciously, corrupt? Late-night scandals, Mr. Weasley responded helpfully. Battles with the caretaker, pranks, plans, plotting, that sort of draddle. Ah, great. Harry had adopted some of James's finer habits, even without being raised by him. Maybe he got it from Sirius. Just as well. They seem to hate their potions professor just as much as well. No, it's those muggles he lives with that are really something. It's on thing to dislike a teacher, a Slytherin headmaster at that, but those muggles, the Dudleys. Dursleys. Ah, yes, met the people last year. Rather rude, I think, and I was doing all I could to be polite. I wonder how Harry's been able to stand them all these years. Most disagreeable people. Fred and George did have a bit of fun with them, grimace. One of the only ones Molly well let them live down. She doesn't like them much, either. James stared down at his mug. Well, it was more like staring through it. You understand that it isn't a pleasant thought to know Harry was raised by those people. I mean, Lily and we did everything to forget them, exclude them from our lives. All they brought was foul blessings and bad tempers. He chuckled lowly. No one could bring out Lily's bad side like her older, wicked sister, that Petunia. He tilted the mug around and watched at the white foam on the top swished about. I'd always thought he'd fall into serious care should we be gone, though Dumbledore told me. Silence. Mr. Weasley pressed him on a bit. What did Dumbledore tell you? Never mind, James said ominously. And as for the Dursleys, Sirius and I are going to have a little chat with those fat muggles as soon as he's cleared. No one treats his son like a caged animal, no one. By the way, Mr. Weasley said in a hopeful attempt of changing the subject, making James look up. I thought Mr. Black would be joining us this evening. Where is he off to? As if on cue, just then James heard a light scratching at the door, before the lock clicked suddenly, and Sirius Black swept swiftly into the room, locking the door behind him and pocketing his wand. He looked to them, nodding as if to indicate an unspoken greeting. Good evening, Mr. Black, Mr. Weasley said pleasantly. Hot chocolate. Sirius smiled. Please. He took a seat on the floor next to the fire after clumsily removing his boots, looking quite chilled as Mr. Weasley walked off to find another mug. They never did have proper heating in this blasted school. He rubbed his arms rapidly, trying to get warmth back into them. Bloody freezing. Odd, James muttered jokingly. I heard dog fur is rather warm. Well, you heard wrong, didn't you? James snorted. Not very cheery today, are we? Where've you been all evening? You missed Harry and Ron. Indeed, Sirius muttered, eyes staring out into the fire. I'll have to talk to you about that in a bit. Before James could comment on that, Mr. Weasley had returned with a new mug full of cocoa. This one was blue with fluffy white clouds painted on it, which surprisingly Sirius didn't comment on. He simply gave a half smile of thanks, then asked, So, what horrifying tales of my godson have I missed this evening? Nothing too spectacular, James said absent-mindedly, still trying to figure out his friend. What mood was he in? Dark lords, corruption through schoolmates, illegal enchantments, that sort of thing sound familiar enough, don't you think? Mr. Weasley looked between the two for a moment, wondering what was going on between them, all those long faces, then asked pleasantly, Have I told you about the incident with our car? Enchanted it myself. The children said it had worked splendidly. Several hours later, midnight, Harry and Ron has escaped from the Gryffindor dormitory and made it up to the Ollery with no problems that night. Filch and his cat had been nowhere in sight, surprisingly. Nowadays he could be seen skulking outside the Gryffindor portal hole, watching out for Fred and George. Hello. Harry's voice echoed slightly throughout the wide space, making Ron and himself wince. They hadn't removed the invisibility cloak right yet, just in case, though their footsteps could still be seen and heard, crunching quietly upon the straw-laden floor. It was freezing, and the fact that they'd worn their school and night robes over their pajamas didn't help much to keep them warm. The moon was barely enough to illuminate the area, and they hadn't bothered to bring a lamp. Also, it wouldn't be a good idea to cast a lighting spell, it would easily be seen by Filch. When there wasn't any answer from Harry's first call, Ron tried a bit louder. Anyone there? Right here, A voice spoke up, backing them both jump and spin around. Of course they were expecting Sirius. But it wasn't. Well, not just him. Dad, James Potter stepped out of the shadows. Alongside him stood Sirius in his animagus form, looking like some sort of menacing guard dog. In an instant he was a man again, standing just a tiny bit higher than James, but not by much. Sirius wore his usual dark robes, and James looked like he'd loaned multiple robes from both Sirius and the school. Sirius said, I couldn't not tell him this, after all. When he didn't get a response right away, Harry and Ron were still a bit shocked, and had forgotten they were still invisible. He said directly to the area in which their feet compressed the straw, you can come out now. He began fumbling with the collar around his neck, trying to get it off. Harry was still surprised, though he cautiously lowered the cloak from his face. Oh, this is a new experience. I'm not in trouble, am I? James blinked, looking as though he hadn't been expecting the question at all. Then he appeared to be containing his laughter. Even Sirius smirked at this. Don't you think that would be a bit unfair, Harry? I've done worse at your age, I'm sure. And gotten away with it. He was looking at Ron, Harry, and also Sirius in an almost nostalgic manner before continuing. Besides, we're here to solve a problem. Sirius nodded, looking very stern. We need to set a few things straight. Was that a threat? Never thought we'd get adults in on this sort of this, Ron muttered to Harry. But hey, wait a minute, Harry looked to James, when you're animagus. Aren't you too big to stay hidden? How did you sneak by Filch? Sirius snickered something to James, who smiled and bit his lip mirthfully. But whatever was said Harry didn't catch it. Ron did, though, since he was listening carefully enough, his eyes growing to the size of bludgers. Ron gasped. Wait a minute, my dad. This way. Yes, that's it, I'm certain of it. We'll catch the culprit yet, sir. No on frames my boys, no sir. Lucky my wife isn't here. What are you doing out of bed again, Argus Filch looked less than thrilled. Oh, pish-posh, Mr. Filch, Arthur Weasley chided happily, leading him through the dungeons, along the endless staircases, and now back through the dungeons again. His elaborate tale of seeing someone suspicious around those areas earlier in the day enticed the caretaker to follow along. Though he wasn't enjoying it, I'm most certain we're on their tail. I don't know about you, but I see nothing. He gave Mr. Weasley a classically suspicious look. Are you sure you ain't leadin' me on or something, eh? You're a Weasley like them, eh? Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Weasley said loudly, positively, shocked. I am a ministry official, what do you think of me, Mr. Filch? Besides, they got it from their mother's side, believe me. Oh, how he was enjoying himself, hee. After a bit more walking, Mr. Weasley glanced back, once again, of the conspicuous cat that followed them, Miss Norris. That cat had an evil glint in its eyes. That's, quite a cat you have there. Filch rolled his eyes, thinking, chonging the subject again, very smart. Almost frighteningly so. Ever thought of getting a dog? So much more cuddly. Man's best friend, is the Muggle term. Want. Cuddly, Filch muttered in disgust. They're dumb beasts. Mr. Weasley, med. At this, holding his chin as if he were seriously considering Filch's argument. Well, they do bite, don't they? Why not an attack dog? Filch sneered. Cats can claw your eyes out. So much more interesting when they stumble around blind. He smiled in almost gleefully, as though he were imagining at that moment such an event. Stare, indeed. Mr. Weasley made a note to himself to not to try and pet the little devil. Elsewhere, a figure cautiously moved through the darkened hallways of Hogwarts. There was no one around. No one to see him. It was no big crime if he was found by Filch wherever he was or anyone else. He was a Hogwarts professor, after all. He walked along the stairway where the 3 students had fallen the week before. His hands moved along the walls, looking for something. It didn't take long, and his fingers found the right spot. He pressed his palm into it. Click, the wall swung inward. He peered within the hidden room, after which, he only uttered 3 words. I knew it. Time ticked by. After the midnight hour the air grew colder. They had made themselves as comfortable as they could manage as they continued their discussion in the Ollery. White Sirius paced and Ron stood leaning against a wall playing with pieces of straw. To his left Harry sat against the wall, his father to his left, and they both watched above at the sleeping owls, and those late-night flyers who had just come in from a long-distance delivery or midnight hunt. Perhaps the moon wasn't any good for lighting, but it created a spectacular effect on the owls, feather as they can in and out through the high windows. Sirius paced along through the patches of fresh straw. His cloak and hair blended in perfectly with his surroundings, giving him a mysterious sort of air. "So, who would you consider suspects, besides myself?" Harry blushed at the barely noticeable hint of hurt in his godfather's voice, but spoke anyway. "Well, we do consider Fred and George suspects." "Sort of," Ron said quickly, glancing down at Harry. "I also understand you have some other suspicions." "Myself. Mr. Weasley. Hermione." "Yeah, but Mr. Weasley never knew about the map," Harry pointed out. "And Hermione only knows a bit." "Ah, yes. How about Snape?" Ron said hopefully. "He's always out to get everyone. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him." James shook his head. "No motive, no time, and no imagination. Serious, HMPFED, at that. I'm afraid Snape hasn't ever been one for practical jokes." Sirius snorted, and James shot him a look that read, "Stuff it." Besides, he was confined to the hospital wing half the time. Pomfrey wouldn't let him out of her sights, and he never knew anything about any of the hidden passageways. In all the years he'd follow us around we were too careful. He never got close, except when Sirius told him about the knot in the Whomping Willow. Sirius declined to comment on that. "Maybe Mr. Malfoy," Harry suggested. "I mean, he was only here for a short time, but still. He could have laid a hex on the school or something. Or something equally devilish." To Ron he mentioned, "Remember the diary?" Ron grunted crossly in response. James's eyes narrowed. "He'd better not have." He shook his head. "But I seriously doubt it. He wouldn't do anything that would target purebloods and Slytherins as well. He'd be more specific, wouldn't he? Lucius seems like the type." "What about Professor Lupin?" Ron asked, flicking away the piece of straw he'd been toying with. "He knows quite a bit about the Marauders map, too, right? If you all were in on it as you were." Sirius nodded, crossing his arms. "He helped a great deal in the making of the map, but he never studied it like we did, and over the years he hasn't really bothered to remember. No need to, and I'm sure he wanted to forget the pasting, believing was he did at the time. Sigh. But," he exchanged a quick glance with James, who frowned darkly. When Sirius didn't continue, Harry frowned, pressing him on. "But what?" Sirius sighed, raising his right hand and pressing the bridge of his nose between his thumb and index fingers. "The Marauders map wasn't lost, Harry. Dumbledore found it before the Ministry did last year and left it in his own keeping." Ron and Harry looked at each other, eyes wide, then back to Sirius. "You mean he's had it this whole time?" Ron gasped. "Why didn't he tell us?" Sirius gave a little smile. "It's practically useless to question Dumbledore's ways, my lads, as peculiar as they might be. And knowing him, he probably knew exactly what it was and what it does." "Do you think he knows how to work it?" "I have no idea," Sirius admitted. "I only found he had the map recently." "Or had the map?" "Had?" Harry asked, confused. James sighed. "He told Sirius and he'd returned the map to Remus, Harry. Remus has it." Pause. "Then Lupin." Sirius frowned, as did James, and they once again shared a quick glance at each other. "We aren't ready to doubt him now," James said slowly. "We can't. We've wrongfully pointed blame at him before, and see how right that was." He looked meaningfully at Sirius, whose eyes were downcast to the floor in shame. The gears in Harry's head were turning. So Lupin had the map. Why hadn't he told Sirius about it, then? James. And again, Lupin now knew where all the passages were. Could he have? Ron and Harry nearly jumped out their skins when James suddenly stood and Sirius held out silencing hand, hissing, "Shish." Sharply, he whispered, "Someone is here with us." James moved forward, in front of the two boys who were standing as still as statues mostly due to the cold. James and Sirius had both reached into their pockets robes and pulled out their wands. Both took attack-defense positions, wands ready. Harry and Ron quickly followed in suite, eyes showing with weary determination and panic at the same time. Harry gulped. Oh no, who could it? Two silhouettes immediately became visible in the darkness of the Ollery, standing close to the shadows of the entrance. Though Harry and Ron would never know, they were the same ones who had been listening to them in the hallway before Transfiguration. Who'd been following them? And at late, the shadows stepped forward into the light of the waxing moon. Good evening, Harry, Ron, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black. The two silhouettes stepped forward out of the shadows. Good evening, Harry, Ron, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black. It took a moment to take in the features of the two figures, who were hard to make out in the shadows, the faint moonlight just barely able to show their red hair. Oh, that was all that was needed to figure it out. Fred and George Weasley. This certainly did take a moment to sink in. Harry pointed to them, feeling both shocked and stupid for having not completely suspecting them from the very start. You. Whether this was a simple exclamation or an accusation, Harry wasn't sure. He was so confused it couldn't be them, it just couldn't. But the pieces seemed to fit. Fred and George nodded, each saying, Harry, Ron, at the same time, then together they both said, Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, again nodding their heads in greeting, appearing rather calm and cool, considering. Each wore robes over their nightclothes, the same dark red plaid, and Muggle trainers adorned their feet. Both looked almost pleased with themselves. This wasn't good at all, depending on what they had planned. Depending on if their suspicions were corrected after all, and by the looks of it. So it was them after all. It was you, Ron suddenly cried out through the thick silence that had settled upon them, looking positively horrified. You're the pranksters. Mum is going to kill you. Fred and George blinked once, grimacing no doubt at the image of their mother's undying wrath. What the bloody hell are you thinking of? Fred snapped. And from our brother. No less, he added crossly to George, then turned back to Ron. Thought at least you would have enough sense. Really, George agreed, then to Ron he said dryly, proved us wrong. And who are you to yell at us for sneaking about here? You are doing just the same. Twit. And Harry, mate, thought you knew us better than that. Harry, unprepared, decided to raise his own protests. Now just wait a minute. You're the ones sneaking up on us, Ron shot back, taking an almighty step forward, trying to appear brave and confident before his older brothers, the criminals. And he did a fairly good job, considering he was livid to begin with. What other reason would you be here, spying on us like this, you stupid, nosy? We have every reason, Fred said bitingly. George added, and one way or another, this is completely our business, too. In fact, it's probably more our business than yours, and none of you have the right to keep us out of the loop. What? Loop? Harry sighed, rubbing his fingers under his glasses. Was this an interrogation or a family brawl? The three Weasleys looked as though they were about to pounce on each other at once. Well, we can tell you that we're not the ones responsible, either. Well, we're certainly not, Fred and George retorted. Sirius and James stared at them blankly, their wands now reluctantly lowered. They both frowned deeply as the four teenagers continued to bicker amongst themselves. The twins weren't armed, that or at least they didn't appear to be, and while James felt confident that the two brothers wouldn't try anything, Sirius had inconspicuously declined to return his wand to the folds of his robes, ready to use it in a moment's notice. From Sirius' experience, never assume anyone is unarmed, nor incapable of harming others. Actually, James said quietly to Sirius, this really isn't the way to solve anything. Arthur always said that in the face of an argument, make them talk it out, or don't talk at all. Yelling surely didn't help, much less name-calling, which slowly became more vicious and even childish amongst the four. I don't know, James, Sirius muttered back, I mean, surely they can settle it like men. No wands, no aiming for the eyes and such. Just pure fists. Oh, shut up, you bloody fool, James said flatly. Stop being such a prat and be practical. Please. Sirius just shrugged, smirking. James spoke up, getting the boys' attention. Now hang on just a minute. It's one person's word against another's, and unless someone has a few vials of truth potion on them, I doubt very much that we can say who's lying and who's not." They stayed silent, since he did have a point. Encouraged by the silence, James continued slowly. "In that case, Fred, George, tell us exactly why you're here, and we'll tell you exactly why we're here." Fred and George nodded in agreement. After all, they respected the man who was becoming a good friend to their father. But although they agreed, the two sharing a quick glance out of the corners of their eyes, nodding in what seemed like a silent agreement, then said flatly, "You first." Harry decided to speak up first. "Well, first of all, we know this looks," he trailed off a tad uncertainly. "Suspicious," Fred offered lightly under his breath, just loud enough to hear, and sounding somewhat condescending. James didn't like this tone directed toward his son at all. Yes, but Sirius had been wandering about because we'd sent him a letter, you see, asking him about the Marauders map." James and Sirius both gave him a quick, curious glance to this, but Harry continued. "We were going to see if he'd seen or knew anything, or if he was actually the one. James watched his son intently, silently encouraging him, knowing that doing so verbally would probably embarrass him terribly. Perhaps this was harder to explain than his son thought. From what James understood, they weren't really sure as to what they were doing to begin with, they didn't have a plan. But at least they should tell the Weasley boys as much as they could allow. But Harry continued, "We figured the prankster must know about the map. So we were trying to think of all the people who know something about it. You guys, me, Ron, Sirius, my dad." "Wait," Fred muttered, pointing between James and Sirius, "they know about the map." "Since when?" Suspicion was clearly evident in his tone. "Previous owners," Sirius said flatly, then soundly cleared his throat, which clearly meant, "End of story, no questions." "Now it's your turn," Ron said quickly, perhaps trying to bring attention away from the map. "What are you two doing here? Why are you here? We thought you were the prankster," Fred finished dryly. "PFFH. How insulting. He has no class, whoever he is," George agreed. "Too blunt, vicious, sadistic, loony, indeed. And besides, you really do need to keep your conversations a bit more private, Harry, Ron. The way you two were going on in the halls, we thought you were up to something. And Ron, you call yourself our brother. You should know by now we always keep an eye and ear out for everything. Especially family." James's brow furrowed at this statement. What sort of family are the Weasleys? Ron, however, snorted at this comment, looking disbelieving with his arms crossed over his chest. "So what exactly have you heard, Fred shrugged. "That you've been secretly housing a would-be killer in the school, George. But he's not, of course. And they secretly been meeting up with him as that big black thing, George. Animagus, right? Everyone's been seeing around here. It was truly conspicuously inconspicuous." Ron looked as though he wanted to kick himself. "Oh yeah." George reached into his pocket and took out a small piece of paper. It was the note Sirius had written to Harry or Ron earlier. "And you dropped your little invite on the floor." While Harry cursed his own carelessness and Ron grew even more annoyed at his brother's nosiness, Sirius finally decided to get in on the conversation. "And what do you intend to do now that you know about me?" he asked slowly, with an edge of malice in his tone. It even made James look at him warily, as he was not used to the usually charming and bold Sirius Black being so dark and fierce. "So cold. Do you intend on going to the headmaster? Because I assure you, Dumbledore won't be of any help to you." To this Fred and George looked positively insulted. "Who do you people think we are?" George asked. "Honestly." Fred nodded. "We want in." Sirius frowned incredulously. "In. Boys, this isn't a game." James agreed entirely. "If it was up to me, I wouldn't let my son get into any of this." He didn't seem to note Harry, who looked a little frustrated with that comment. "We know all that," Fred said seriously. "We've known it perfectly well since everyone started dragging our names through the mud round this bloody school. We're nobody's scapegoats," George agreed with the same serious tone, punching a fist into his palm as though to punctuate their own determination. "And no one hurts a Weasley. Our family could get hurt through all this, too, and we can't just stand back and let it happen without batting an eye. You seem to think we have a plan of action, Ron muttered, scratching the back of his head and looking up toward the moonlight still pouring in through the high windows. We have no clue of what to do. And honesty, Harry said carefully, we have no idea if you're telling the truth. You're in that same boat, now aren't you? Fred retorted in just the same way, both he and George looking just as serious and cold about this subject as they had been with regarding the incident with Ludo Bagman the year before. Now, what do you think we should do about that? Nothing to do, Sirius said impatiently. But I say that you shouldn't get involved anyway. What? Fred and George exclaimed. You have no right. That isn't really fair, James muttered as well, much to Sirius' obvious disapproval, which he sounded with an annoyed grunt. No one could ever say Sirius Black was an easy man when it came to proving him wrong about something. Harry nodded, rubbing the back on head-neck, sighing. They do have a right, don't they? A little bit, Ron muttered. The thought of his brothers being a part of this was fair, but still really annoying. But they're only sure to get us all in more trouble if we're found out. He of course ignored the fact that Dumbledore would probably not only allow them to get away with their little secret detective mission but encourage it as well. George scoffed. No more trouble than he's already gotten himself into. He gestured toward Sirius. Half the school knows he's here already, or at least knows about the dog, and it's only a matter of time before people start figuring it out. We did, after all. Sirius didn't seem to appreciate the boy's tone at all. The look in his eyes even made Harry shiver a little. Respect your elders, he growled. Hey, Fred countered, we've got reason not to like you, sir, with all due respect, of course. And now that we've finally met you, you can explain yourself. Sirius raised an eyebrow, more curious than confused. Explain myself. What were those two on about? What are you getting at, swishing a knife about at our little brother? Ron groaned in embarrassment, his face in his hands when Fred said, little brother. Harry looked positively miffed, mumbling something about not remembering any of the elder Weasleys referring to Ron as little brother at any time, ever. That sort of act against a fellow Weasley can get a bloke killed. It will, George continued, not really in a threatening tone, but matter of fact. Literally, Fred said seriously. That is of course if Mum ever got there first. Terribly protective. That woman. You would thereby forfeit any body part of her choice if she knew about all that. Think Dad might have kept a few details to himself, intercepted a few owls. To prevent her from exploding, George explained helpfully to the somewhat lost James Potter. That, or she simply handled it very well, which doesn't make sense at all given what we've known of her all our lives. You have got to be totally off your rockers, Ron groaned, using all his willpower just to not turn beet red. It wasn't me he was after at all. Harry was starting to feel just as annoyed as Ron. What does this have to do with anything? They're idiots, Harry, that's what. James was staring at Sirius. You went after the boy with a knife. It wasn't him, Sirius protested. Ha, yeah right, Fred said, rolling his eyes. Then who was he after? Huh. That stupid fat yellow rat. Rat. I'll explain later, Crow. Shish, someone's coming. Echoing voices and the thuds of hard footsteps could be heard from the stairwell. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.